they at least were able to get themselves into a winning position.
For game one.
Yeah, for
game two.
Game one.
Game two was not that story whatsoever. My lord, game two was an absolute stomp. That was wild. I was just picturing myself in Cryo's shoes this game. This is where Sajed and Lions got solo killed at level 2 or 3 bot lane. And they used, I think, only Leona heal. They both had flash up and they had barrier, and then they just fully died. And if I'm in solo queue and my bot lane does that on my first clear as jungler, I'm just like, I guess we lost. I don't know what to say. I don't know how that happens. You either really messed up your draft or really messed up your play, or probably both, honestly. So
yeah,
that was rough. It didn't get much better.
We were casting this one with Tactical, and it was really funny because Tactical already was like, all right, this draft is like 85-15 or like 90-10 or something in Likewise favor. And then we get the early 2v2 kill, and we're like, so what do you do if you're in the bottom lane on there? And he's like, FF, man, get me out. Like, it was definitely a very, very rough one to beat down. It was like really like no real comeback avenues, for this team.
No, I mean, they were playing basically a comp that, like in Tactical's view, like we were talking about the draft during it because the analyst was covering the draft, and he was just like, basically the only possible way they can win is they like super stomp early game, like have to run the game through mid jungle. It just felt like they were like hard outscaled, way worse comp. Just felt like it was pretty unplayable. And then, like going into it with that view, and then they immediately get like 2v2 double killed bot, and like mid lane's getting stomped, everything's going horrible. It's just like, oh no. So this game was definitely very one-sided.
Yeah, that was a super rough one. That was a bit of a display of why I ranked a DSG low on my rankings, because their bottom lane kind of are the expected. If you told me one bottom lane had this happen to them in the LCS, I would assume it was them, because I don't know. I guess they're just a little bit outclassed by the rest of the league. And obviously Masu and Cryogen are probably, I would say maybe the best laning 2v2, especially in a matchup like this. I think they're probably the best Ezreal Bard. I know that some of the other, like Berserker and Isles are really good, obviously. Yon and Core JJ, very good. But I think Masu and Cryogen have just gotten the most 2v2 kills. They played to kill their lane, for sure. And they did that.
Yep.
They did a lot.
They did. They kept doing
that
it
a lot. They did that 13 times.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I was a bit surprised that Lions didn't get replaced. I feel like Lions has been really struggling this whole year with their team, and
well, looking at Shopify's struggle in replacing Seos, I feel like it's probably hard to find someone.
Yeah,
I know. I saw a lot of comments as well with similar feelings, critiquing Lions. But just the Zazel story of like, I didn't even really want to come back, and Shopify was begging me, and then I said, okay, fine.
I was kind of thinking about like Ayla or somebody.
Like
I always felt
What's
like
he up to?
I felt like Ayla's pretty good. He's playing in like APAC, I think, right now.
Okay,
bring him back.
So it's like that was someone I kind of my mind went to. I don't know, maybe they inquired, maybe they couldn't find someone. To your point, it's not always easy. But I mean, Sajed, at least it feels like you can see some of the strengths of Sajed. You see these like flashes of brilliance, right? You're like, oh, okay, like you can see what's going on.
There's no flashes.
There's no flashes.
It's just all
I'm in a dark room.
It's all dark.
We got the blackouts.
No.
It's just like the laning does not seem good. I don't think the team fighting seems very good. I'm gonna be honest. Whether it's a him thing or like a people on different pages thing or whatever, I just haven't felt like he has ever really looked like he's fit well with the team this year. And so that was one area where it's like, it's clearly it's not all just his fault, and by no means DSG has been struggling, period. But that is one area where I feel like I'm just not seeing it. Like I'm not seeing the vision, I guess. Whereas with a lot of the other players on DSG, I see those moments of like, okay, yeah, like this could work. Both of the game ones, this weekend, last week, there was a lot of those kind of like moments from various players, whether it was Surdy or Sajed or whoever, where you're like, okay, yeah, like you can kind of like see the moment, Yeah,
I just picture yourself. Nope, this can't work. Nope, not this.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, it definitely has
tough.
been rough. Yeah. I mean, obviously with the zero wins too.
Yep. But we'll see if they can kind of like improve from there. Next series we had was Shopify versus Lion, and you were pretty happy with Shopify after last week. You had them as you had them in the medium plus tier, in the dog tier. You were putting them up with FlyQuest and C9.
I'm trying to remember back to last week.
So long ago.
That wasn't me. That was
No, I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just trying to remember here. Shopify.
We want to reclassify the dog size here, or are you still happy with them up in the second dog tier?
I mean, I still think. Well, maybe I think Dig. Maybe we swap them in Dig because Dardock might make cause them to grow a little bit. Right?
Yeah.
That'll be a little bit bigger dog.
But how? But are they
really? I feel like that seems pretty rough for Shopify to give them dig spots
in the
especially after
Chihuahua
what we just
tier?
saw.
Yeah, nah.
Is this like a Chihuahua with like a mohawk? Just got a little bit extra on top.
I still think Shopify's pretty. I still think Shopify's at the. Wait, is the little plus?
There was like we had the big dogs, we got
Yeah.
TL and Lion, and then we're like, okay, we got like medium plus. These are like the world's qualifiers.
Yeah.
I think you had Shopify a bit higher. Like you were.
No. Well, it was that was the FlyQuest and Sentinels, right?
Oh, I thought you had them on the same tier as C9 and Sentinels and stuff. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, it was.
I'm gonna have to go check the
You
tapes.
were a little bit more positive, I think, on them than me.
Okay.
So I was just kind of curious on how positive you were feeling or not after this one,
Yeah, when I was
because there were some good moments, but it also didn't really like come together.
Yeah, after we finished talking about it, I was thinking about it, and I do probably think I still rate C9 FlyQuest above Sentinels and Shopify and all the other teams, even though there's going to be some recency bias and whatnot. A lot of times teams coming off wins will just look better and seem better in your mind, but I don't know about Shopify for me still. I think Zenny is kind of just being put on Galio and Nivea, and it feels kind of like they are just cutting their losses or just trying to find something that works, these Band-Aid fixes, rather than trying to enable him to get the most out of him, is my impression watching this team. And it kind of works to an extent, but I think it doesn't have a high cap. I feel like there's a lot of potential for this team when I watch the way that they've been playing.
Yeah. I feel like week one, one of the things I was really feeling a lot more positive that like made me feel like, oh, maybe Shopify is better than I thought, was that Fudge performed really, really well. Week two, I felt like Fudge was pretty disappointing to me. Both these games, I mean, game one, I felt like basically their whole draft was just to get him counterpick top, right? Like they did this like last pick Vayne to flex the Jace into jungle, to give him Vayne into Cassante, and you know he's building like a pretty big gold lead, and he's like getting into this good spot, and then I felt like there was this one fight where they had this dive onto Berserker over by like a Lion's blue buff area, and a Berserker lives through like Ignite with like Locket and all this sort of stuff with like one auto of health. And Fudge was like right there with Flash and just kind of like stayed back and wanted to play it more conservative. And like I felt like he just needed a flash on him and just auto him one time and he's dead. And maybe you can actually take over the fight from there, because the only consistent damage that they had in this whole comp was Berserker, right? And it's like if you kill him, I feel like you have the ability to probably clean up in a fight. And so not only did he not play it aggressive, he then died to Charm without using Flash, and it's like, Saint, to his credit, was finding good angles, like coming out of fog and like Charm flashes or like ulting over wall and charming him and stuff. But it's like you can't not play aggressive and also not be able to use your summoners defensively properly in every fight when the whole draft is about like, all right, get him the Vayne so he can pop off. Like he's the only guy who could kill the front line in this whole comp, right? Like you're playing the Vayne, and as soon as he would die, Dokla literally just right clicks onto Bvoy and Bvoy has to run away, because it's like you are never killing this Cassante as a Ziggs. It's just never going to happen, right? Like it has to be Vayne. And so I was really disappointed with how he played multiple fights in a row. It was 2 or 3 fights in a row to end the game that he died to Charm without flashing. He didn't decide to go QSS. He went for Jack shows, which is like, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like, then you got to be able to flash. And it felt like he both didn't have the killer instinct and failed defensively. And then in the Jax game, he got counterpick again. It was a blind Olaf, and he goes Jax with Ignite. And they traded Ignite and Exhaust and stuff. And it's like that always favors the Ignite player. You just wait for the Ignite to come back up, and then you all in on the timing window when you have Ignite. And instead, he literally all in like 5 seconds before his Ignite came back up, and then got solo killed. And Doka lived with like, I don't know, like
less than Ignite does.
Less than Ignite does. Yeah.
He definitely would have killed him if he had it.
He would have killed him easily.
Yeah.
And I was like, you're trolling. Like your Ignite is up in 5 seconds. Just like wait a couple seconds and you win for sure. And I don't know. I was really disappointed with how Fudge played this week. Not the only problem or anything like that, but like, I don't know. I just felt like if you are set up for that much, where they're giving you counter picks, where they're building the whole comp around you, where they're like flexing in a jungle for you, all this stuff, and then you do not play well, then it's like, okay, well, should you be playing towards this person against a good team?
Yeah, I thought game 1, he had one death where Saint hit the most ridiculous charm flash on him. I couldn't even blame Fudge for that, honestly. That was such a ridiculous play by Saint. I think that kind of thing
was the one by the side brush, right?
Yeah, by the side brush from mid. It was just they didn't know Saint could be there. The way he played Vision was so good. At the end. He had been sitting on top side. Shopify was setting up for Dragon or something bot side, and they were pretty much only looking at the bottom side of the map. He waited for the minions to walk by. Shopify didn't have a ward in the mid lane. He went around the minions, and then he was just behind them, an angle you would never be watching unless you thought there was some possibility he could be there. And then there was such a tiny angle to get the charm to hit Vayne, but not Zenny, because Zenny was standing kind of right next to him, and he hit it. I don't know. Saint just played so insanely well this game. It was also in a 4v5. I want to say Dokla had died just beforehand. So I wasn't even that upset at Shopify for this game. I thought Saint just had one of the most ridiculous performances I've seen in recent memory. It was such a good game.
That was for sure a 1v9 from Saint too, because like they were, the rest of them were in bad positions, and Saint just kept on saving plays. There was that other team fight where he goes back in and he gets 2 more kills out of nowhere after they had just lost like 4 people at Dragon. Saint's Ari is definitely one of his 1v9 champions. The replay, or the play that you're talking about where he got into the crazy flank, I really like the observers did a replay with the vision toggle, and they like showed his whole pathway where he was waiting in the side brush on one side of mid lane, then walked all the way to the over one, and like showed how he got there too. So yeah, that was definitely cool. Saint was for sure. Even all his teammates afterwards were like, yeah, game number 1, wow, Saint's just too good. And then game number 2, they blast him.
There were so many opportunities where that could have gone wrong for Saint, which is what makes it so impressive. Because, and the thing you were mentioning when the observers showed the vision, Zinni had been standing in a spot that would have seen where he came from half a second before he was there. And he just somehow perfectly navigated the vision gaps to get to that spot, and then hits the charm flash. You could have easily face planted on that. It would have been so easy to miss that. But there's really, I don't think anybody's flashing that. If Fudge flashes that, I'm checking for, I'm running Vanguard on his computer again. I don't know. They need to double check it, because that was just too crazy.
No, that one I agree was like for sure really, really hard to react to. I just am more disappointed of the previous
fight that was, the one you're talking about was by Dragon and Blue Buff kind of, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like in this one, they even like, to my recollection, I'll double check, but they had vision of the Ahri, I believe. Like they blue trinketed it, and and then they cleared it out. Yeah, and they even shock blast him in the bush, and then he just kind of like doesn't flash in to kill Berserker, and then walks up to the bush that they just shock blasted the Ahri in, and gets charmed and dies. And like, it's just it was tough. Like I don't think that Fudge is like, oh my god, he played so horrible, but it's just, I don't know, if I am on this team, and especially if I am like contracts where I feel like, who do you really want to play Jace jungle? Not really. Like, I don't think so. I think it's like you're doing this for your team, right? It's the same time when Inspired played it, it was for Dokla, because Dokla didn't want to play against Malphite. And so he's like, okay, I'll take this. And then you play your Sejuani top counter into it. Like, you're doing it for the team. So it's like, then they have to play well, or it's just like, it just pisses you off, right? Like, you're like, why did I screwed my game so I could watch you die to this charm where we spotted this guy in the bush that I shot blasted for you? So I don't know. I mean, I guess I was just disappointed by Fudge this week compared to last, where I thought he played really, really well.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Harder competition for sure.
Oh yeah,
I think that one thing that I thought was really funny about this game is I was talking to Dokla earlier in the week. and he was basically saying like, so when is Riot going to nerf Vayne? This champion's so stupid. And I was looking up the stats on her for competitive. She's banned a lot, has been picked a handful of times, and I think she has a positive win rate, but most of the matchups she was being picked in were kind of, she was being counterpicked. It was like her against Gnar or Aurora, or it wasn't any of her really dominant matchups into like Renekton's or Cassandra's or anything.
Well, Gnar people consider like a Vayne counter as Gnar.
Okay, well, that's fair. It might not be as hard as a Cassante matchup kind of deal, but I did feel like Dokla was just doing this as a statement. He's saying, all right, I'll show you what the matchup looks like, because it is one of those cases where a champion like Vayne, the existence of her really deters what you can blind pick. And so when she's available and you lock in something like Cassante, and obviously they probably didn't expect the Jace flex, but those matchups are really brutal.
Yep.
So he did manage to win though, so maybe she's not that OP.
Yeah,
Kappa.
just have Saint on your team on Ari.
Yeah, that's all you need.
He'll 1v9 the game for you.
The Olaf game from Dokla in game 2 was crazy though. Once he got ahead, there's this one moment. I think Berserker maybe got player of the game because Berserker had a really good Lucian game. It was like that Lucian.
Yeah, he deserved it. I think.
Oh, it was. Yeah, that was
Berserker
insane.
crushed them.
He was playing crazy, but it was also like I always feel like when you have it's like the inverse of what I was talking about with like, oh, I flex so you can pick this and then you see your teammate dying. Where you see your teammate on the other side of the map, like they went 3 top early on Dokla. And he 1v3'd and killed off the enemy Ryze in like a straight up 1v3 where he like wasn't even full health. He like chunked out contracts, got him low, and then the Ryze walked up, and I don't think the Ryze had flash or realm warp or whatever, so he just like turned on the Ryze and killed the Ryze, and it's like, okay, 3 people just went top. Our top laner just solo killed the guy who counterpicked him, and then got a kill in a 1v3. You're like kind of like, okay, we're gonna win this game.
Yeah, I liked Saint's shout out to him after the game because I think he was asked who he thinks should get player of the game. He goes, yeah, Dokla. Because from Saint's perspective, hey, I let my laner roam top and you killed him in a 1 versus 3. That's so crazy. How do you do that? I thought Dokla played great. And what you were mentioning with the top lane thing on the all-in, watching those matchups, I don't know. I think you have to just be built a certain way to play top lane, because it's a matchup like this, you're always going to all in each other. Both of you think you're going to win it, and it'll come down to one auto. I wish I could have seen what Jax's W cooldown was in that all in, because I thought he was going to win. His W must have been
was really close,
half a second from coming up or less, maybe. And he just somehow couldn't get it. And then Olaf killed him by 1 auto, and it's just like, damn. Yeah. And now the matchup is so bad. Usually after 1 death, that's just enough to get snowballed on. So you're down XP, you're down gold. Cheers. So
top lane is so funny because like you're saying, there's so much anticipation for the first like duel to the death, and so both of them are starting with like all this adrenaline and like everyone's fully locked in. And after the first skirmish, the victor is like yes, and then whoever's in the losing part,
whoever's losing, he's like jungler, you gotta fix this. Oh, no, you gotta fix this. Doomed now. It's not my problem anymore. It's my jungler's problem.
It's everybody's problem.
Yeah,
that's what my friend says every time too. When he starts losing top lane a bunch, then he's like, well, there's going to be a Fed Olaf. Have fun with that one, guys.
Yeah. That's how I feel, because it's like some of these matchups, you just know the first fight or the first gank or the first whatever, it's kind of over after that, unless you get some help. So you're just like, well, I can't do anything. Good luck, guys.
That's why I enjoy about top lane, though. I set like a low expectations. I have a couple games where I'm totally feeding and losing. Yeah. Then when you pop off and you win the fight and you're doing well in top lane, your team's all like, whoa, hey, he's crushing them this time, you know? Because they expect you to do bad.
I think one of the things you were talking about, how these fights come down to small things. That's why, like, whenever I talk to pro players about it, it's like less like they're I like calculated out, knew I was going to be winning by 1 auto. It's more like they think at this level with this item I win, right? And then they just take the fight and believe that they will be able to play it well, right? And so it's like that's why in that moment I felt so disappointed that he all in without the ignite, because I remember like I think I was casting this game and or watching it or whatever, but I remember like saying it like, oh, his ignite's up in like 5 seconds, like he's like about to kill him, right?
You were casting, because I remember you saying that.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah.
Exactly. So it's just like one of those moments where I'm like, if I'm seeing it, he should see it. You know what I mean? And it just feels like, yeah, he could have won that fight. And I'm sure that's what he's thinking is like, oh, I could win this. But like he for sure would have won the fight if you just wait that moment. And that's where I think a lot of players, you know, it's not even that they like do something that's that shocking when you watch it. You're trying to break it down mechanically. It's just like a knowledge gap where they're just like, oh, I hit this level and I had this item, so like I knew I would win. I just run at him, right? And yeah, I just felt like that was a tough one, especially when it is double combat sums versus double combat sums. Those are the most snowbally tops because it's not even like you just TP back and fix your wave or whatever.
Yeah. To the all-in point, I don't know. I would have to go back and watch this exact situation, but I think usually when these mistakes happen, it could come down to sort of the next level above it where Dokla and Fudge both know that Fudge's Ignite's going to come up first. So Dokla's going to try to get the wave in a state where he's not going to have to fight. So Fudge is maybe thinking, okay, Dokla has to overextend here to try to fix the wave before my Ignite comes up, and I can punish him by all-inning him on this certain window. So obviously it does seem like a pretty obvious mistake of, hey, why didn't you just wait for your Ignite? And honest, that was probably correct. He probably should have done that, but it was extremely close, and that's probably the angle he was seeing of, obviously this isn't the ideal thing, but because I know what Dokla has to do to avoid this other huge threat, I can punish it in a different way. Obviously didn't work out, but that kind of thing for sure can happen.
Yep, absolutely can. But at the end of the day, Shopify did get 2-0'd. I gotta say, I don't know how you were feeling about Lion at the start of this split, but like we did preseason kind of like power ranking thing but it was for like regular season only. And like if it was for playoffs, I was just gonna put Lion first, right? But I was like, I could see them losing some games with our Mayo coming in and like maybe MSI hangover. I think I put them third or something because I was like, then maybe drop a couple games, then Inspire will come back and they'll start winning, and then I think they'll still win the split, but like I think they'll lose some games. They're not looking like they're going to lose anything, right? Like this team is looking so good. So, I mean, I already feel like I was pretty wrong with the regular season power rankings. I think you were the only person who left them first. And yeah, I mean, I think this team is going to be first in the regular season. They are looking ridiculously good.
My favorite part about it is all of the players online constantly tweeting at Inspired stuff like, we're good, bro, don't even need to come back, you know, all this like you know, banter that they have going back and forth. So I really do, I have really become to like this Lion lineup. They are you know, they're definitely give off those vibes. Everybody's friends and they're very comfortable to make fun of each other and banter with each other. And
dude, they're just so good as well. Their games are so fun to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, that game too, the bot lane, it was kind of similar to what happened to DSG, but the way Berserker was playing it looked psychotic. He was just Eing in and trading every single second. He didn't stop. There was even the first wave crash, just level 2 to level 2. They just went for a full-on dive. They killed MF and both died, and they're like, let's go, we got him. That kind of thing is just like, these guys don't care at all. They're playing completely, you know, with zero reservations, which is so fun to watch. And they do it so well. They're just, it seems like Saint hard carried game 1. Like Berserker did well as Ezreal as well. And then game 2, Berserker, I would say he carried it, but Dokla also standout performance in the situation he's in. So, yeah, I mean, I think they're just proving they're an all-around team. And this is without their team captain, star player, who everyone gives most of the credit to the team. So they just look completely untouchable right now.
Yeah. Last year's MVP.
Yeah, it's really fun because you totally get that feeling of like, you know, the kids are gonna play while the authority figure is gone.
Parents are away.
Yeah, and you know, Berserker and Isles definitely having some fun there along with the rest of them. The next match that we had was the Team Liquid versus Sentinels. Another one of these 2-0s. We had quite a lot of 2-0s. We had 3 of our 4 series with 2-0s this weekend, and this was another one where Team Liquid again kind of re-solidified how good they've been looking since you know, since MSI, and the level ups that they showed at MSI are remaining intact. You know, both for like Core JJ and Morgan, I think were the 2 like biggest levels up for MSI, but Quid is absolutely styling as well. He got his Silas in the first game and was looking huge. There was this moment where we were like, Ooh, there's some really good ults for him to steal. Like if he gets a Rakan ult, you remember that Faker engage, Rakan engage where he was in World Finals and had like one of the craziest house engages ever. Like that could be a really good one. And then like Quid takes who he's Rakan ult and then he teleports up to the top side of Rift Herald, and then he just runs down into them into this fight and instantly like I forget how many kills, but it was most of the players who were there at the Rift Herald fight. They killed them all, and then by the end of like this one of these first plays, they had a 4,000 gold lead, and you're like, well, guess Team Liquid are gonna win from here because Jan also in the bottom lane had already like earned his own, gold lead with CS lead and gotten kills on Rahel, and like this was another like fed Ezreal, and then they just won another team fight up by Herald as well. So TL, like they didn't really waste a lot of energy or time in this game. It felt like they were like straight to business. We're gonna win. Bottom lane was winning early, and then they make the big team fight play and wrap it up.
Yep, I think this was an example where we've seen this kind of game a lot, where the way Sentinel's drafted, this is a comp that I don't think it's necessarily a bad comp, but you can't play it like other team comps. You have Gnar and Ryze. You have to split push. You have to play to avoid the other team at all costs. When they group for something, you just spread out and push your lanes and do anything else. You have to get creative. You have to not get baited into a 5v5 because you're just going to lose it. And I think what makes it difficult is people don't want to do that. It's difficult to get vision when you can't fight. It's difficult to do a lot of stuff. And that's kind of what happened to Herald. I was really surprised to see Sentinels just start Herald in their face like that. Maybe they miscalculated or mistimed the TPs, but they got double TP'd on and they just lose the stat check. I don't think you're ever winning a fight against this comp 4v4 or 5v5 in the early mid game because your champions need so much time to scale. I think late game, you're looking pretty good. You can team fight. But as far as the mid game durability, you have Xin, Silas, Leona up against Jarvan, Ryze, Huhi. Nobody on Sentinels can tank and engage without getting one shot. They don't have enough damage to trade one back against these tanky champs. So I think Sentinels would have had to play extremely well to win in this game, which usually comes from winning your lanes as well. I think we see LCK teams pull off this kind of draft pretty well, but I don't know. I think you just have to be a lot better than your opponent to do this. You have to play with your prio very well. You have to be able to avoid their group timings and their engages super well, and it's just difficult to do. So I would not recommend people draft like this, but if you do, you have to play to it. But we always just see them group up and then lose the fight, and then it's surprise Pikachu, which I don't know why they're surprised Pikachu because it always happens like this.
Yeah, we actually do have the replay of it, and off the double teleport that you mentioned, Quid from the top side river. So Sentinels, they put themselves, as you're saying, into the middle of the river where they're gonna get surrounded by 3 angles. Quid from the top river teleport, Morgan from the mid lane teleport, and then Core JJ's Leona just runs up straight into their faces. And there's a level 7 Leona, so he has to ult also. So how are you going to escape from the middle of the river from a Silas with Rakan ult, a Leona with her ult, and an Ambessa ultimate? And the answer is you don't.
And look at the health bars on Liquid. Sentinels weren't even close to getting a kill back.
Yeah.
I just think it was a super huge misjudge of what your team comp can do and what you should be trying to do. And I think it was weird that Sentinels were even attempting this, Herald. I think if your goal was to get them to double TP and then bail, sure, that's an option. That's for sure better than what happened, but I don't know. I have a hard time imagining that's the best thing you could be doing at any given time. Yeah. So that's definitely kind of disappointing to see from Sentinels. I think that I don't blame people for not wanting to play this kind of comp, but I just think you shouldn't draft it if you're not going to play it properly.
Yeah, game 2 as well. I feel like I didn't love their drafting game 2 either. I felt like they were kind of in a hard position because the way I kind of looked at it was top side of the map for TL felt like they really outscale with like Ornn, Fury, Orianna versus Rumble, Lee Sin, Galio. And then usually when you play those kind of comps that can tend to get outscaled, you generally have to stack dragons or find some way to like force the team to come to you early and force souls. But then they had a hard losing 2v2 because they're playing Jhin Alistar into Kalista Renata, right? And it's like now you're basically playing a comp that can't get early dragons, that needs to get picks, but you need to get picks and one-shot someone versus Renata. And like that is tough, right? And you're going to get outscaled, so you got to kind of do it fast. And Hambach played a really good early game and was kind of everywhere, finding plays and making things happen. And so like they were in with a chance. Like they were up, 2,500 gold or something like that. Kind of relatively early and hovered around there for quite a while. And then we got that one comms replay where he's like,
was so good.
He's like, I really don't want to fight around mid. No, like, so if we can avoid it, like, please avoid it or whatever he said. And then immediately Hambach just like queues in. And then I guess he thought he was gonna like queue in and then like, well, I'm Lee Sin, I'll just like ward hop out and it'll be fine. But like he just got caught and killed.
Yeah.
And
you know what
just
it
like,
was?
oh no.
Yeah. So that's definitely what happened. You could totally see the gears turning in Hambach's head because he was safe if he ward hopped out, but he sees the Jhin trap. He goes, I can save my ward. I don't need to ward hop out. But the Jhin trap is next to the wall, and he just gets Orn-E'd because he jumped too close to the wall. So if he just used a ward that wasn't next to the wall, he was probably fine. But it's just one of those little things that didn't work out. And then that was pretty bad for them. They got pretty behind off that. And I gotta say, the Kallistas this week, especially Jans in this game. It was hitting different. There was a while where Kallista, especially this duo, Kallista Renato, was just losing everything everywhere.
Yeah.
But his damage was so high. I know Terminus was buffed, but he didn't have it yet. But just in those mid-game fights, he was destroying people.
So one thing he did different is a lot of people have been doing the static shiv, which new static shiv, does the rend for a bunch of targets, but he skipped it. And I was like,
Yeah, he rushed Gwinsu this game.
It's really high damage when you don't go for it. I mean, the static shifting is cool.
I think it's good,
but it also made me question. It's clearly not always.
You can see why the old build existed.
Yeah, not always optimal.
But I don't remember seeing Kallista do this kind of damage for a long time because he was exploding people in those fights around his Raptors and then around mid. I remember seeing Alistair just get chunked for almost half his HP by the Rend. So that was cool. I feel like Kallista's super fun to watch in pro and she's strong.
Yep.
But that was a crazy performance by Jan.
Jan has just been good. Like I've been pretty critical of Jan for Split 1, for Split 2 at MSI. I feel like even though the team looked really good, when I think about those close games against T1, the thing that stood out to me in like all those lost games was like, damn, Jan really trolled this team fight. Or like I remember Jan on this Jhin game in this river fight, like walking melee range of Doran on Bessa and just like dying and things like that, right? And it was like he has not been himself.
That one totally lost us the whole game right there, too. Now you're bringing me back to flashbacks, dude.
I know, but last year when TL when TL had been struggling over the last couple of years, it's like, yeah, TL kind of sucks, but Jan might carry though, right? And then they like rebuild their team, they get all these players, everyone's playing so well, but Jan has not been playing that well. And so it's exciting for me to see like, damn, like these first couple of weeks, Jan's looking really good.
Yeah.
And I feel like Core, I am sometimes critical of him getting all pros, where I feel like there's been a number of all pros over the year where I feel like people are just
even in spring. I think we brought this up.
In spring, I thought he deserved it over him in this last split, and I have said it before where I'm like, yeah, I think people just aren't sure who to vote for, so they just default to Core because he's been really good for a long time, and I feel like sometimes he gets that kind of like name brand benefit of just people like, I don't know, well, no one's gonna flame me if I vote Core JJ, right? And so I feel like sometimes he's unfairly getting the benefit, and I feel like he's not always playing to the level that he has been at, like at the highest levels of his career for a while. And I feel like at MSI, he was insanely good. And I feel like he's come back from MSI and been insanely good these first couple weeks. And so I'm like, all right, if Jose plays like Jose did last split and Morgan plays like Morgan did at MSI, and like all of a sudden Jan and Core are just like peak, like this team is crazy. This team is more than just like a pretty good team. This is a team that could actually beat Lion. This is a team that could, if Lion could do damage internationally, this team could do damage internationally too. Like they had some really close games against T1 with Jan playing not so good. So I'm kind of excited by that. And
you should be.
It does make me really excited for the TL Lion matchup that is brewing. And that's going to be in week 6 on the Lion homestand, the Mexico road trip.
Yeah, that's going to be super hype.
They're going to play against Lion in Mexico. TL versus Lion. We're also going to get like C9 versus Lion as well, I believe. So we're going to get some really, really banger matchups there. And I feel like a lot of the split is going to kind of feel like, all right, it's building towards this. It's a 7-week regular season. And if both these teams are playing at this level, you kind of expect them to beat everyone except each other, right?
Yeah.
And then that week 6 matchup in Mexico could kind of determine who's the first seed.
Yeah, we had last split. We had this graphic where it was you turn one switch and then the other switches turn off.
Yeah.
And so you're like, oh, Morgan's playing super good. Oh, no, Quid and Jan are both playing bad. And then, oh, Jan's playing good. Oh, the other two are bad. Oh, Quid's playing good. Oh, the other ones. And now like finally it's like full power. All switches are on for Team Liquid. So hopefully they can keep that up. From the side of the Sentinels, though, the funniest thing and the biggest takeaway for me was actually we had Pros, who he was on Pros this week after their loss, and was directly asked about the comms incident because Dokla was listening to it and was there, and they brought it up, and who he was like, okay, yeah, he didn't mention it before, but then when he was directly asked about it, then he was like, yeah, actually, I'm super tilted. I'm still tilted, because he felt, so frustrated that like the team just needs that little bit of coordination. And who he says like, yes, this was our best week of practice we've had all year long. So he had really high hopes. And then for, something like that to, very clearly just be like a comms thing or like a small moment thing where some little decision like that. So I'm actually, it did kind of make me more hopeful than I was for Sentinels because, who he himself was so frustrated and it was like so close to actually still being a good week for them. So definitely looking forward to Sentinels for the future too. But that comms listening and then the direct like ignore of the call was.
Oh
so
yeah,
funny.
I don't blame him. He should be tilted, and Humbach should feel bad about doing that because you can understand like it happens. The Jin trap, confuse him, whatever. But at the same time, that's such a troll way to throw a game. There was nothing good could possibly come from what you were doing. You were just trying to annoy them, get a tiny chunk on an Ornn, and then you died.
Yeah.
You fully died. I don't know if he had a shutdown at the time, but he was doing pretty well before that.
Yeah.
And then it's not even just that, but who he specifically said don't fight. And
2
so
seconds before.
From Hui's perspective, what can I do? I said don't fight. Not only did you not listen to me, you just took a fight that made no sense and you died.
I'm getting like tilted just thinking about situations where like I've been in where you're playing with
every league player has seen this. You're just like, what are you doing? If you can't make the right decision, at least listen to me.
I'm playing against like Quinn top and he like I see him fly mid over a ward. I'm like spam pinging it. Don't fight mid, don't fight mid. They all in die. Question mark you top lane. I'm like
And then it was so fun. That's why it was so funny watching Hui on Pros, like leading up to it. He's like, we can improve on our coordination and, our team play.
Yeah, that was
he was
rehearsed.
directly asked about it and he was like, yeah, you know what? I'm frustrated. And I was like, good.
Tell him how it is. Tell him how it is.
So that's definitely cool. But we also have week 3 to look ahead to at the moment. I have to take a real quick bathroom break though. I got it. Sorry.
Week 3 got me so excited.
I'm going to leave.
we gotta keep that in. All right, time to talk about week 3 of the LCS here. I'm gonna be honest, we got 2 that are looking a little stompy, a little stinky, and then we got 2 that are looking really good.
They look stinky or they
both. They smell and look.
Okay.
You can look at something and see that it looks a little stinky.
Actually, you're right.
You open up like some spinach or whatever, and it's like kind of wilted and looking nasty. You don't need your sniff.
So.
We
should start with the stinky ones.
Why don't we just skip past that sting?
You know what? Fair enough. You see it? It looks like it's gonna stink.
I don't need to sniff.
You're not gonna step in it.
I can see.
You're gonna walk around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some dog poop on the ground. I don't need to take a sniff to know. I don't want to step in it, Kobe. I see that it looks stinky.
I will say one of the games that looks pretty one-sided
He's taking a sniff.
Yes.
is we get to see Dardoch. We get to see Dardoch come play against Lion.
That's true.
And he could have a big upset because remember when Cryer came into DSG, his first game was against Lion and they managed to win.
Yeah.
So Dardoch could have the same thing going on. I don't know if Inspired's back this week. Was it 2 or 3 weeks he was going to be gone?
He said 2 or 3 weeks he'll be gone. So
it could be this week or
could be this
not.
week or next week. Yeah.
Maybe he figures his team's doing all right. He can take another week off for whatever he's doing. Not sure. But I think that game will at least be interesting as far as narratives go, and it has the potential to surprise us, though. Realistically, Dig's probably going to get their head caved in because Lions just looking completely unstoppable right now.
I mean, Lion versus Dig looking really one-sided, and C9 versus DSG looking really one-sided, right? In my view, I hope that they're exciting games, and I do think for the Dignitas one, even if it is a stomp, I'm really excited to see how.
I want to listen to some of the columns as they're getting stomped. I don't know.
You know, but Sentinels versus Shopify and Fly versus TL are really interesting to me because Sentinels and Shopify are two teams that are very much around the same kind of area in the standings, right? These are the teams I think most people kind of have in like the 5th, 6th type power rankings.
A couple of medium dogs fighting each other.
Couple of mediums right there, but not medium plus.
Okay,
medium at best. If you want a plus, they have to be small plus.
Okay.
But they're trying to see like, you know, if they can punch up, because obviously the goal for these teams too is still to go to Worlds, right? Like I don't put that much stock into EWC, I'm just gonna be honest, but Sentinels did win the EWC qualifier, right? And obviously I think that gave them confidence that like, hey, they could go to Worlds, they could be winning against the top teams. And so the goal obviously is to go to Worlds, and I think if either of these teams make it, you know, into top 4, like definitely not both of them are going to do it. Like this is going to decide, you know, if you have any chance of making it to top 4, which means you get 2 lives in playoffs, which I think is really, really important. You have to win this week. It feels like to me, because I just don't see them beating that many of the top teams to get there otherwise. So I think Sentinels versus Shopify is actually really, really important for like playoff situation for both of these teams. Because if you get 4th, you get the 2 lives. That's really, really big. And then Fly versus TL. Fly already lost to Lion with Armeo, which I think was kind of a surprise to me, because I like last time we saw them regular season, Fly actually won, and Fly I know like was feeling really confident after their off season, and Lion, you know, was having a sub and blah blah blah. So it's like if we are looking at Fly as a team, like Thinkard straight up told me, and like Griffin was feeling the same way, we are going to go to Worlds. So if you're going to do it, there's only 3 slots, right? You already lost the Lion. If you're gonna get there, you got to be able to beat some of these other teams, or at least go toe to toe with some of these other teams, because these are the kind of teams that you're gonna be fighting with for those world slots. TL, Lion, C9, and potentially, you know, a Sentinels or a Shopify or whoever else, if they can kind of push up there too and make it like more than just a 4-horse race. So I think these are actually really exciting matches, and potentially really, really important matches. If FlyQuest sees themselves as going to Worlds, that means you're at least a top 3 team, and you already lost to one of the other top 3 teams, and now you get a chance to play against TL. So, you know, I think they need to be able to show they can at least compete with a team of this level if you want to go to Worlds.
Yeah. For Sentinel versus Shopify, I don't know who I would really pick for that one. I would say probably Sentinels, because I view them as having a higher peak, perhaps. I think there's more potential for them just because I think the way that Shopify is already doing these Band-Aid fixes of putting Zinni on Galio, Anivia, Annie. They tried Rise, but that didn't go too well. So I think that he's just really struggled to live up to the hype he's had kind of the entire year, and the most success he's had is basically just playing the auto-filled champions, if you will. And I'm not trying to like flame too hard or anything. He's had some good moments on those champions, but overall, not looking too great. And I think that when you're already making the Band-Aid fixes to say, hey, let's just find something that works for us, and then we're just going to keep doing that, you kind of limit yourself as a team. Yeah. So I see a lot more potential from Sentinels. I think Humbach can be very good. He'll have his Kiana games, which I think you could really punch up with those kind of picks. He's extremely aggressive, can definitely make advantages for his team. Pretty worried about Rahel, though. I think Rahel has actually been pretty underwhelming to me the whole year outside of his Caitlyn. He's picked a lot of Jhin, and even in their last game against Team Liquid, his Jhin was questionable. There was the last team fight of the game where instead of walking up and killing whoever it was, I don't remember, there was somebody very low. I don't remember who it was, but he basically could have walked up and just one-tapped somebody for a kill, but instead he backed up and started ulting, doing nothing. So it was just a really weird look. It feels like Jhin is just a champion you pick to try to be a passenger. And I don't think that's going to work for Sentinel's team, because you have Impact, who's kind of the tank player, the enabler for his team. So you really need carries elsewhere. And I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about what we've seen from Rahel so far. I think they need to try to find something that works for him that's not just Caitlyn. In Shopify, similar deal I mentioned with, I think Zenny's not looking that great, and I think the rest of their team has some potential. I think Zazel's been a nice improvement. I think he has definitely been a breath of life for this team, but I would still maybe give Sentinel a slight edge.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels 2-0'd them last time they played, and they have made the changes for this time around with Zazel coming into the team. But I agree with you on the mid lane take for sure. I think Dark Wings is way better than Zinni. And that is honestly pretty cool that North American, straight from challengers mid laner is like, to me, I feel like there's no discussion. It's just way better than Zinni for the individual matchup for, like you're saying, it was a hyped up LCK pickup for them. So I think the mid lane is definitely pretty heavily favored for Sentinels. And that was a big factor last time around that they did play. Maybe if Fudge can do a week one Fudge performance, and then that could change some stories for them. Because B-Boy and Rahel, maybe I don't know, maybe that's like pretty close bottom lane. I don't particularly feel like one is going to blast the other in lane. Maybe we'll see with Zazel being on the team now for Shopify could change things up, but honestly, after listening to Huion Pros and him talking about venting and letting it out after the small miscommunication or large miscommunication, depending on your viewpoint, but him also talking about how their week of practice leading up was the best they've had all year, and he was feeling so confident, and that's why he was super frustrated, makes me think that they'll be able to carry the momentum or fix those problems quickly because they were frustrated. And it was very clearly Hanbok's I wouldn't do that. I won't do that again. There's not gonna be an argument for Hanbok. No, I really think this angle was good to get in his head and chunk out the Ornn, right? No, they're all gonna be in agreement. Let's not do that. So I think Sentinels will come in cleaner vision, more aligned, pretty fired up also after their previous loss. So I probably strongly favor Sentinels. And Shopify, Shopify going to have back to some more of the promising week one performances that they had.
I mean, it's really interesting because obviously both these teams played against really good teams last week, right? They played against Lion and TL. So some of the things that, I was critical of Fudge for example, I don't think that he gets punished in the same way, right? Dark Wings, I think, has been playing, really well. But I don't think
Dark Wings... He's not going to Saint Ari game them.
Exactly. He's not going to Saint Ari, E-flash you over the wall and one-shot you on the vein if you get in that spot. I just don't think they have
nobody's doing that.
They don't have that kind of player, right?
That was too crazy.
And, I don't think that Impact is also going to be punishing, getting solo kills when he gets counterpicked in that same way and stuff. So, I think Fudge will have a little bit more freedom. And I do think that's one area where they could have an advantage. I think Impact hasn't been bad by any means, but I do think Fudge has more carry threat than Impact, and especially if that's the style that they want to play. If the style that they want to play, they played against Lion, is what they're going to try to bring here, then I could see that maybe working a bit better against Impact, or maybe Fudge doesn't get punished in that same way. So that's somewhere that I think that they could be working. I do really agree against Zinni, and it is kind of disappointing because I was pretty bought in. Chronicler really sold me on this player and sent me some of his VODs from LCK challengers, and I talked a lot with Emily about him and stuff too. And this guy looked so promising. This is a guy who had opportunities on top 5 LCK teams that he could have joined, and he came here instead. And the expectation from most people was that maybe the team wouldn't be godlike or whatever, or maybe he wouldn't work as well with his team. But people were expecting him to just individually mechanically gap every mid laner in the league. That it would just be this guy looks clearly better than everyone. His hands are just better. He's just gonna be able to find these plays and look individually incredible, even if it wasn't a team thing. And that has not been the case, which does make me wonder. Sometimes it is hard for a young player to cross the world, and sometimes they struggle with adapting to the culture or being away from family, or it's a huge change in your life. It's more than just playing the game and the communication barrier, but it's hard for some people, and so maybe he's struggling with that. But I definitely agree. Dark Wings has been looking a lot better, and the other thing I will say for Sentinels is I do think who he is to me like a really still a pretty big standout. I think anytime we're listening to the comms, like he is doing for them what like Inspired is doing for Lion. It feels like he's setting up a lot of the plays. He's always calling for things, and I feel like last split he was playing really well individually too. So I think I'm favoring Sentinels, but maybe not like super heavily, because I could definitely see an angle where Shopify plays the same style that they did against Lion, and that could actually result in wins, because I feel like Contracts has been pretty good individually, I think, and I think that I could see Fudge being able to succeed where he failed against Dokla and Lion.
Yeah, jungle matchup as well. I think they're both kind of the more creative style junglers. Neither one of them wants to win through farm advantages, so it should be a cool matchup. I'm really looking forward to the last one though, Fly versus TL, because TL has been looking really good. But I still don't know if I would full on favor them, just because as far as the lane matchups themselves go, I think I like how much more aggressive Fly plays. Even though TL is winning their games, I do find that they play fairly slowly. A lot of their games are low action until somewhere in the mid game. In the last one we were mentioning earlier, nothing really happened until that Herald fight, and then they were able to create their leads. And so I think if you're just relying on kind of slow play and winning your lanes, then FlyQuest has really good laners. I think their bot lane, super good. I don't think TL's bot lane is going to run them over. Maybe they could outdraft them. I could see them being more flexible with some picks, but I think if FlyQuest gets a good matchup, they could totally run over TL's bot lane. And same thing with top. Gakko, super good player. Morgan has kind of lent himself more towards the tanks, where Gakko is just more of a carry threat. But I'm not sure. I would definitely favor Jose over Griffin when it comes to meta picks in the jungler. And maybe in a best of 5, I think that Griffin could kind of get an edge with more creative picks. But in a best of 3 Fearless, you might only need meta picks. And Jose has looked so much better on the meta picks than Griffin has.
I think that's a problem with support as well, because like Cryogen, I mean, he even said, and people have talked to him on FlyQuest and stuff, it's like when he came in, they felt like they were pretty lucky that it was like this enchanter meta, because they feel like that is like his real specialty, is he's really good on these enchanters or range supports. And I think that also lends to how lane dominant they were playing 2v2, because they were playing a lot of like, you know, Karma and Bard and these style of champions. And I think when you are playing the engaged champions, it is a lot about knowing where to be when, right? And I kind of expect Core to have the advantage in that. And I kind of see it like, I could see a world in which it's similar to the Nefiri Rel game that TL played against C9, where it was just like Core and Jose are in the right place, are finding the pick, are set up faster than Griffin and Cryo, because I think they both have a lot less experience than those other guys. And so I think that is going to be the real challenge for FlyQuest, is like, can you match those plays when TL makes them? Because even though they do play some of those early games slow, once they feel like they have an advantage, or once they feel like they have an edge, they are really quick to actually pull for those plays, and then they kind of just continue pushing you out of your jungle and like pushing the game forward, I think, in a really good way. So I fully agree that FlyQuest has the individual talent, FlyQuest has the laning power. So the question to me is, can they actually like match the kind of like map movements and stuff that where I see is like a real big strength for TL?
Yeah, draft is going to be huge, like you mentioned as well, because if FlyQuest gets stuff that they're confident on and comfortable with, they could easily take it. But TL's probably much more well-rounded. Like you said, I think they're more flexible as far as what they're going to play in both top and support mostly. So yeah, you know, we're gonna see. What do you think, Kobe?
Yeah, I got Team Liquid for sure. Like I actually,
for sure.
I'm pretty strong on Team Liquid.
Okay.
And to be fair, to argue for TL's side against the like slow, they had the fastest game. The Rift Herald game was 23.5 minutes. It was the fastest game.
It ended early, but it was not high action.
True.
Go from watching the Lion game to watching the TL game. And I mean, I get it.
Game, everyone's like, ah,
yeah,
I see a guy. I'm like,
yeah, it's sick. It's awesome. That's some good League of Legends. And
yeah.
TL has done that before, right? They're not incapable of it, but it does feel like they're definitely buying more into the controlled style, which, you know, nothing against them. That is,
their parents are definitely home, where Lion's parents are on vacation.
It's clearly working, right?
It's clearly working. Their parents are also gone too.
Yeah. It's just maybe you're not punishing your opponents as hard as you could sometimes, or maybe you're just taking less risks, which is fine. we'll see when those two teams actually match up, whose style's going to work better.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I don't think anyone can just do what Lion's doing, because you have just some of the best laners of all time and from NA doing this kind of thing. So I think what TL's doing is working fine for them, and they don't need to change it. Just FlyQuest, definitely a little bit looser. Maybe could just do something crazy.
I for sure could see FlyQuest winning, and I'm definitely I definitely like this team. I like their brand of gameplay as well. It's super fun to watch. I'm just super high on Team Liquid right now. I feel like they're kind of they're peaking at the right time, and we talk about like these curves over the year. I think it has progressed really well for Team Liquid.
We have yet to see that. And peaking now is not the right time. Peaking 6 weeks from now is the right time.
They're approaching. They're ramping. They're ramping. There you go.
You don't want to be peaking now. You want to be ramping.
All our teams are going to peak at Worlds. You know?
Yeah, true. Well, okay, maybe we get multiple peaks, and then you just keep on doing personal bests.
The next mountain.
You never know. You never know you're going to have another
you're
peak.
doing some of this. There's some dips in this movement. That's not what you want.
In order to peak again, we actually
Let's take a helicopter to the next peak.
Let's take that back to the drawing board.
It's not like this. It's like this. It just keeps going up.
Yeah, they're ramping. Really
there we go.
They're ramping at the perfect time.
I think I agree with you guys though that TL's experience is going to win out, because the more I think about it, it just feels really hard to beat. You have to do it twice. You have to just beat them so hard. And when they have a controlled style, that's usually not the easiest to just snowball against. So, yeah, I'll say 2-1.
Yeah,
I'll give FlyQuest 1. I'll give them 1.
They definitely could do it, though. I could definitely see them doing it, especially if they are able to get jungle advantage. I think that's going to be super hard for them to do. But they're definitely capable of doing it, especially with the drafts that, ThinkHard loves being really creative to draft for jungle.
Yeah.
Ever since he rejoined us, even before he came back up to NA, and we had him on the analyst desk, he's like, I love coaching for jungle focused teams. And I was like, I agree, man. I like your philosophy.
You need to be coaching my soul.
Yeah, get in here.
I worked with him 10 years ago on C9, and he was one of the people I worked with best, because he was. Yeah, he's a jungler as well. He gets it.
Exactly.
He gets it.
So I definitely could see it happening. I would just I'm just placing my bets on the TL side.
Yeah. I'm TL favored for sure as well. I think if FlyQuest wins, it is through creative picks, and I just think that is harder to do in a best of 3 and a best of 5. I feel like there's more of a chance that you could get those like Nasus angles and good Shyvana angles and Shen jungle angles and all this sort of stuff in a best of 5, where you're pushing people further, kind of like down the tier list, and can maybe kind of like get an advantage from some of that creativity. And Gatghost, I think has shown that he can bring out some of those kind of picks as well, like his Quinn, and in the past he's brought out Aurelia and that sort of thing, and Yasuo even. And that's just harder to do, I think, in a best of 3. So I am definitely still favoring TL, but I'm hoping that we're gonna have a really close match.
Yeah, it should be a good one.
I want the Gatghost Yasuo. He's so good in solo queue with it. I don't think he's brought it out in pro yet.
Yeah, everyone keeps telling me that he's godlike on it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. If you can play Yasuo, just play Yasuo, man. Give him Nart, pick Yasuo into it. Who cares? Run it down. It'll be fun.
Perfect. There you go. Well, I'm looking forward to this week of the LCS. So that is going to do it for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. We appreciate them, and we read them. LCS returns this Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific, C9, taking on DSG. We will see you there.
Welcome back to the LCS Summer Split. Nice pants today, Raz.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look
it
comfy.
keeps me nice and warm too.
Looking suave.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I like your pants too.
Thank you. They like the little
I like
khaki
the
color,
green
Yeah.
socks with
green
the
color
green-
combination.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even notice that one. That was good. That's
Woo!
good.
We're 2 weeks in.
Yes, we are.
We have 2 undefeated teams, 2 winless teams. Very symmetrical standings.
True.
God, I just
Actually, yes.
Perfectly symmetrical.
Yes, yes, yes. And every
That's
time
very pleasing.
and Disguise has a chance to get out of the 7th, 8th prison. We need to get out.
They do.
They
Sentinel
must
Shopify.
escape.
I'm gonna cast out
They
with Kangas
must
later today.
escape.
I wonder if Kangas is still a big Shopify guy.
He has to be.
He never
He
backs
better not
down.
jump off that
No,
bandwagon.
he
Yeah.
never Kangas never backs down. He really doesn't.
That sounds like a challenge.
He sticks to his guns. I
and
believe in
Shopify
him.
is challenging him.
We did have some insane news last week, though.
Okay,
We
yes,
did.
that's true.
A legendary player is returning to the LCS. Dardoch signed with Dignitas. He'll be replacing XU on the starting roster. And I thought, what better time than now to look back at the career of Dardoch? So let's get in
Okay.
here. 2016, Dardoch joins Team Liquid.
You're still shocked.
Labeled
Yeah, why are you
toxic,
still shocked?
superstar, a bad teammate. But it's been 10 years. He's got longer hair, better
That's-
glasses.
True.
And the question is he reformed?
This is just making me feel old.
Is he reformed? Let's go down memory lane. Did you know that I Will Dominate played the first game of Spring 2016, a 61-minute loss on Elise to Renegades to Alex Ich, and promptly said, you know what, I'm done. Let's
I do
put Dardoch
remember
in.
that, yes.
That's not exactly what happened, but that's my version of events.
Okay.
And it almost immediately works. We get ESPN articles. Dardoch is leading Team Liquid's Youth Revolution. They win Rookie of the Split. At the end, they end up finishing 4th, but it was closer than that to 1st. There was no double elimination back then. Do you guys remember the double
Yes,
TP?
I do.
Look
I
how
do.
fed Piglet is. A 1900 damage crit on the minions. He's like, I can handle this solo teleport coming in. Let me put a trap down. But it's a double TP.
Why is it so
Dun,
bright?
It's a
dun,
double
dun.
TP. And there's no, as I said, no loser bracket. They end up going to the 3rd place match. They
Respotted.
lose to Immortals. And that's when breaking point happens. The end of spring, the boot camp in between, all the way into summer, and the Gauntlet
Honestly-
tournament. What an amazing documentary, Emily.
Every documentary that's come after is trying to be Breaking Point. You can't be Breaking Point.
You
Breaking
can't be.
Point is the seminal work
And
of
I-
League of Legends. It will never be topped.
It was so unprecedented in esports. I personally refused to watch it up until like 2020.
1
What?
million views, Raz.
What?
Look, they have
Yeah.
Wait, seriously?
Raz,
refuse.
they had a
How?
camera on the academy team at the
Why?
beach. They're in Piglet's bedroom.
Yeah.
Everything in this is
Rez,
unfiltered.
you've seen it now though, right?
I've seen it now. I just didn't. I was offended
I'm
that
so
it was showing the
disappointed.
players in the light, but then I was like,
I'm
I'm
so
gonna watch it.
disappointed in you.
We got the most legendary quote in LCS history. Just pick me whatever. Let's just in peace. Lose in peace. What did they lose with? Gragas.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people thought Breaking Point ruined his career, ruined his reputation. It did not. Literally the next split. Josh is the kind of player that every team owner wants to play for them. in a Yahoo Esports interview with Travis Gafford. That's Noah Winston, the CEO of Immortals. In fact, in 2017, after Breaking Point, he not only played for Immortals, he played for COG and again on Team Liquid. Everybody wanted this guy, but hold on. Why did he play for 3 different teams in the same year? Well, Immortals released a very, very, very mini Breaking Point. It's like this 5-minute video. In it, Pobelther's giving some harsh feedback to Dardark. I was really put off by the way you talk to other people. There were some other quotes about him being a little toxic. When they did the trade, xSmithy got traded for Dardark, COG to Immortals. This was actually working for both teams. In week 8, COG was 2nd place, Immortals was 1st place, and they said, farewell, Dardark. We're gonna play with Omar God and not go to Worlds because they're unwilling to adhere to the set of standards expected of every member of the team. At the end of the year, he actually did help Team Liquid win in their promotion tournament, so he kept him in the LCS, and then it was on to his next step. Echo Fox, actually his best individual year that he ever had, rather individual split. His only first team All-Pro he ever got. Him and Huhi were absolutely unstoppable. Halfway through the year, we thought they were the best team in the league. They again finished 3rd place. And then his career got a little quieter, I would say. He only played 6 total LCS games on Optic. He was splitting time with Meteos. And then another big thing, he joined TSM. Yet another chance.
I remember this.
I
did an interview with him for ESPN for this roster.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about it?
It was good. He was great to talk to.
He knows what to say in every interview.
Yeah, he's a good interview.
People mostly remember the leak on stream.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
It's not up to me. No one wants to pick up Dardark. Fun fact here, this was on double-lift stream with the noise gate set improperly so you could hear Lena's call. The funny thing about this is people made a big deal of it. It didn't matter. Dardark knew that it was hard for him to find a team, and then he eventually did find Dignitas towards the end of the year and had one of his longest stints of his LCS career. If we look back at all these other moments, guys, like he essentially was never on a team for more than a year. Like his initial Team Liquid stint, the longest, then 1 split on Immortals, 1 split on COG, half a split on Team Liquid, 3 different teams in 2017, whole year on Echo Fox. And then he actually spent a year and a half on Dignitas. However, out of the blue, after things seemed to be going well, Dignitas say Dardark's actions on Friday are not in line with what we consider acceptable. Bakery, the GM of Dignitas. And then he was just gone.
Yeah.
He didn't play in LCS again. He coached Immortals, LCS, and Academy in 2022, but what's he been up to since? For those of you who haven't been watching NACL, Collegiate, or Tier 3, he's been up to winning, actually. He won CLAL with the University of St. Thomas. If you look closely, that's a captain's badge. Quite a good leader. He then played support with Mirage Alliance, promoted into the NACL, and it's really just been a string of success. Lotus, Tier 3, all NACL first team. CCG Esports, all NACL second team. Everywhere he's gone, he's had a lot of success. Runner-up in 2026 spring with a lot of players that people didn't consider top tier. And the people he's played with have said such amazing things about Dardark. Sushi, on Energy, one of the top prospects in NACL right now. Any questions we had, he'd always take the time to answer. Obviously, as rookies, we'd make mistakes, but he would help us fix them. Only 35, Raz. Dardark was one of the reasons that I wanted to be an esports player from the OG LCS days. It was an honor to play with him, a split and a half. And then I think the quote that takes the cake for me, from Johnny Rockets, absolutely a real person. It's hard to quantify what he does for a team. He knows how the game is supposed to be played, and he has it in his brain and is really able to help people learn. This is from a former D2 collegiate volleyball player and current PhD student. So it's crazy. He spent this time in the LCS where he's bounced around teams, but he's really had this completely different legendary reputation in NACL where he's found nothing but success. So tomorrow he returns to the LCS, and it's just crazy. He was 18 when Breaking Point happened. 18. When he joined this Team Liquid team, he was the 2nd youngest player in the league. Armeo was the 1st youngest player in the league. That's a fun fact. The guy he plays today, that's a fun fact, by the way. Yeah, and in current LCS, tomorrow, yeah, but it is on Dignitas, yeah, sorry, tomorrow, on Sunday, on Dignitas, he's actually, some people are saying, oh, is there no young talent? There are 6 players in the LCS older than Dardark still. Core JJ, Huhi, Impact, Ignar, a player on his own team, so he's not the oldest player in the league. That's another He's not the oldest player on his team, but the question is, has he reformed? And the answer is, we're gonna find out. That's my answer. Any questions?
How long did it take to
I
make this?
feel old.
Shout
And
out to our
also-
producer, Grapes,
Yeah.
for putting that slideshow together. I can't wait. I can't wait for Dardock. But that's tomorrow. We have games today.
Yes.
We do.
My God. 'Cause,
My God. What a trip down
was
memory
well
lane,
done.
right?
Yeah.
That was a great trip down memory lane. And I think the one thing that people will hold on to and cling on to, we're even hearing it from some of the co-streamers that have been there in those days, is like, yeah, that was his history. What we've been seeing from him in Tier 3 and Tier 2, like when I say Tier 3 collegiate, has been not just the success, but every player that has been with him has been able to learn and get something out of him. And they really do appreciate the time that they've had with him in their team. So
It kind of sounds like he's like the inspired of NACL.
true.
Yeah. The biggest floor raiser of all time.
Yeah, unironically.
We're gonna
so
see.
it'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be good. That being said, we're talking about trip down memory lane. We might want to start with a little bit of history here. Speaking of history, Vulcan is
Assist mountain.
62 assists away from passing Afro Move for the most assists all time. That
So
record is within his grasp.
This is the actual top 10, I believe.
Yeah.
There's a gap between Impact and Bjergsen of 1,000 assists.
Yeah.
But we have this
Look,
crew in the 4,000.
Blabber's chugging along.
He's fighting.
He is.
He's gonna get top 6.
He should stop kill stealing and more giving the assists away so he can pad the assist stats.
Yeah. Here we have Assist Mountain. We're going to check on the inconsistency there with Bjergsen at 4,500 or 3,500, but there is a big gap between 45 and 3,500.
Yeah.
We're going to be updating this. I'm thinking next week Vulcan's going to get it. But if he has a
Yeah.
really explosive series,
Then
he's
we
going to
might
be able to take off.
We might want to award it with him today.
I mean, when you think, when our stats guy told us about this stat, I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
That's
Vulcan
a
has
lot.
really been
Yeah.
chugging all these years.
True.
Because he's still at the top of his game. He won MVP last
Yeah.
split.
And he's been on successful team after successful team. EG was a great example of it. The one split on FlyQuest.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only kind of
That was not a good.
I was gonna say that's the
not
only
great.
unlucky.
Yeah, the only dip.
The only unlucky split.
But outside of
that was a rough time.
He's been one of our best, if not the best, support in our region. He literally won MVP last split. So the fact that he's now gunning for another record, we love it. Another accolade.
Yeah, I mean, congrats to him. I feel like it's always, and some of the other players on Assist Mountain who are still playing also fit this category, where they've just been playing at such a consistent level for so long, even if they have ups and downs within that range. Like, to see
Huhi.
Core, Huhi, and Impact all in there, and then Blabber, trying to crack it. He has a little bit of a long way to go. But, it's just really impressive how well all of these players have continued to kind of just grind.
The fact that, you're right. The fact that they're active, that they're still the best and some of the best in the region. Like Core JJ and Huhi will just, as long as they keep playing, they're going to continue to put up numbers. So
I mean, and Core just
Until those young gun Dardock comes in and takes away all their assists. That's not how it works, but I'm going to run with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Give him 10 more years of a new.
Okay, Raz,
Esport come
on to the
through.
games today, though. DSG.
Yes, and we have to talk about it because DSG has been in a real drought, and I've talked about we've talked about them a little bit because we've heard them say how scrims were a lot better of a representation of what we're showing.
Yeah.
This game I do want to talk about because even though Game 2 versus FlyQuest last week was a complete shellacking and FlyQuest just got the better of them, this was the best circumstance you could possibly be in if you are DSG. Game state looks beautiful. You have a 3K goal lead. You have Baron on your members. You just took Baron. You are quite literally on your most comfortable composition. Calmy has been playing a hell of a lot of Galio. Kaisa is Sajed's best pick or champion. And then all of these, I think, are just super comfort. And if you're going up against what FlyQuest has to offer, I think you're going to be pretty happy. Mostly because the Shen response into Camille, a lot of dive on towards the Orianna and Ziggs. I think this is exactly what you need. The problem they have is that they're a little too antsy as a team. So let's watch this moment. I want to blow up the mini-map just a little bit, and you can kind of see what's going on. Super minions going straight through bot lane. The same that could be said with Galio escorting the wave mid as well. So even though you are tempted to make a play on this wave, it's quite honestly fine to wait until this wave, and you can line up with those super minions that are going to match this wave. And so you're going to be pretty happy just waiting, biding your time. You have a minute 30 on Baron, but
I feel like they didn't wait, Raz.
they didn't wait. And I think for me, it was Kryra trying to get this ward out, getting caught out by Gakos, getting chunked to about 30% HP, and then suddenly, this is not doable anymore. This is not doable. The plan is dead. Even with Guardian Angels, what can you really do? So even though the super minions are crashing, let's speed this one up. As you can see, we are waiting until Vi gets back on the map. So let's pause again. We're finally back. We have a little bit of Baron to kind of squeeze out of this situation. How do they play it out this time? Well, unfortunately, Surdy tries, I'm not going to say a dive, I'm just going to say it's a brain fart, because he recognizes that he is now the target as all of FlyQuest go on towards him, and then suddenly they have to play defense on towards Surdy, blow GA. This is really iffy. They have to go. Call Me, who is incredibly fed, has a Zhonya's and a Rabadon's death cap, ends up falling here. And so you're like, okay, this is horrendous. We basically misused our Baron. Now we're playing for next Dragon. This is going to be sold for FlyQuest. At least we have super minions down through mid, right? Yeah. So we have super minions going straight down mid. Maybe we can play off this wave. We can be a little patient. We have flash off of the Shyvana. Maybe if we're patient enough, we can play this out. But you already saw it. Lions goes for a taunt flash on towards Masu. And Masu's been in these situations before. He's actually won games off of being very focused in these moments and flashing at the right timing. So you didn't have to rush it.
He actually pre-flashed.
He pre-flashed. He saw the taunt. He's like, I'm not going to let this happen. So then you play it out. Lions gets picked. And suddenly, this game, from here on out, is over. Gakos pops ulti. Same goes with Shyvana.
GG.
And this is the end of the game. And so you get a situation where everything is perfect for Disguise. They have the comp that they want. I thought for me, it was like a draft Nirvana. They have Baron. They have push in all 3 lanes. Mistake, and the last one, I think, was the most crucial mistake. So, and then the next game, it feels like it tilts over the next game, and they get completely blown out. So, it happens.
Good for FlyQuest fantasy points.
True. He benefited the most.
True.
60 points on the Bard.
It was really unfortunate, though, because you could see shades of this in their game against Shopify, too, right? Where they're in a really similar position where they're trying to siege on the bot side of the map, kind of Contracts ends up getting this insane Vi ult with the entire pylon from the Shopify team. So it seems like they do get to a point in the game where they're either sieging with Baron or they have a really good setup, and then they just aren't patient enough to, like you pointed out, Raz, wait for the minion waves. Another team hasn't looked as shaky, but definitely I don't think has looked kind of the dominant C9 regular season that we've been used to seeing, as they're trying to navigate through potential roster stuff. But this series against Dig ended up being a lot closer than I think any of us thought it would be.
Big comeback by Dignitas in game 1.
Oh, yeah.
Aided by Realm Warp, I would say. Loki had a few oopsies in this. Palafox played a nice Twisted Fate game. FBI pumped out a bunch of damage. Super close fight right here when C9 had the Ocean Soul. And then they did take care of business in the other 2 games, for what it's worth, but they didn't like to have this lead thrown against it.
In Loki's defense, Thanatos didn't have to take that round. I don't think it was meant for the Corki. Maybe it was. I don't know what's being said in those comms, but the Corki didn't have to click in.
True. We're gonna
countering this.
There's no counter.
We're gonna take a look at that later. Put a pin in that, Rez. What I want to talk about now, though, is the 7-man roster, right? Because I gave this whole presentation week 1.
Yeah.
We've talked so much about it. Talking to people on pros, they were like, wait, you just think it's a 5-man roster? And I'm like, yes, absolutely. I think it's a 5-man roster.
Another undefeated week for APA.
Yeah, it's true. We have yet to see APA and Sven in the starting lineup. Today, at least for game 1, we know it is still going to be Loki and Tactical in...
I mean, APA and Sven weren't even in the Kia car. They were in some other car. Like, that's...
They put them in a different car.
They put them in a different car.
Oh.
We only saw the 5 starters get out of the car.
That's true. That's
Let's
true.
read between the lines. Or let's read on the lines. Because Jack said this, which was kind of interesting. It's in response to an Arsh quote about APA and Sven being jailed. Jack said they both want to be on the team. If they asked to leave, I'd honor it. Now, maybe Jack means this about any player.
Yes.
If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here.
Yes.
But it is pointed because when you say 7-man roster, you think it's going to be this active tryout period, but it does feel right now like it's the tactical Loki, unless it really fails, and then it's almost like AP and Sven are a backup plan.
Yeah, and it does come from like to trust on the fan side, because if you don't see it actively happening in front of you, if you say it's a 7-man roster, then it's like literally entirely based off scrims, it seems as though.
Yeah.
Because you're not seeing them on stage, then you're like, well, is it a 7-man roster? Is it 7 people? I don't see them. They're not leaving the vehicles. They're not. So that does suck to any fan, of course, of Sven or APA.
Yeah, Raz, you wanted to grade, though, how the new C9 editions have been.
True.
Since this was your idea, what is the curve we're grading on?
Yeah.
Is it like Canadian grades, like 86% and above is an A-? Like, what are we doing? Is it?
It is, for me,
are we
Canadian
doing?
has been the only way I've known it.
Yeah.
So I have to do it
Okay.
based off the
Wait,
Canadian
86?
grade.
Okay.
That's an
I
A-.
can do that.
Yeah.
All right, that's
86%.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start with Loki. We're gonna start with
Okay,
Loki
Loki's
here.
grade?
Yeah. Ooh, this is gonna be a tough one.
Okay. That's a minus sign. I'm giving him a C- currently.
Thank goodness.
Well,
I
no,
was,
C,
I was,
I meant C+. I meant C+. Whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
no.
C- is the lowest.
Whoa!
Sorry.
I said B minus.
I got B minus as well.
Oh,
I got
wow.
a B
Very
minus.
close. This
Yeah.
is
All right.
one fraction
Yeah.
of a grade away.
Yeah. I got to be minus
Apparently
only
I'm a
because
hater.
I think people don't oftentimes focus on the draft. I think the draft, he opens up a lot for them, and there's been some great moments. But then I think the things that we notice the most are the bad moments. This was one of them. He's done a few of them on the rise, but also I think when he was playing the Akali, he had a lot of great elements of it, but also versus Team Liquid, that is. But then the throw that they had, the lost team fight was when he
Yeah.
dove the
I mean,
the lock.
For me, I'm just speculating why they would have Loki over APA, and it would be APA has better communication and map play, but Loki has better mechanics and laning. And I just haven't seen a big enough delta in the mechanics and laning to make up for the fall off in the rest of the game, and that's why I'm giving him a C.
And Raz, this is why I said put a pin in the in the Realm War discussion, just because we do have a quote from Dom about a different Rise ult in terms of just how communication can sometimes break down, even with Loki having been on the team previously and having worked with Blabber.
I do think it makes sense that Loki is getting the majority of the stage time. Because personally, the way I would view it is that APA would be the better player right now. Because he can communicate with the team a lot more effectively. And on top of that, I just think that he is a lot more well-practiced with the team and he can slot in, whereas Loki probably needs a little bit more time. So that makes most sense to me. So I'd say right now, I would imagine that APA is better, but we just need to see how Loki scales up.
I agree. Tactical's up next.
Oh,
All right.
okay, let's get. I don't have an eraser, so we're using the old-fashioned way.
Do you want an eraser?
Hell no, I've already done it.
I'm going, where's my camera? B+.
Oh, get him.
B+ for old Eddie.
Actually, you know
And
what?
it's interesting because he has gotten caught occasionally, but it looks like he's pumping out a lot of damage in fights. It feels like the things that aren't going well for C9 are not
Yeah, I'll go
necessarily
B+.
because of tactical.
Yeah.
Just copy us, Raz.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see yours.
Wow.
You copied him.
No, I didn't.
Where's the
We showed
creativity,
ours at the
Raz?
same time.
Creativity.
But
Tell that
anyway,
to the judge.
When I heard Tactical was coming back, I was actually really excited just because he had been performing so well in NACL, and it was really cool to talk to Vulcan last week about getting Tactical on board, him really communicating a lot with Blabber actually in terms of where to be at what times, especially in the early game. And I thought you could see a demonstrable improvement just in his comfort level, even from week 1 to week 2.
True.
Which was really awesome to see. And then also, as we saw on screen, he did have a really sick Callista game.
Yeah.
It was a great Callista angle, to be fair.
I'm already feeling a little regret. I want to give him an A. Just
Do it.
because.
You can change.
All
You
right,
have the
let's go,
power, Raz.
Let's do an A. Let's
Yeah.
do an A. Because I think the one thing that I've really enjoyed is, A, yes, the Callista game was amazing, but also he just slotted in immediately with mages. So I'm just giving him an A.
Yeah. Look, he's always been a Ziggs player.
True.
He's been playing it since
And
his debut.
He was the original cooker. The man cooks sometimes. You don't know if you like it or not. The twisted fake ball lane when he was on IMT was another good example of it. But he is somebody that is more than willing to experiment and play off new things. Yes, there were times where he's getting picked, but I think those are kind of like communication, being on a team environment. Like, for instance, when he's solo mid as Victor, you probably think you're safe. When you get 3-man Dove, you're like, never mind. Maybe I need Vulcan on this timer. So it's like, but I think he slotted in a lot better than I would have expected.
He's got a big champion pool, too. Had a 20-kill Jace game on stream last night. Either way, Azael is standing by with Tactical for an interview.
I'm here with Tactical ahead of their match against DSG. Tactical, first things first, you just suffered back-to-back devastating losses in 1v1 against Loki. Is your mental completely shattered?
I won the previous ones before that. It's just what you saw. You don't know about victories.
Okay. The analyst test was just talking about how they felt like you had been playing well individually, even though maybe Cloud9 hasn't gotten the results that you wanted. I'm curious on how you would rate your own individual play, and how do you kind of reflect on that versus the team performance?
Yeah, so I think, especially this week, I've been feeling a lot more comfortable with my individual play, and I've been kind of caught up to speed with how I was before. So I think I'll do pretty good, hopefully, as long as no one's nervous or no one's playing weirdly. Let's just play some League of Legends, hope we win.
How do you then kind of reflect on, if you feel like, oh, I'm having a good game, but we're losing, like what are you kind of looking at in those moments to try to, evaluate how you're actually doing? Like, every play is working, but maybe they weren't the right play.
Yeah, I think it's all about the risk versus reward and the consistency. I personally think consistency is really valuable. So you should go for plays that are more or very likely to get you good results. That's how I think.
Got a bonus question here submitted from someone anonymous. Why are you posting pictures of I Will Dominate every day?
Because it's funny to make fun of him, and he's really popular, so I need to use that.
Okay, sounds good. Best of luck with the games. Back to y'all at the lounge.
All right, Raz. Now I see why you were like me and Eddie. We have very similar views on social media. You have to abuse your coworkers.
Yes, actually true.
I might be mad about something that went out
that.
this week. You guys can go check that out.
Big fan of using my colleagues as content. Oh God. I do. It's something about Dominate that's just hilarious. Like even Loki in their podcast, he was just laughing. He's like, why are you laughing? Your face. It's like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Well, speaking of Dom, he asked Broadcast for a stat. I wonder if we're the team that has lost games with Soul the most globally this year.
Great question.
Yes.
And listen, if you just tag at MZ Leo the Chosen, he's going to give you an answer.
That's true.
He's a beast. So he pulled this stat. In 2026, Cloud9 are tied for second globally for the most losses with Dragon Soul at 4. Tied with KC and SEN, which is crazy because they've actually played far fewer games.
Yeah.
So the fact that they've lost this many games with Soul is incredible.
Get on Ninja and Pajamas level.
Yeah, but luckily for them, Dignitas has a 40% win rate with Soul, which is a feat of its own.
NIP
Honestly,
is the
the
team with the most
LCS
losses.
are unfortunately holding it down in this.
But this
I would contest this.
There.
If NIP has the most losses, they play so many games.
I think sneakily, this is a good thing.
So are you saying percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise.
That C9 are actually the worst?
Per game. Souls per game.
Listen, if you're like, oh no, we are losing with Soul.
Yeah.
At least you have it.
That's true.
That's a good problem. That's my steak is too juicy, my lobster is too buttery problem. I'm fine with this.
Except somehow you're losing. So how you're losing with the steak is too juicy? Is the steak falling on the ground?
It's just slipping off the plate.
I don't think that's how.
Whoa!
I don't think that's how C9 see it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't see it that way.
Yeah, definitely not.
But
shout out to Leo for pulling this stat once again.
I love him with that.
And moving on to this matchup, I mean, we're all expecting Cloud9 to do quite well. It seems like Loki and Tactical should be more comfortable with the team each week, and we are starting to lose faith in DSG.
Yeah,
we were expecting a bit of a glow up. If they win that game 1 that you showed earlier, Raz, maybe we're having a completely different conversation. But it feels like they also have a bit of a mental block. DSG, if they lose game 1, they lose game 2 by more.
And this happens to every team. It's not a crazy thing. The moment you start losing consistently every week, you start losing faith. You start making more individual mistakes, because the mistakes that I was listing are mistakes of losing teams that are like, they feel like they need to do more individually.
Yeah.
When you can just be patient and the game will work in your favor. So it's like being able to really drill that in is going to be a tough job for their coach Ido. But This is going to be a tough opponent, so you're going to have to be able to pull a win at some point.
Yeah. Vulcan needs 61 assists to top Assist Mountain for first in all-time LCS assists. I don't think he'll get it this series.
I don't think he'll get it this
That would be
series
absolutely
either.
insane.
I mean, I'm heavily favoring C9. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Disguise to take a game for the reasons that Raz already kind of pointed out in terms of how they need to be more patient in situations when they have had the lead, and we've just not see that happen.
If I'm Vulcan.
But I mean, if Vulcan hits this today, it would require 3 games.
If I'm Vulcan.
You're match fixing. Raz, you're advocating for match fixing.
I'm having a Bam out of buy performance. You want that 80? You want that 61? Lengthen out the game. Play Sona. Play Seraphine. Play Enchanters. Auras will work out properly.
No.
You can end the game, but maybe a Baron or another Dragon will help you out.
He has several more weeks.
No risks.
You don't have to hit it this week.
But maybe you're prepared to win it.
Maybe you want to win it this week.
Maybe you want to win it this week. Maybe you want to do it. Maybe you want to do it. So that's going to be up to you, Vulcan. I'm looking at you. Give me my solo wherever it is. Is this my solo? I'm going to look at you, Vulcan. Vulcan, you know exactly what you need to do. Bam out of bio, bam Vulcan. Get in there, get that dub. 61 assists, easy. Start the games.
Don't listen to Raz.
Listen to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's time to kick off week 3 here of Summer Split and our single round robin phase. Later on today, we have ourselves a battle between the 2 S teams, Shopify Rebellion and Sentinels, as they try to climb up the ladder and approach that S tier at the tip top, competing against the other top squads. But before that, it's Disguised going up against C9 to kick off our 3rd weekend of competition here. Disguised obviously not off to a great start here for them. They have not won a series yet. On the C9 side, yeah, sure, they've had split results, but they've definitely had some wacky moments alongside their big performances that you know a team like this is going to want to sharpen up.
I was listening to everything you said, but all I can think about is look at Blabber's monitor. He has it very angled and very close. I feel like I never see League players play like that. It's like that's like an FPS thing where they have their face, up against it.
Maybe I legit don't watch anything. I don't watch FPS games. So is that actually what you do? Like you just press your face into the...
Some sniper players do and stuff in CS or Val or whatever.
They treat the monitor like the scope?
No, straight up.
I gotta put my eyeball on the monitors?
Pretty much. Like
That's crazy.
Not all the players by any means,
right.
But there are players who are like, nose is almost touching the glass of the monitor.
Okay.
I've never noticed how angled Blabber's monitor is. He's in there.
Back when I was in school and I was sitting bored in like a computer lab, I would zoom my face in and out on the monitor to see how long it would take before my eyeballs started to hurt. But I don't think that was probably around the same type
How
of...
am I wearing glasses and you're not wearing glasses after that story?
It's all good. It doesn't matter.
Like, after I go home, get a magnifying glass with the sun, see how long it takes my eyes to hurt.
Just have a staring contest with it, see how long it goes till it burns. All right, well, hey, what I can see right now is that we are in the Champ Select here for the first time today.
Yes,
it is
sir.
best of 3, so let's see how this one is going to shake out. C9 have chosen last pick. Disguised have chosen blue side. It's Akali, Poppy, and Ezreal banned out by DSG. C9 getting rid of the Jace, the Ziggs, and the Nocturne for themselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if, with this Vi coming through, we just see DSG play a dive comp, go towards Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is becoming very, very meta, and I do feel like it is Sejed's best champ, but that being said, it is not great in the 2v2, so maybe they would be afraid to early pick it, and instead looks like they are going to be going towards Lucian Melio.
Okay.
And now we get to see what C9 wants to do. Because, of course, we can't have full parity in the draft because we have both junglers, and then we have bot lane there for DSG. So does C9 want to try to match one of those roles? or are they just going to kind of accept it and go top lane? Because you can just go top lane on 3 and then have protection bans as well. And so that's the option. So now, obviously, we're expecting C9 to throw protection bans, probably for top, potentially for mid as well. I feel like Surdy definitely can play some of these, range top laners that could be a little bit difficult for the Gnar. And for DSG, we're expecting them to ban out some of the bot lane duos.
And even when Surdy was originally making his climb, I believe it was last year, up to rank 1 by a mile above everybody else, part of that climb is when you're always the highest ranked player on the ladder, you're going to be on red side practically every game. He was a guy who was known to counterpick. He would play range tops. It was part of his ladder climb. It's part of what got him to this point. So I definitely see him as someone who's willing to play those different types of styles. So the Vayne banned away like you're talking about here, keeping that one out of Surdy's hands. Victor banned out by DSG. Considering Ziggs was already banned in the first half, that's 2 of those prominent bot lane mages out of the picture.
Exactly. So wanting to keep Tactical off of those for now. Lock is still up and available, so I wouldn't be surprised if that got banned. If you're thinking about other top lane bans, though, we could be thinking about things like the Tristana. We've even seen Corki getting pretty popular and is kind of a multi-role ban, but it is instead going to be Lock. Makes sense. This champion is almost always being banned these days, even with some of the nerfs coming through.
Yep, and it was Thanatos last weekend that played that Corki top lane. Had a good performance on it individually. Sadly, took the Realm Warp straight to hell at 200 miles per hour at the end of the game that sealed their fate.
His only fault was too much faith in the team.
Yup, sometimes you got to say, no, you are my friend, but I don't trust you right now. Hanging out with Raz teaches one that.
It does, exactly.
That's what it all comes down to. We've got the Xayah as that final ban here in the draft from DSG, though, as C9. We've still got to see what they want for this bottom lane 2v2 against Lucian and Melio, and it'll be Cassio bottom,
Yeah, of course, there is a slight possibility that you could do something weird with Orianna going bot, but it's pretty much only going to be Cassio being played bot out of these champs these days, so that is definitely the expectation. Olaf's going to be insta-slammed down, which is quite nice when you're thinking about, pretty CC reliant champions, Petrifying Gaze, the Gnar CC, the Shockwave, and if Nautilus comes through, Nautilus can be ignored as well. That being said, you can spend the Cataclysm, just lock that guy in there and force him to flash.
Put him in jail. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like, sometimes people will play that style. If the Olaf gets fed enough, that kind of becomes your job as Jarvan is. You just ult this guy and then you flag and drag out and you make him spend his flash or he loses his ult, right?
Yep.
And so that is kind of that line that you are going to be walking. Surdy going to be, of course, playing that top because we already have the Vi. So Surdy does find his answer. And it'll be interesting to see how this works out. We've seen Olaf obviously come out, more lately. It was even being played some at MSI into champions like Jace. And so I'm curious to see how he can perform here against Thanatos on the Gnar. That is absolute comfort. And I do feel like it can get difficult. Once Thanatos even just gets towards early steel caps, which we're expecting him to rush, it's tough because this is a champion that is pretty evasive, has a lot of move speed with the hyper proc, and even more if he is going to be playing fleet. And Olaf needs to get on you to be able to actually force something. Of course, you can look for multi-man plays with Vi coming in. If you catch him in mini, Vi ult comes in, Ragnarok gets popped, you are probably cooked. So we're going to have to see how the 2 teams can play around that.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. That jungler involvement could be huge, but also, whenever I see a bottom lane that has Lucian, Melio, I see a lane that wants to play for that early dominance. You manage to take control of the bot lane early, put pressure on the enemy turret, and then as soon as you get to the mid game, once Lucian has one fully completed item, you just become that absolute point of pressure in mid lane. So Kryra's also going to be incentivized to visit there. I'll be very curious to track throughout this early game, specifically where Kryra decides to invest his time and resources, since both side lanes would certainly like the attention. But I also really like this Vi Galio 1-2 punch. Vi ults in. As soon as you see the line drawn from his ulti onto the target, Galio knows you'll be able to time the heroic entrance to slam down right on top of the target after the Vi ult has ended. So you've got that nice setup to make it so Olaf can at least start to run towards those targets and apply that pressure in the big fights.
No, it's absolutely true. And a lot of times when you have Cassio, you're talking about, wow, it's really hard to follow up onto Cassio. If you try to play a dive comp into Cassio, there's Miasma, there's Petrifying Gaze, and there's all these tools, but Vi presses R, unstoppable. Galio is ulting in from half a map away, and Olaf presses R as well. So good luck. You're going to have to, just be able to actually kind of live through it straight up. Things like Zhonya's become very, very important later on.
Oh, yeah.
That is always one of the things I talk about when we have one team playing dive and you're playing against a multiple mage comp, because they can so effectively build these defensive items, right? Once you have Zhonya's on Tactical and Loki, all right, well, who does Vipress R on at that point, right? And that obviously is a couple items down the road,
Right.
but it is something that DSG have to keep in mind, and it's going to force them to continue pressing the pace of the game.
It's one of those things where, yeah, I guess you hope that you get a chance at Mini-Gnar, but if Thanatos is properly managing his rage and the team is playing around that like they should, he's not showing up to the team fight as Mini-Gnar.
Exactly, and I mean, even if he is, if you're full sending it onto a Gnar with a Cassio and an Ori untouched behind him, it's probably not going to be a good fight.
Yeah.
You can see number 9 all-time in games played now as Sven is sitting out. Maybe it's some sabotage there from Vulcan.
Yeah.
Had him
Throwing
subbed
under the
out so he
bus.
can move up the top 10 in
Pass
games
him up
played.
on the leaderboard.
Yeah. Moving up to the coveted number 9 spot in games played.
Even once you make it to the pro stage, even once you make it to the LCS, Isaac, you never stop climbing the ladder. You're just playing a different game. That's what it's all about. It's
True.
a dog-eat-dog world, and this dog is hungry.
Yeah, Vulcan, he lied to me already. You know, I was chatting with him earlier. He said he was going to be playing Enchanters. He said they were going to extend the games, go to 3. I was like, oh, Soraka looking good this week, you know, Enchanters. He's like, yeah, got to go for the assist record, you know, as he is now second all time, and that would be cool for him to get. As Call Me taking some damage here, and this is the dog tier list. If you missed out on the inception of this on the dive, we have been talking about this. You know, what size of dog correlates to the different tier of
Okay, we got 4 dogs.
Yeah, we got some big dogs, we got some medium dogs, and then a little derpy chihuahua down at the bottom.
Okay.
But those things got some pointy teeth, Flowers.
Yeah.
So you got to watch out. So far, they're not looking that threatening, but a little chihuahua grabs onto your arm and won't let go.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, not so funny.
All of a sudden, you're not having a great time. We'll see if Disguised Bite can
Be bigger than their bark.
outweigh their bark.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because right now, the little Chihuahua bark has not been too scary in the opening couple of weeks. Disguised at 0-2. C9, one of the teams, they're not the big woo-woo-woo dog, but they can still bark pretty well.
And they're trying to be.
Yeah, they chase the, instead of the ice cream truck going down the road, it's a realm warp that they'll start running at sometimes. You don't want that. You need the dog to come back to the yard.
Yeah.
But
the coach has got to keep them chained up sometimes.
yeah,
you know?
you got to put your dog on a leash,
Yeah,
please.
yeah.
All right, Disguised versus
Ridiculous.
C9, though, a pretty uneventful early game here in the first 4 minutes. You can see both junglers just having pretty similar clear paths. One crab for one crab. No particular lane dominance in any specific matchup for either one of the teams. I am excited to see where these junglers decide to start getting involved in. I already talked earlier about how I think both side lanes for Disguised would love the extra attention. But in a competition of Vi versus Jarvan, both of these are super capable early gankers as well as having big level 6 power spikes.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, they can have a huge effect on these lanes. And Thanatos is actually going Swifties, which makes a lot of sense here, you know, when you are thinking about it being so dependent upon just being able to actually kite out this Olaf when he's looking for the all-ins. But we got a question to ask. What year is it? Because Dardoch versus Armeo is tomorrow in the LCS. This is a crazy throwback for some of the old school LCS fans. It is wild to see Dardoch coming in with, I think, a lot of hope because he's been doing really well in Tier 2.
Yeah, that could be a very, very spicy matchup tomorrow for Dignitas going up against Lion with the Dig new jungler. But right now, this game has been anything but spice. Just very calm, collected play early on. Nobody doing anything wacky, trying to find themselves an extra early edge. The first Drake has spawned, and since it's a Chem Drake, that's generally going to lower the priority on it because nobody really finds the bonuses from that
It's a
particular
Chihuahua
Drake.
dragon.
Yeah, he's a Chihuahua Drake. That's a good way to put it. A
Yeah.
green Chihuahua Drake. He needs to go to the veterinarian. He's not doing
That thing's
very
got
well.
a disease. No one really wants to get over there.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
needs
it's
a
maybe
little
not
bit of
that
help.
threatening, but you might get rabies.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
No, we don't want that. We
No.
certainly don't need our junglers catching rabies from the Chihuahua Kimtech Dragon. But we've got almost level, well, we do have the level 6s available for our solo lanes, but level 5 just now being crested in the bottom side as Vulcan and Tactical are going to rotate over to Blabber here, taking this first Drake. Call Me and Kryra are in the area, but as Loki rotates down, throws out the ball, flash forced by the dredge line of the Vulcan, but Call Me's coming in, going for the taunt flash. It's Vulcan getting locked up first as Blabber re-enters the fight. First blood back over to Tactical as C9 are out fighting him. Tactical exhausted though, so Jed looking for a little bit more opportunity to free fire. Vulcan down to 150 HP. HP. Blabber's going to drop, but so will Kryra. Jungler's traded 1 for 1. C9 2 for 1 overall. Sajed going back in, looking to find the kill on Tactical, but he won't quite get it. Sajed dies, but so does Loki. It's another 1 for 1 trade as Vulcan goes back in after Lions, who's trying to find the kill on a Tactical, and Lions gets it. Vulcan goes in for the flash auto attack, won't quite get enough damage, but he burns down to Tactical. It is 7 dead bodies in the river. It's like a mob movie, Isaac. What a bloodbath.
God, man, and I got to give a lot of credit to Sajed because I thought that fight was going to go horrible for DSG. When we see Call Me flashing in there in the Pagoda moment, I did not think this was going to work out. The early flash forced there by Vulcan, and then Call Me says, you know what? We're just going to go for it. Flashes in, gets a 2-man taunt, but then the Shockwave comes across, the miasma across multiple members. I thought this was going to go really poorly for DSG, but Sajed on the side was getting so much work done, playing really confidently in the face of Vulcan and Tactical, pumping out damage nonstop, flashes in, kills off Blabber, pushes out Vulcan, then turns his eyes onto Tactical, gets his flash, then is able to get the flash off Loki as well, kills him off, and has Tactical low enough that the final auto attack here from Lions kills him. And then this is the kind of calculations that can only be done if you're number 9 all-time in games played in the LCS.
Oh, yeah.
Knows the poison from Cassio will finish him off. So Vulcan, with the assist to the dead Cassio, gets his AP carry a kill.
And you can't even say that he was playing selfishly. He hands it to his teammate. Beautifully done.
He's benevolent and generous.
Beautifully done. But here's a look. This is disguised in the 2 weeks that they've played so far. This is their game 1 trajectory specifically, because in both game 1s, the team has managed to find significant leads. They just haven't converted them to wins.
They too are generous and benevolent.
Oh, God bless it. That's not. I didn't know what you were going to say, but I saw that you had that flop-eating grin on your face, and I knew it was going to be something like that. I knew it was going to be something like that.
I mean, they've created some big leads. They've also donated those leads very generously to their opponents a couple times, but
That's also creating a big lead, just in the other direction.
There you go. They created 1 lead, then they created another. Double the lead. Unfortunately, it hasn't resulted in any game wins for them just yet. Second last right now, you know, every team besides DSG has at least 2 game wins. DSG has not gotten a game win yet. Because unfortunately for them, both their series, game 1, really close, really competitive, and nameplates off, you would think that they would win, you know, in both of those spots.
Yeah.
But then, unfortunately, from there, they got obliterated in game 2 both times around. So DSG has shown us that they can get themselves in spots to be competitive, to have a shot to win. But then I think some of their inexperience and some of their, you know, team issues, their coordination issues have shown through, where they can't really get on the exact same page, and they're less clear, I think, on how to close out the game than they are on how to build the lead in the first place.
Well, right now, DSG are invading the enemy jungle. Kryra looking at this red buff that Blabber was forced to surrender as now he re-engages back over the wall. Vulcan's ready to try to join him, but the heroic entrance from Call Me has also arrived. Blabber gets back over the wall here with the blast cone, and C9 is ready to try to collapse for a full-on punish. Shockwave over the wall puts Lions in the grave. Thanatos takes the kill on that one, and C9 have already found the first kill of the skirmish. Dredgeline not quite going to find the target there on Call Me, who just barely sidesteps the range. So +1 C9 on disguised attempted invade.
That was a fortuitous blast cone. That was actually crazy. I thought Blabber was in a really tough spot, but he plays it well, uses the Cataclysm to get out of that heroic entrance as the Galio's coming in, then is able to blast cone back over the wall to safety, re-engage back in off the Shockwave there from Loki, and C9 are able to win out in this, and it all starts off of this invade here. So it goes in Kryra, but of course they are expecting this. Galio comes in. There's the Cataclysm to the side, which was really, really nice. And then that Blast Cone from Vulcan gets him out to safety and Blabber out to safety at the same time. And then Shockwave over the wall. Even with the Breath of Life, it's a good follow-up there from Blabber. That Blast Cone really made all the difference here, and it's one of those little things where you kind of wonder, oh, could DSG have maybe knocked that out themselves earlier, or is there some way that they could have used that to their favor?
Right, and I feel like a lot of times when you're invading the enemy jungle, you don't want to pop the blast cones early, because if you do get caught in a bad spot, you're thinking, oh, I can use the blast cone to get back out. So I can understand leaving it up there, but unfortunately for Disguised, it does just end up being that sort of plot armor there for Blabber, like you're talking about.
It was a blue blast cone.
Yeah, we cannot afford to lose this character at this point in the story. He miraculously survives. Let's go to the next episode.
Exactly.
So,
like when you're watching Game of Thrones and you don't see the character actually die on screen.
Right, yeah.
You know,
like,
it just goes to the next scene when they might die. You're like,
he's going to crawl out of some road. The classic The Walking Dead, yeah, he hit under the dumpster.
Yeah.
There's plenty of,
but you were in a grassy field.
Yeah, that was That blast cone was Blabber's dumpster. And he's sailing towards new horizons on that one. Kryra down here with the bottom side, charging up the Vault Breaker, but it's Vulcan and Blabber starting up to fight first. It's another Shockwave coming in. The 1-2 punch from Blabber, and Loki once more finds the target, and Blabber gets away. The Golden Aegis guarantees he ain't gonna burn down. Has additional damage onto Kryra. A double kill for Tactical through that one. Oh man, even though Call Me shows up, it's not going to matter. And once again, it's C9 winning the fight. But now here on the top side, Surdy has popped the ghost. Thanatos has failed to catch the boomerang. He wants to try to flash away and stay alive. He sidesteps that last undertow, and that was critical. If that would have hit, Surdy would have been able to kill him. But that means Thanatos survives the losing engage on the top side, and C9 wins out on the bot lane fight.
Yeah, that was very close. This initial hook setting up here from Vulcan, gets the hook, hits the depth charge, and Blabber finds that 3-man Cataclysm. The Shockwave there to follow it up, and Blabber limping away with no health here. The immediate stun on Call Me as he arrives, and he flashed forward to try to go for that Winds of War and finish him off, but couldn't get it there, and then he's not kind of helping on the other side as a result, and C9 come up big on both sides of the map.
And I really like, because Blabber used his EQ combo to get right through the taunt, as you're talking about, with Call Me kind of locked up, not able to land. Even just the pitiful damage that's normally on Galio's taunt would have killed Blabber from where he was at. So just really nice maneuvering there from Blabber, really nice team play from the rest of the C9 squad, as now it's once again a 3-man play. It's Vulcan, Blabber, and Tactical putting the damage into Surdy, who does not have his Ragnarok available. More damage comes in, though, as Call Me arrives with another heroic entrance to protect his top laner. Meanwhile, up in the C9 top side, it's Thanatos under pressure, but it's Thanatos who almost gets the kill onto Lions here in the 1v3. Staying alive for now. Kryra gets back away. He's almost dead now, too. Sajed also brought down to 100 HP. DSG, they get the dive. It's close, but that doesn't matter. They succeed in what they came for. They'll kill off Thanatos and crash the wave.
Doesn't get much more frustrating than that for Thanatos, because it looked like he had a big outplay set up. He's in a 1v2. He ults him under the tower, clears out the wave, double wallop stun. You think, oh my god, he's just going to 1v2 kill them here. Then Kryra comes over the wall, and you still think Thanatos maybe has that chance to outplay or at least get some return kills. Yep. But every tower shot is survived. They have just enough health to limp out all 3 members. They get the kill, and it goes to Sajed. So it's pretty frustrating stuff there for Thanatos, and their dive on the bot side was thwarted by Call Me.
You know who the MVP of that fight is? It's Olaf, because Olaf made Thanatos buy the speed boots instead of the armor boots.
Oh.
If Thanatos had the armor boots, because all the damage that was hitting him was from Sajed and Kryra, I actually think he maybe gets the 3v1.
There you go.
This Surdy was the MVP here.
Yep, top diff. You can call it out. So here's Thanatos going in, sidestep on that Ultra Mega Fire Kick, lands the double wallop. Lions with a good pre-cleanse there, got the heal out before, otherwise he would have just straight up died. Then Kryra tanks the maximum amount of damage. He was down to, what, 50 health there after that boulder toss? That was ridiculously close, but close is close enough. It's they're going to get it done, and Sajed is working towards that IE. He has caught up in gold, basically dead even with Tactical at this point.
Yeah, Tactical with 5 stacks on that Rod of Ages means just shy of 20 minutes or so, he is going to get that fully stacked up. We'll see if that impacts any big objective fights. Speaking of which, 10 seconds on the clock until Rift Herald spawns. C9 owned both of the first Drakes, but it was DSG who got all 3 grubs in trade for that first one. They do seem to have control over the topside river right now, as you have Lions, Sajed, and Kryra moving together as a 3-man unit to force C9 back. You also have that vision control with the control ward there in the topside river from DSG. They want to make sure they can see how C9 wants to approach this. It looks like they're ready to fight for this Herald, as Tactical finds a lot of damage onto Sajed, chunks him down below half, but the Cozy Campfire is going to get him back up to around the same amount of health Tactical is. So just a little trade between bot lane carries. 1,500 gold lead still for C9 as Blabber heads over to the Herald pit to clear out some vision.
Yeah, Kryra was spam pinging all-in pings on that brush. Clearly wanted to fight, but I think with Sajed chunked out, it's just not going to happen, at least not right now. And it is cool to see this duel between these two AD carries, because these guys actually have quite a bit of history, right? You know, Tactical played against Sajed a number of times in Tier 2, was able to get the best of him both times, you know, was pretty one-sided in these series against Dragonsteel. And Tactical also has some history against DSG because he was actually on the team that DSG defended their spot from at last year. So, you know, he has some history both against Sajed and against the organization itself, which makes it cool, you know, having these players be so familiar with each other.
Now we have yet another fight breaking out. Tons of damage into Tactical, but the culling taking him below half HP yet again, but a nice use of Petrifying Gaze to hold off the assault. Cry was first to die as Loki takes the kill. Make it a 2-for-0 so far as Call Me also falls. C9's gonna ram the Herald into the turret there thanks to Blabber. Sajed tries to get away, but Loki's got the damage. Lion survives, but it's mid, jungle, and AD all gone for DSG, and C9 isn't done. Surdy's hanging around. He's trapped on top of the Cassiopeia puke, and he's not going anywhere. Loki's on a killing spree, and all of a sudden, Azael, this game that was still within striking distance, this game that DSG could come back in is so far away.
Yeah, and it's started out here by the Vi going in, but Tactical just flashes out, and then look at the CC on the Galio. Galio just does not move, 100-0. He is basically CC'd the entire time. Surdy can't really find a good angle in because Tactical had some pretty good positioning, and then Sajed is just chased down, dove under the tower, and it feels like that is the backbreaker in what was a very close game so far. C9 now claims a 4.5K gold lead. They maintain the Dragon advantage, and they are getting very, very strong at this point. And I mean, just look at how much damage was done by the Orianna. Galio, as I said, was basically perma-CC'd 100-0, Petrifying Gaze, then Nard into the wall, then hit by the wall-up, then hit by a root, and just dies without really being able to do anything.
And man, Loki is having such a good game on this Orianna. At the top of the day, we make a couple of jokes about his poor Rise performance in the previous week with the silly Realm Warps, but this
But does Orianna have Realm Warp?
No, she doesn't. She has Shockwave, and this dude has hit every Shockwave so far this game. The synergy that he's been having alongside Blabber and the rest of the team, I just feel like he's having a phenomenal game. This Orianna is making such a difference in all the fights, all the attempted plays, whether it's 2v2s, 3v3s, 5v5s, whatever. The ball is all.
And Atlanta, Georgia, the home of the nation's largest aquarium, Leopard Pepper Rings, and from October 3rd and 4th, the LCS Championship at Gas South Arena. Tickets are on sale now. Scan the QR code, and you'll see Flowers and I there. It'll be fun.
Yeah, brother.
Yes, sir.
It'll be a good time. Gas. That's just fun to say. All right. C9, though, they are stepping on the gas in this one because 20 seconds are left on the clock until the next Drake spawns. Like I said before the Herald, they already have the first two, so this is sole point. Obviously, DSG have one more to surrender, and it's a tough call to make because it's 5,000 gold. I feel like you practically have to let this one go, but then you're staring down the barrel of a mandatory team fight every 5 minutes for the rest of the game.
Also, how much gold is Sajed sitting on? He's had the exact same items forever. We were just talking about this a while ago. I guess he's on quite a bit of gold, but I guess must not have IE gold. I'm actually shocked they're going to fight this without him having 2 items because I think this is a very weak spot in the game for them right now.
All right, they've already begun it. The Dragon's down to half HP. Thanatos has no Narbar. C9 going to put some damage into Call Me here at the very start. Sajed already using the culling to not great effect. Surdy wants to jump in, put a little bit more DPS into Vulcan's health bar, but he won't find any kills. Surdy's already dead. Kryra trying to pressure Tactical here in the back, but Kryra exhausted will have no way out. Loki on a rampage. DSG, it went exactly as you said, Azael. They want to try to fight. They're not in a great spot, and C9 is happy to let the cards fall where they may.
I mean, that is one of those situations where, yeah, they were already losing this game, but it is kind of reminiscent to the game ones that they had last time, where they were actually in good spots, and they can't make a good evaluation of when they should fight. Just look at the item completions. Blabber versus Kryra, 2 items to 1, just finished his Black Cleaver. Loki just finished his second item with the Rocket Bell. Tactical just finished the upgraded Archangels and had a fully stacked Roa. And then on the other side, not one of those people has 2 items. And then after you've lost the fight, Sajed buys an IE and a double longsword, right? It's like, when you're behind, you want to fight on 2 before they're on 3 items. That's where your chance is, and I feel like that was kind of a hopeless look.
And right now, it looks like Call Me is also feeling pretty hopeless here in this 1v3. Blabber engages it to start it off. Easy enough for Vulcan and Thanatos to finish the kill. They even give the money over to the Gnar in the side lane. Tactical staying alive here as Sajed and Lion try to put the pressure on him, but he's already full stacked on Roa. He's already got his Seraph's Embrace. He's got Loki behind him to finish the kill onto Sajed. It's just all a matter of details at this point. C9's got the game all locked up with an 8,000 gold lead and Dragon Soul point status. Thanatos going to pick up the tier 1 turret. Half of DSG is looking at the game through a black and white filter, so C9 might as well take a 20-minute bear.
Yes, sir. And after that last fight, we didn't even get to talk about it because C9 just went on the map and killed him again. Double Seekers was purchased up by C9 after that. So that is kind of the countdown, and clock has struck midnight, and I think the Cinderella story is over for game 1. DSG not going to really be able to find much of anything now, down 8,000 gold with the luxury items completed. But I just really, really cannot help but wish they waited until the 4th Dragon. Just give that one up. And I think by the 4th Dragon, they will be on 2 items, but C9, if you're not fighting them, will not be on 3. And then you have a reasonable chance. Yes, you are still behind, but it's 2 items in pieces versus 2 items, instead of going in on white item versus 2 completed items that all the C9 members just had finished.
And now we've got the Seeker's Arm Guard never even needed to be fully used for Loki. That is now all the way upgraded into Azonia's Hourglass, so that's pretty problematic. 8-1 and 6 here on the Orianna. Kryra even tries to get away with a blast code, is pulled right back and has to use the flash just to survive. It's 16-4. DSG knows they need a Cloud9 error. They need a massive issue from C9 in terms of execution to even have a chance in one of these upcoming fights. The double Seekers, like you're talking about, it's literally the point you made at the start of the game. Yeah, it's a long way away, but once they get there, who do Disguised even go on? Well, that long way away is now reality, and Disguised are having to buckle up because this one is heading for the ditch real quick. Vulcan goes in, immediately Surdy's going to lose 80% of his health bar. Call Me might lose even more. Stunned up here, Mega Gnar back into the wall, and the Galio is gone. C9, they find 1 kill. They nearly get the 2nd with Surdy forced all the way back into the fountain. That is now an Olaf having to heal up, and with no ultimate, Surdy can't really participate in the fights. Recalls being channeled now from the C9 side, but it is just their 2 solo laners who will immediately rejoin the rest of the squad and go for the game-ending push right here. Vulcan at half HP goes in for the dredge line. Beautiful petrifying gaze, ready to follow it up. Kryra is already dead, and DSG can't do anything about the C9 push. Everybody on Cloud9 still alive. This one could have been an email, but Cloud9 are just slamming Disguised in the first game. 21 kills in 23 minutes.
23-minute end in this season is crazy. That is such a stomp from a game that was actually pretty even for, what, 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
And for it to be over by 23 is crazy. 21 kills, 23 minutes. Cloud9 devastate them. Lounge, what do you got?
Quick game.
Yeah.
You kind of covered it there, Azale.
We're never going to get Vulcan his assist today.
Hey, you never
Games
know.
like that.
You get 2 really long games. Anything's possible.
And then about 15 assists for him there. He had 12 before that last fight.
True.
Don't have the final count as of now. My vote for player of the game was Loki.
Loki had a great game.
Blabber had a good game. Everyone had a great game. We got to see Tactical Cassiopeia.
True.
He's been really good at that pick for a long time. But let's break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring C9 diving bot lane. There were a lot of really close fights this game where it felt like DSG might be able to get something back, but they could never quite finish the kills.
Yeah. And I really like, this is the good, like, you know, the exact combo you want from your Jarvan Orianna. And then
lives
just
here, man.
watch the Blabber lives. And Call Me actually flashes for that. It actually takes him out of the rest of this fight. And the huge beneficiary is actually Tactical.
It is. Spam chat with Pagoda mode if you see a Pog-worthy play. That was the fastest game of the LCS this year.
Wow.
My God.
Last week we had a fast one too.
The
Team Liquid
TL,
won really quickly.
Yes.
But this was faster.
This is faster, and it's tragic. It's tragic if you're DSG and you're trying to find anything to get the engine going.
Yeah.
But it's one of the, it's the old lawnmower. I have a, that you're trying so hard.
They
It's
are.
like the old choke, and you're just like,
Yeah,
There
you're
were
trying.
fights in that game, as Ale was calling it out, like they have the gold to have IE on Sajed, they fight before it, he dies, he picks it up.
Like
It's just, they're just, and being a
Drake
little
fight.
bit off when you're aggressive, because they keep going for fights,
Yeah.
can just be disastrous.
That Drake fight as well, the really early fight, I think this first Drake fight where Call Me gets what I felt like is a great flash taunt as Galio, but their damage isn't there. Like Lucian and Emilio were coming in late to the fight, so they couldn't actually pile on as soon as possible. So it turned into more of a 50-50 play when it could have actually been a much better play for DSG.
Yeah, player of the game. This game is Loki.
There it is.
Woo!
Lot of deserving players. As Azale and Raz are Team Blabber.
High five to Zale.
Me, Emily, and Flowers are Team Loki.
Yeah.
Is
What about you guys in
chat
the
Team
chat?
Loki?
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm
Team
actually
Tactical?
Are
curious.
we getting an extra high five from the chat?
I mean, when you're 9, 1, and 10 with 90%
Yeah.
kill participation, Raz,
Also, yeah.
you're
see?
gonna be Team Loki.
Yeah, agrees with us.
You hate to see it.
Let's go.
You hate to see it. What about the
What?
runoff votes?
Why do you hate to
Okay,
see
they would lose the
Runoff
runoff
votes,
votes.
Team
The
Tactical.
runoff, we don't have the numbers.
Team Nar.
We can't filibuster.
Either way, during LCS Summer Split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make your purchase from the Incline store for a chance to win. And as we had to break, here are the comms from that 1v1 between Loki and Tactical
Oh, nice.
before the game. The Loki wins. Take a look.
Crazy looking. Oh, Eddie's cooked. Chat. Chat. Oh!
Again.
Yeah.
Classic.
Ah! Forever 20 and 5 is so different. It's a. Can you
Different
stop
numbers.
lying? Okay, sorry.
Open, whatever, man. Bro, how does he get mid lane? I use Q minion, I lose level 2 like that? Actually? We need a replay. Can we get like
S. Oh. Oh, Loki's too cold. Oh, is he too cold? Oh, he's too cold.
No! No! Oh, sorry.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at the turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
This is Missing Ping, a League of Legends challenge show where professional gamers try and solve problems that shouldn't exist that they've never seen before. The challenge is simple. Read the note, hop into game, and try and solve whatever is put in front of you as efficiently and creatively as you can. Which pro will push the limits of their league IQ, and who's getting hit with the ping? Let's find out.
This guy didn't get the memo, but...
Am I supposed to go with you? Time to read the note.
Clear the jungle as fast as possible.
Choosing whatever champion you like and starting wherever you want.
Clear the 6 starting camps on one side of the map as quickly as you can.
Don't forget all the little crooks.
Happy jungling. You understood?
No. This is the easiest you can do. You only have to see what I do.
I'm not sure about this.
So what is my job?
You'll see.
Okay.
Bro, we're just making Ivory.
Do you know how to do it?
Bro, of course, bro.
Corporate Mundo. Locking it in.
I feel like I'm gonna agree for you somehow with this note. Let's see what it says. Oh no.
Turn your jungler's monitor off.
You are their eyes. Help them clear the jungle as fast as possible by spectating the game.
Oh god.
No way. Don't show me.
I have to turn your monitor off.
Monitor off? Bro, hurry.
Oh shit.
Okay. Bro, okay, listen, turn that. No.
I have to tell you.
Okay.
Okay?
Cook, man.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad.
It's cook. Let me turn it off. It
off.
says turn your jungler's monitor off.
Turn it off, man. Whatever.
You got like the wrong camera. Okay, you're moves. Okay, good.
Okay? Almost?
You're moves. It's perfect. Just keep staying there. Okay, you're in the wolf pit right now, on top wall. Stop! Down! Down! That's up!
I'm going down.
That's the wrong way. Opposite way of that.
Opposite way of that.
Yeah.
That? This way?
Yeah. The blue buff is like 2 Teemos to your right now. Can we, no, stop. That's so lost now. So over. Like we.
Okay, we'll push by it.
You're at the banana bush right now. That's wrong. That's the wrong. Oh my god.
How's that wrong?
Opposite of what you just did. Do a U-turn. You want to grab now? So over it. Yes! You can grab. A-click. A-click.
Oh, A-click.
You don't have it on.
Yeah, I have it on.
Yes, stop. You're hitting it.
Oh, wait.
No, stop, no!
Bro, I pressed S by accident. Sorry, S key. Wait, where am I now? Is it still hitting me?
No, you're on the basket right now.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Wait. Hold. Wait.
I hit my hand. Keep going. Yes. No, you stopped.
I didn't stop.
Okay. Queue somewhere. Just queue anywhere. Walk that way. Okay, that's up.
Okay. I know where I'm. Am I in the bush?
Yes.
Okay.
At the absolute edge of the bush.
Okay, hold. Ready?
No, not ready.
Where'd I go?
Can we swap around this?
We change the
I see this through your perspective.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
that's...
Okay. Go down. You're going left. Go down now. Yeah, that's way better. Left. Throw the Q left. No, that was down. Left. No, that's down. No, that's right. Pause. Stop.
Is this how I sound like when I was doing this?
That's up. Yep. That was
that's
good.
Up. Let's go.
Keep going. Okay, stop.
So this.
No, that's not 20%. That's way more.
Oh!
That's good. A-click. Yeah. ASCII.
I'll be honest.
Don't ASCII. Yeah. Can you eat it? Yo, eat it. It's fine. It's 100 HP. It's dead. We got it. Yeah, we got 2 camps. That's good enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LCS Summer Split here 2026. It is week number 3, and things are starting off a bit rough and bumpy for Disguised. Previously, despite the fact they don't have any game wins, they had some good looks in their first games, but this last game just looked like something they want to forget. C9 beating them 21 kills in 23 minutes before the Nexus explodes. Not even remotely close after that Rift Herald fight just completely blew the game open. So DSG are going to have to bounce back here in the second one.
They absolutely are. I mean, one of the weirdest things to me about that game was it wasn't like they just got giga stomped in every lane and then the game went that way. Usually a 23-minute win means you lost super hard in every lane, in every aspect, right from the word go. It was close till Herald. It was actually a really close game until Herald. It could have gone either way. And then the wheels fell off, and then they decided to just strap some TNT on that thing and take it to Dragon.
Wile E. Coyote style. But no, I 100% agree. if I remember right at about the time of the Herald being started, the gold lead was 1.3K for C9. It's not even like, oh man, the game is just broken. All right, I see you.
They got punched right in their shiny teeth.
Yeah, that's there you go. Exactly. They're not sparkling anymore. But we've got the Jace, the Pantheon, and the Camille banned out here by C9. DSG getting rid of Nocturne, Syndra, and Victor as Vulcan's Bard is locked in. First pick for C9.
Little Bard Caitlyn action, perhaps?
Perhaps.
As we are looking at Ziggs. Obviously, Camille is banned, so you can't go that route, but it is going to be Ziggs Shen. So much less explosive as far as the aggressive trade that you can actually go for, but Shen obviously is more of a neutralizing champion. You know, you can look for aggressive moves, but it is much more about how you answer the plays on the map. The one thing I will say, when you pick a champion like Shen into someone like Bard, you are generally so behind the plays until level 6. Like, I like playing both these champions a lot. And if the Shen wants to roam with me, great, because you're going to be a lot slower without Magical Journey, without the additional move speed from picking up these shrines. And really all you can do is try to answer plays. And because Bard is pretty low commitment as far as a champion, it's not like you have to like run in there and get taunted, right? Everything's range. So I generally do like the way that feels pretty heavily from the Bard side of the matchup. Ezreal going to be grabbed, which has kind of become the de facto AD carry lately in pro play. It's just, when you talk to any pro players, like, well, it just can lane against every mage. And you're not going to get punished when your support is roaming, and it's kind of just safety incarnate.
Well, you see, when you play mages, you need to hit your buttons more because your right click is garbage. Ezreal also, compared to the rest of AD carries, his right click does less of his job than his buttons
Smelling
do.
a little magey.
So yeah, he's kind of like, he's got
He builds a tier, doesn't he, Flowers?
Perhaps mana is a desirable stat on this
Interesting.
mage D carry. Yes, sir. So let's see how that Ezreal will play. Oh, we've been waxing philosophical about Mage Ezreal for too long. The forbidden pick has been locked in.
The dog?
No.
And the Rise.
The Loki Rise.
The 0-8, 0% win.
Oh. 0-9. He was 0-8 last week.
Oh, I thought he was 0-7.
I believe he was 0-8 last week. He was 0-9 after the C9 Game 1 throw last week.
The important thing, he has never won a Rise game in his entire career.
It's 0-something. It's either 0-8 or 0-9.
0-8.
Okay, 0-8. You were right. I apologize.
You're predicting into the future here. You're already calling the loss.
Technically, if this Rise is like last week's Rise, we are both right because you're right now and I'm going to be right later. He has... I wanted to make sure that I really praised him for his impeccable Orianna in game number 1. I voted him my player of the game. I think he was awesome on that.
He was.
But his Rise last weekend was objectively terrible, right? Those Realm Warps solo lost the game. So if nothing else, I just want to see not that, right? Even if you're just using the Realm Warps to like maneuver minions into a better position to fast forward the second tower. Yeah, come back from base. Sure, do whatever. Do anything that's not kill Blabber and Thanatos.
Unbind that thing when enemies are on your screen.
Yeah, just get rid of it. You don't need it.
Yeah.
It passively powers up your Q. It's still doing a job just by leveling it. So, all right,
the forbidden button.
Yeah, the forbidden button. Like,
it's like Voldemort, but an ability.
Yes.
You can't talk about
There's an R in Voldemort, and that part of the name is the most forbidden. That is the most forbidden letter. Okay, so now that we've got that out of the way, it is going to be a frontline Renekton and Skarner here for the C9 side. So a couple meatball boys to make sure that the Rise and the Ezreal have the time to do their damage. You already mentioned the dog locked in for Kryra over on the DSG side. Unfortunately, my friend, I believe that Chihuahua is still Chihuahua size after the game number 1 performance.
But will it be after this game here, as Surdy going to be bringing out the Vayne, made his name for himself, getting to the top of solo queue, did that a lot of the time through playing ranged tops, right? And we haven't really got to see him be unleashed on these too many times. Generally, when it is a good situation, they're going to be banning him out. Obviously, last game, Vayne was banned because that is a known counter into Gnar. Has a very, very good matchup in Gnar, but it also has a very good matchup into Renekton. So this is going to be interesting to see how Surdy can actually do, if Kryra can play towards him and enable him, because of course, when you're looking, there are tools that C9 have to get up there and attack the Vayne, right? Vayne versus Renekton isolation, you should pretty much never lose that matchup, but the problem comes when all of a sudden Realm Warp comes in, the forbidden ability, And then, you know, the Scorpion's coming over the wall, Realm, you know, you have Bard coming in and hitting you with Tempered Fate, like all of these extra tools to attack you, because you have to kind of play in your opponent's face, and you're not playing Cleanse, he is playing Exhaust. So Flash Stun from the Recton, +1 usually means you're kind of dead.
And I feel like you kind of have to attack this guy with multiple people at once, because for both, you already mentioned it with the Renekton, but also for Skarner, if Vayne is sober and has not used E on someone else, Skarner doesn't touch Vayne, right? Like, that's just not going to happen. So I feel like if they're going to do anything to Surdy, they've got to do it with multiple points of pressure. We'll see how much they want to focus on him. Obviously, the bottom lane, with it being that Ziggs versus Ezreal, is a lot of spam abilities clear the waves, so that shouldn't draw as much attention as it might have in game number 1 with the Lucian and Melio combination. And of course, with both of our mid laners having those big macro impacting ultimates with the Weaver's Wall and the Realm Warp, we'll see how effectively, I should say, both sides can use their mid laners to make plays in the side lanes.
And that is a very nice start there from Surdy. Thanatos tried to sneak into that brush to be in range to soak XP and loses about 200 health for his trouble as he gets found there by Surdy. These side lane wards are actually so important in these range versus melee matchups, because if you do not have the brush warded, he just pops in and out over and over, and Vulcan going to see if he can find a steal. There is no smite, so he has a chance.
Yeah, the Darkened Dagger bleed, getting the blue down to 200 HP. Kryra does not want to have this fully reset. Oh, and it is going to reset at least partially. So even if Vulcan doesn't get to steal it away, he does slow Kryra down. Now Lions is ready to answer, finds a taunt onto Vulcan as the Bard makes his exit from the enemy jungle, but it's level 1 Shen. It's not like there's any real kill threat or anything there.
Yeah, and no one else was moving, so it's kind of a who cares. So not only do you spot Kryra, you slow him down a bit there, and you put Blabber in a position where Blabber just wants to power farm to 6 mostly, unless there's some really good gank, you know, opportunity that is opened up. So the tank jungler is going to be accelerated a bit. He's going to be about 1 camp ahead of the pace of where Kryra is, thanks to that play there from Vulcan. And for Thanatos, a lot of these range versus melee matchups is about how much do you give versus how much do you try to farm, because it is very, very difficult. You cannot farm everything, and Blabber is going to walk through mid.
Yeah, and that means that Call Me is forced to use his flash in trade for Loki's Ghost, so Summoner Spell trade up for the C9 side.
Yeah, and Blabber just does 3 camp and then goes through mid towards bot, so it's not like he's wasting a lot of time here, and now Vulcan's coming back, so they are being pretty annoying. Just drops a couple of those health shrines. When those are fully charged, it is 100 HP that he's getting, so it's not a full health potion, but it is basically 1 refillable pot charge. Is quite nice there. And remember, home grounds here is going to be hosted by Lion in Mexico City. It is week 6, and we're going to have some really good matchups. The 4 teams that are going, C9, Lion, TL, and Shopify, we are going to get the Lion versus TL matchup that I think everyone is really looking forward to. And also in week 5, the other 4 teams will be playing a doubleheader here in LA to accommodate the schedule. But man, I'm really excited for some of those top of the table matchups.
Yeah, it ought to be a great time. It'll definitely shake things up compared to the normal flow of a split here in LCS. So make sure you mark that one on your calendars. Week 5 here in the studio, and then week 6 is our big road show with those 4 teams. So down in bottom lane, Vulcan has returned here. You can see neither one of the supports hitting level 3 here just yet, but Lions is very close, and Vulcan is not. So Vulcan will need to soak a little bit of EXP.
Yeah, and Vulcan versus Lions, I think, is a really important matchup because I'm just going to be honest, I do think that Lions has really been struggling in his time with DSG.
Yeah.
And Vulcan, I think, is one of the best supports in the league, period. You know, he's been playing really, really well. I think Core and Isles have also been fantastic, but to me, those are kind of the big 3 right now. And it is going to be up to Lions to try to match Vulcan on a champion that I think has the edge as far as how he's going to be playing the map, and against a player who is on absolute comfort in that Bard as well. So this is definitely a point of trouble potentially in this game for DSG.
Yeah, Lions definitely needs to step up. I feel like anybody that's been watching LCS consistently throughout this year is going to look at him as one of the biggest avenues for potential improvement for Disguised. So going up against somebody like Vulcan, like you're saying, who's been having good games individually, even in the games that C9 as a team is committing some of those unforced errors, some of those blunders, certainly a tall task here for the DSG.
He wasn't the Realm Warper.
No, he was not the Warper of Realms, but he's going to be on a magical journey here soon. You can see once again, just wandering through the river. Nothing really super exciting in the first 4 or 5 minutes of gameplay in this one, just like game number 1. So both teams taking it slow out of the gate yet again.
You can see Alliance is up towards that top side, so I think was maybe predicting that Vulcan would move up there and wanted to be there to try to cover the play. Thanatos took an early base to buy refillable cloth armor, where Surdy has not yet been back to base, so Surdy kind of has to pick his moment to try to crash this wave and actually go back and buy his items, because of course, you know, he is not playing TP, he is playing Exhaust, so he needs to actually have Prio to be able to, you know, get a base off without losing a lot, and he should be able to get that. But of course, the longer you are out here in lane, it is a little bit scary if you are getting ganked, you know, and someone is level 6 with like, a real item, and you are still just on Doran's bow.
Well, we can see C9 paying very close attention to the first Drake spawn here in this one. Last game we talked about how Chem Drake generally deprioritizes that first objective because it doesn't give you a whole lot, whereas Ocean Drake's the opposite. Really feels good to have that in laning phase for the extra regeneration capabilities. And
especially in top.
Yeah. And that's like having to deal with Surdy, having to deal with this situation where the Vayne's just constantly pummeling you. The nice part is laning against the Vayne, at least, like obviously this character is super oppressive, very difficult to interact with for short range melee style champions. But one of the weaknesses, one of the trade-offs she pays for that, 0 wave clear in the kit, right? So is a bit more difficult for Surdy to get those shoves and have the recalls on exactly the timings you want.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Thanatos going to go back, going to get steel caps, and he's heading bot. So they're trying to swap out once Surdy bases and actually takes his buy. They know it's going to be even harder there for Thanatos, so they send their bot lane top, and Vulcan and Tactical are going to be here. And like you said, Vayne has very poor wave clear, so when you are in these 1v2 situations, yeah, sure, you can stay alive, whatever, but you're not going to be pushing in, and you're going to be struggling to actually defend the tower and keep that healthy because you do not have a great wave clear. So even with Lions up here, you can see Tactical and Vulcan already landing some good chip and just keeping this push in. They got the first plate pretty much instantly, and they're going to look to continue to get some more damage down on this tower.
Yep, and Surdy and Lions will just be laning against him 2v2 style. It's like the Vayne has been picked as the bottom laner now since Ziggs has the incredible wave clear that he does. They're fine just leaving Sejed down there against Thanatos on the Renekton. And if you're Thanatos, this is great. Even though you have the armor boots and Ziggs is going to do AP damage, I still feel like laning against the Ziggs should be far less oppressive than Vayne in your face every time you walk forward.
It absolutely is. I mean, especially because he was able to kind of live through this early stage. You know, he TP'd back quick, and then he never had to actually lane against Vayne post-buy. So his TP's almost back, right? And yeah, eventually, in theory, Sejed could whittle you down, but you're going to be able to clear out the waves very easily, and even if you eventually get low, then you ult, you clear the wave again, you TP back. You know, it's not going to be a big issue there for the Renekton. So we'll see if DSG does try to swap up the lanes again. As Lions is head back to base, he had to heal back up, and C9 will maintain the push here on this top side. And we're just kind of waiting to see where that first play will be made.
Yeah.
Both teams kind of have somewhat similar comps in a lot of ways. You know, obviously, you have a playmaking support who's going to be able to move around the map. You have 2 mid laners with the Realm Warp as well as the Weaver's Wall who can be able to move around the map, and they are going to be looking for those big fights.
Ooh, Lions with a nice 2-man taunt coming in. Vulcan's your first target. Magical Journey through the wall, getting away for now. Surdy trying to hunt him down, but it's first blood over to Surdy's Vayne. Make it a double as he's getting paid here in this top side 3v3. It's DSG coming out on top. Tactical and Vulcan down, and Surdy's Vayne is off to a beautiful start.
And that was a really good start to the fight there from Lions, who we were just being a little bit critical of, saying, you know, that he was one of the ones who had been struggling. Blabber's back here, though, but Vayne has the move.
Yeah, Blabber, though, just walking up, stealing that grub away in a contest of no smite versus no smite between the junglers. It is Blabber who lands it, and so he's going to manage to secure all 3 grubs here as Kryra has to retreat.
Yeah, that is actually really, really big. So again, started off well by Lions. He was spotted, but they just kind of walked up, bold as you like. They did not realize that Kryra was right behind him. Double taunt comes in, Blabber's coming over the wall, so I think C9 thinks we're baiting him, but Surdy just flashes away. Even though he does get tagged by the end of the Ishtal's impact, he created enough space from the wall that Blabber could never actually stun him into the wall, and then the final hour tumble to the side, avoids the impale. Surdy played that fight very, very well. It was started out really well here also by Lions, and yeah, C9 thought they had the jump, but both teams had their junglers, and if you cannot get in onto that Vayne and take him down pretty early, final hour, lethal tempo stacked up, this guy's going to be pumping.
Yeah, and these champions like Blabber and Thanatos that build bruiser-style items. Skarner just wants to stack health forever and ever. Hold on now, Thanatos in even more danger. Kryra shows up yet again. Thanatos getting away from the last Darkened Dagger, forced to use that ultimate to stay alive through the silver bolts of Surdy. But yeah, Surdy's 2 big targets he's going to be hitting are mostly health bruiser meatball style champions, Vayne chews through these so easy.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I mean, it is a nightmare to itemize against Vayne as any sort of champion that's supposed to be tanky, because there's nothing that feels good. You build health, well, percent true damage. You build armor, well, true damage ignores that too. So it is very, very difficult to deal with the Vayne in these situations. And even though Thanatos lives, he loses his flash and his ult, which are really the only tools he has to try to do something in this matchup. You know, I talked about the vulnerability that Vayne has if a jungler shows up, but without flash, that is tough. And remember, the LCS Championship is headed to Gas South Arena in the greater Atlanta area. October 3rd and 4th, tickets are now on sale. Get your tickets. You're going to see who's going to be going to Worlds, and Worlds is also in today, so you should probably get your tickets for that as well.
Do love it when Worlds is in North America. 3 out of 4 years, I got to watch Worlds at ass o'clock in the morning, but not this year.
Not this year.
This is the 1 out of 4.
This is
going to be on at normal hours. Except if you don't live in North America, then it's going to be on in the middle of the night. But you know what? It's Worlds. It's worth it. Turn that schedule upside down. Send your boss a message. Uh-oh, you just got sick. We'll deal with that a month from now.
Exactly. And nice for you because you have a soy allergy, and it's harder when you're traveling to find food you can eat.
True. We are going to hit up the good old American fast food chains. That will be the play. As Disguised is up 1,000 gold. The second Drake of the game is alive. C9 control both neutrals so far with that early Drake take into the Grubs after they lost the fight on the top side. So now they want to continue stacking those neutrals, as Surdy has completed his experimental Hex, played very strong here in the Vayne, but again, no TP to try to join the fight, as the Chemtech is secured by the C9 side, but now Blabber's going to pay the price. Call Me takes the kill on that one, so Objective traded for a single death, as DSG kills the enemy jungler after he secures the Dragon.
Yeah, I think C9 will be pretty happy with that at the end of the day, unless DSG are able to push in and get something else with this, but it doesn't really look like that's going to happen. Maybe you get a plate mid, but 1 kill for that Dragon, going to be feeling nice, and Cloud Dragon always really powerful, especially when you do have champions along the lines of Renekton, where it's like, this champion loves Cloud Soul, but flat move speed in general is just incredibly powerful across the board.
And now I really just want to see from Disguise specifically, because we talked about in game number 1 a lot of, yeah, they can get leads in individual games. In the game 1s of the previous 2 weeks, they did that, but then they can't convert it. And you mentioned how, yeah, it's a young roster. They're more inexperienced. It's harder to know what to do with the leads once you have them than it is to just get them in the first place through simply having the hands. So I really want to see, since so much of the power of DSG right now is in this Vayne that's in the side lane, who does not have a teleport, DSG is going to have to pick their fights correctly.
The Chihuahua is fed, and now we have to see what the Chihuahua can do.
Okay, well, it's still a Chihuahua for now. It might have got a whole bowl full of kibbles.
But it's a Chihuahua with an experimental hex plate, and that sounds terrifying.
Okay, experimental hex plate for the Chihuahua, trying to bark at the dog that's 2 ladder rings above him.
Yeah. Significantly bigger dog.
Yes.
But that Chihuahua is going to be fast.
The Chihuahua is ready. But again, they have to be able to play around Surdy. They have to be able to play around this Vayne that is fed and does not have a teleport. That means it's everyone on the team's responsibility to recognize this point of power and only make moves that are going to allow them to leverage it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always difficult, you know, because Vayne, you are relatively short range. Yes, you obviously have Final Hour. You're going in Viz. You have these abilities to outplay. As Blabber, maybe going to find an angle here on Call Me. But the problem is, if you get Flash room prisoned by Loki, or you get hit by a Cosmic Binding or anything like that, or a Flash Ruthless Predator stun, the follow-up CC will be there from C9, almost guaranteed, and you're probably going to die 100-0 without moving, right? Because Ishal's Impact, Impale, all of this CC will be layered, so Vayne really is going to be depending upon her ability to avoid that initial CC, to try to outplay in these little skirmishes. Because once those cooldowns are used, once that CC is used from C9, then Vayne can go crazy. But until that moment, you have to be pretty careful.
Honestly, I would love to see Mikhail's from Lions or a QSS from Surdy for like item 3 or something. But I know obviously you don't want to rush QSS too soon because it's going to interrupt the core build path too significantly. But the experimental hex plate is already there. You can see the cloak working towards that second completed item, as Thanatos, he has done a very good job of staying caught up in terms of farm. It's only like 1 wave separating the 2 of them, but he's still having just as much fun as he was earlier, which is none at all.
Yep, I mean, you're basically, in this matchup, all you are doing is trying to one-shot the wave, right? You're kind of turret hugging, and then when the wave comes up, you go in, slice and dice, and you try to just kill that wave as fast as humanly possible so you do not interact with that Vayne. And he's done a good job, and C9 have also done a good job, you know, with how they were moving around the map and kind of circumventing some of the difficult parts of the matchup. So he has stayed very, very relevant as far as the farm is concerned. He's only down 2 CS, but of course Surdy has gotten plates, and Surdy did get those 2 kills. So Surdy is still up 1,000 gold.
Well, this is the point of the previous game where everything exploded for DSG. It all came down to the Herald fight. C9, they take the Herald, they take the fight. They even use the Herald right after to chase underneath the enemy turrets, secure an additional kill. The game wasn't really playable for DSG after the Herald in game number 1. So now in game number 2, it's DSG with the nearly 2,000 gold lead. Remember, it was C9 with about 1.3, 1.4 lead before the Herald in the previous game. As now bottom side, it's a DSG play going in after Thanatos. Kryra uses the call of the pack to drop any turbot aggro. They got Lions there with the stand united. They set it up easy peasy for Surdy to get kill number 3. And they know that C9's going to go after that Rift Herald. They're saying, fine, take it, whatever. We're going to kill your top laner and get the turret bottom.
Exactly. I mean, the Rift Herald is the potential of killing a tower or getting plates. Killing someone and getting plates is killing someone and getting plates, right? That is the gold right there. And there's no way that Thanatos can outplay in that situation because he just gets the dog delivery system into a taunt, into that condemn in the wall, and he's just dead.
I'm going to say the most white guy from the Midwest thing that I can right now, which is there's an old Family Guy episode that has a joke in it where Peter Griffin picks a mystery box over like a boat. And his friends are like, Peter, why did you pick the mystery box over the boat? He's like, mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat. And that's kind of what you get from the Herald versus the Tower.
What I always think about with Family Guy is that when Peter falls and hurts his knee, and he's for about 5 minutes straight. That killed me.
That's how Thanatos feels after the 3-man gang. But now we're back to another neutral objective. It is C9 wanting to continue their Drake stack. They might be behind 2,500 gold, but if they can hit Soul Point, they'll be feeling pretty good about that. Now, DSG has firepower nearby, but critically, it's not Surdy. The 3-kill Vayne is up in the top side of the map, and Thanatos is going to TP down here to the bottom river. So C9 should have man advantage as Sajed has to use his flash to get away and stay safe. Lions also absorbing a little bit of pressure right now as DSG maintaining their position, and Surdy has made his way over. Now that it's a 5v5, now that C9 can't get anything with a numbers advantage, they know they don't want a fair fight, they back away.
Yeah, C9 were looking to pick a fight with the little brother, but then the big brother came down
showed
from
up.
top lane. Hey, never mind, we don't want that smoke. I'm sorry. Just a prank, bro.
Just gonna leave. It's like, all good, okay. See you guys next time.
Yeah, so Surdy shows up. They do trade the TPs. Of course, it is the longer TP there for Surdy because, you know, he is just using that the role quest TP. He does not actually have that summoner selected. And Loki goes up towards top, is going to be able to push out this wave, but Surdy will catch most of it and pretty much has his Essence Reaver ready to go. And then you are going to be able to just keep these fights going, keep that side lane push going pretty much forever. And remember, tomorrow we got Dardoch versus Armeo here. Dardoch making his return to the LCS. Yes, Dardoch versus Armeo. Armeo, of course, substituting for Inspired, who is away for a couple weeks. You know, he said he was going to be away 2 to 3 weeks. This is 3rd week. And they have been doing really well with Armeo, which was kind of a surprise to me. And then Dardoch, of course, I think a lot of people would be shocked to hear that he is back, but he has been killing it in the NACL. And as Jad did in this whole long presentation, he had quotes from all kinds of different players that Dardoch has been playing with in Tier 2 who have a lot of really positive things to say about him and his attitude. So it's going to be a new opportunity to kind of redefine himself for Dardoch in the LCS.
Yeah. In case you missed it, if you weren't around for Waiting Room, Jat directed a dedicated Dardoch dissertation and had a pretty long explanation of kind of his history in the league, as well as all of those impressions, those good impressions that he's made
his PhD?
On current Tier 2. Yeah, he's I don't know what does the PH stand for?
What?
What does the PH stand for in PhD?
I don't know.
He's got his philosophical Dardoctorate, and that means that he's
Dardoc.
Yeah, he's the Dardoc. But Dardoc coming back, it should be an interesting time. I think honestly, if you're Dignitas, you're probably pretty excited that he's coming back, and it's still Armeo that you're jungling against instead of Inspired for the first week. But that's all tomorrow. Right now, we still got the rest of this one to play as Blabber goes in and finds the Impale on the Lions, who has to taunt and then flash over the wall trying to get himself away. Meanwhile, Vulcan, nice use of the ulti there to lock up Sajed, who's going to be protected by that Stand United, but it will not protect enough. The shutdown credit goes to Tactical. Calmy tries to find something on the backside of the fight here from the right angle as Blabber is low, but Surdy has finally joined the fight. Goes into the final hour, but he's trapped in Rune Prison. Surdy down to 20% HP. DSG's got to be careful. Thanatos here with a re-engage. Shutdown on Calmy. It happens again and 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 again, no matter how many leads DSG builds. When it comes time to clutch the fight, they can't find what they need.
Yeah, C9 started out that fight well. They take down Sajed, and he got no value really with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Just kind of dropped it on his head in celebration there at the end. It all started out with Blabber finding the Impale here onto the Shen. He gets pulled in. Yeah, he flashes out, but he is completely out of the fight. And at the same time, Sajed gets tagged there. And even with the Stand United, he's got no way out of that. Didn't have his flash available. Just kind of walked up bold as you like, and Vulcan caught him. And that is such a difference maker. And then look at Surdy going in. Yeah, great. You have all this ability to outplay until you get hit by the Rune Prison, and he loses all of his health. About 80% of his health is gone during that Rune Prison, instantly pushed back. So as strong as Surdy is, there's not really any opportunity for him to do anything in that fight because there's no one to create space because Lions was out of it instantly. Sajed was already dead before he arrived. So there's not really any ability for him to outplay.
And now there's your Cosmic Binding into the wall. Surdy pops final hour defensively, but Blabber is still on the hunt. The Impale lands. Vulcan gets the kill. Surdy is dead. Tempered Fate locks up Kryra, and they want to make it a 2-0, but Kryra with the flash stays alive. That disguised gold lead, 2.5, 3,000 gold lead that we saw just a couple of minutes ago is gone. As the tier 1 turret falls, DSG's lead shrinks down to 500. And for this team that is consistently finding leads, but consistently being unable to convert them, that specter of the promotion tournament is always rapping at the door. No matter what, no matter where they place, because of their promotional status, they must play against the top squad coming up from tier 2. And you've got to be able to start converting these wins. If nothing else, even if you're still not winning series, you've got to convert and win games to build that faith and confidence that'll keep you in the league.
Yeah, I think confidence is really going to be a big thing here because if you're just kind of getting beat down all split long, it is really hard to then go into a series like that. That being said, there are levels to this, right? You know, you are losing with a lead to Lion or to C9. That is very different than losing to a tier 2 team with a lead. And they've at least shown that they have the ability, the individual skill to create these advantages, which I feel like should give them a reasonable amount of confidence that they can actually close out some of these games. But the Dragon here, C9 trying to move to Soul Point. DSG want to stop him.
All right, C9, let's see if they can maintain the area, maintain the perimeter long enough to secure this one without a contest. Yes, they can. DSG still thinking about stepping up. Gold might as well be dead even right now, as no fight will occur. C9 are just going to exfiltrate this one, and now we are once again back to a point of permanent pressure here for DSG, as every Dragon afterwards is going to demand an answer. Realm Warp is used. It's a PvE Realm Warp! It's a PvE Realm Warp. That's what we said we wanted to see. Use it to get back to lane. Use it to go to the Baron. Use it to reposition your minions. Just make sure that Realm Warp is targeted towards something that the game controls. And right now, C9 controls the Baron. They're going to get this one for free. And oh man, we got to spend the first almost 20 minutes of gameplay talking about how it was looking better for Disguised, but we are right back to a spot where C9 controls the Rift.
Yeah, we absolutely are. I mean, the gold is still dead even, but it is C9 on Soul Point. It is C9 with 3 Grubs and Baron, so they will have push. And now pressure is on Surdy. I mean, he has been in a good spot for a long time, but I mean, I don't even really think it's his fault. He just hasn't really been able to do anything in these fights because the fights have kind of been over by the time he showed up, right? You know, that mid lane fight, Lions is already out of it. Sajed is dead by the time he shows up. That Dragon fight, they're just completely chunked out before he even arrives.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, though. this is kind of the test that you were giving them back in game number 1 is, yeah, you can get leads, but the inexperience, the lack of coordination puts them in a spot where it's hard to turn those leads into wins. And I said, I've got to see how they play around Surdy. This is your point of pressure. It's everyone's responsibility to play through the point of strength, and Disguised have not successfully done it.
I mean, look how much damage Tactical has gotten done. He has been the difference maker. He's landing so much poke before a lot of these fights, and even Surdy beating on that Renekton all lane long is not close to the amount of damage that Tactical has done on this Ezreal. They're going to go for him, though.
Yeah, they want to try to dive in here with Kryra. Hound's Pursuit, yeah, he casts it, but Tactical's still at 75% HP even through that ulti from the Nefiri, and now that's a massive tool for the team fights that Kryra doesn't have available. Red Bull Baron power play still active for another minute and a half for C9. They know there's no Nefiri ulti, so they're just going to keep the pressure mounting. Tactical is left over in the mid lane to make sure that they're putting that pressure on at least 2 separate points, while everyone else groups top around the tier 2. Blabber going to take a ton of damage here, though. Stun back into the wall, tries to maybe turn it around. That looked a little silly as he wanted to flash, maybe find an Ishtal's impact angle, but he will not get it. Loki takes the Realm Warp, gets himself away. DSG aren't going to get any more up here. Meanwhile, C9 traded for the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane as Thanatos has pushed up and claimed that one. Tactical still pushing back over in mid with Vulcan beside him. Kryra jumps forward yet again, but remember, the Hound's Pursuit is on cooldown from earlier, so no chance to really chase after Vulcan or Tactical.
Yeah, good pick there on Blabber. I'm not really sure what he was thinking with the flash, and he goes for the flash, Ishtal's impact. Maybe he was trying to catch someone, but Sajed is going to be the one caught.
Yeah, do they have any follow-up to do something meaningful? Yep. Yeah, they sure do. Tactical just jumps in and blows Sajed away as now Tactical, ooh, nice. He was trying to use his teleport for the fast exit, but Surdy just pushes him with the Condemn, cancels the channel on the Summoner spell. Kryra jumps in and grabs an additional kill here, this time on a Vulcan, as Thanatos has to slice over the wall trying to stay alive. Flash away as the Condemn bolt is in the air, means he clears the terrain first as the Condemn chases him and then further creates distance between Thanatos and his pursuers. So he will live, but nice moves from Disguise, getting something back, halting the C9 onslaught even after Sajed dies.
Yeah, Sajed, on the Ziggs, it's normally considered a very safe champion, but he has been struggling a bit and didn't think he could get dove. But even through the Stand United, he is just taken out, and then Tactical looks for that TP exit, but does get hit by the Condemn. I thought for a moment there, though, that it might actually be an angle out as he shifted over the wall. But at the end of the day, DSG do get a couple kills and get the flash off Renekton.
It looks troll.
Oh,
looks troll, but not the worst result. Yeah. We got Vayne flash.
Yeah, it's fine.
It looks troll. Oh. Okay, it looks troll, but it's not the worst.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, you did get Vayne flash, you did get 1 kill for 2, so I think it's not the worst, but they did lose the flash, obviously, off of Thanatos as well, and so there is definitely a cost to it. But you could hear, I think that was probably Loki's voice with the, yeah, sounded very unconvinced by,
I don't know,
by the not the worst result.
That kind of wasn't great, man. All right, so although the gold is now even, this brings even more spotlight onto the objective state of the game. C9 have been running the show with the Herald, with the Grubs. 3 out of 4 Drakes secured so far, and it's 20 seconds until the Soul spawns. You already mentioned how Thanatos loves that on the Renekton. It's so powerful for so many of their champions. Move speed only becomes that much more effective when your champion is limited in mobility in their kit. So for somebody like Ryze who just runs at you, that's always going to feel really good. DSG on the approach now as C9 are staying grouped up as a unit. Loki gets taunt flash. That might be Disguised opportunity. Loki with the flash back into the Dragon Pit, staying alive for now, but Blabber is already dead. Loki's about to follow. Tactical goes over the wall, but Kryra's ready to follow him. 3 kills, DSG. Thanatos in the middle of everybody. But what the hell is one crocodile gonna do? It's DSG clutching up when they need to and slamming the Dragon Soul fight.
And finally, DSG are able to be on the front foot. They're creating the chaos. They are the ones pushing forward here and making space as they go in. And look at this here from Surdy. Comes in on the side, pumping damage into Blabber. Taunt Flash comes out from Lions. They're on to Loki, even with the double ult from Vulcan onto the backline. It just didn't matter because Surdy was completely untouched. They created so much chaos. He was able to find that time to free hit. Lions making space. Nefiri flying into the backline, making space. And you can see I Will Dominate not too happy about how that fight went. And look at that Chihuahua. He's looking angry.
He is downright feral in that one, DSG. And this is what it looks like when you play around that point of power. When you start the fight off with Vayne ready to pop off, Surdy hitting 6,817 damage in the previous fight. The highest damage on the enemy team, just ever so slightly over half of that from Thanatos on the Renekton. So now Sajed has to sidestep the Tempered Fate, stays alive for the moment, does not get caught by the Cosmic Binding, creates enough time to allow DSG reinforcements to arrive. Stand United coming in from Lions, as now Loki's going to be your target once more. Surdy on the chase down, grabbing kill number 1, make it number 2. Both solo laners out of the way. And here we go, 50-second death timers as DSG set their sights on the Baron.
Yeah, that's Baron o'clock, and credit to Sajed. Held his nerve there, didn't even flash. Sidestepped 2 abilities that would have meant his death for sure, and they were near sidesteps in those moments. And now Call Me and Lion just gonna create that space. They just need to keep Blapper away from that Baron, and it is theirs.
All right, Baron, should be no way for C9 in here. Baron secured by DSG, 6,000 gold lead for DSG. They had a solid early game. They fumbled the mid game, but they've clawed their way back, fighting around Surdy, fighting around this Vayne.
Now, I'm actually shocked he didn't flash here. Just barely got out. That is crazy. And then the sidestep on the binding as well. If either of those hit him, he is just dead, but he holds his nerve, holds onto the flash, and then Surdy just gets the early stand United, gives him the confidence to fly in. They full send it, and that ult from Sajed got so much work done onto the C9 solo laners.
Just finish this and then we can say we win.
Well, they're pretty close to saying they win right now, as DSG have 2 minutes and a little bit of change, a little bit of extra couple of seconds there to push with this Baron. They don't have to worry about the Dragon until that one expires. And honestly, the timers line up so well. The Baron is going to expire just 5-10 seconds before the Dragon spawns. So DSG should have total control over the Rift leading up to that, meaning once again, it'll be difficult for C9 to try to approach. But before we even get there, it's DSG trying to mop up some of this freestanding gold. They take out the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane, bring that lead up to almost 7,000 as they continue applying the pressure down here with Call Me split pushing in mid since he has Weaver's Wall to join if a fight breaks out bottom.
And C9 just gonna have to try to find some sort of a big play here. And I thought that they had gotten this game in their control, and I was honestly thinking that we were gonna see the first win for Loki on Rise, but he is 0-8, and DSG are pushing into the base here, looking to seal the deal. They have massive leads really on all of the top side here. Call Me, Kryra, Surdy, all in very good positions. But we do know there is still no QSS, there is still no cleanse, so if you can get on Surdy and just one-shot him to start the fight, there is a chance for C9.
All right, DSG. Let's see, can you close it out? Can they do what has not been done so far here in the first couple of weeks of Summer Split and get their first game win up against a team like C9 as well, one of the teams that everybody's predicting to be in contest for those world slots, for potentially being one of the teams that could win Summer Split. For DSG to get their first win against them would be pretty legit. You know that would feel good for these guys.
It would feel really, really good. And on the other side, obviously, it's going to feel pretty bad for Cloud9, who, you know, had a loss against Dignitas. You know, they did lose that one game, not the series. But if you lose a game against both DSG and Dignitas, that's supposed to be the Chihuahua tier. That's supposed to be the easiest matchups that you will have. So if you are having some close games, some close series against those teams, it is a little concerning for that C9 side and maybe making some people rethink where they kind of have them placed in that tier list and, you know, just how strong they are right now. Of course, DSG looking like they are in a great spot to take this, but if C9 wins one fight, if they get Soul, then that lead is completely erased.
Well, it's a lot harder to do, though, when you look at the inventories of DSG. The Guardian Angel completed as the 4th big item here for Kryra. Meanwhile, Sajed, double burn items, plus Void, plus Rabadon. Zig's sweet spot on the ulti just blasts away half of anybody's health guaranteed, as the Drake is secured by Kryra here. DSG were not able to force down any inhibitors with their Baron. However, they did take the tier 3 turret in mid. They did have control over the map that earned them that Drake. So now we have reached the point where the next Drake must be Soul. But honestly, really impressive by DSG to make sure that C9 was never able to convert up until now. But again, we must see them close. They have been in this position before.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they had I think it was close to a 6,000 gold lead in their week 1, game 1. So they have been in a spot like this before, and they have damage in spades, as you are pointing out, but there are no, Zonias on Call Me or Sajed. There's no GA on Surdy, so there is still a chance for C9 if they can find that perfect play, if they can find that perfect engage that they will be looking for here. And Tactical still trying to play very aggressive because there's very little CC on the DSG side. It is just taunt and condemn. That's basically it. And Blabber looking for a pick.
Yeah, Blabber has the pull here onto Sajed with a true shot barrage flying through. Sajed gets over the wall, but he is shut down by the Skarner. Blabber ends up taking the kill credit. Thanatos in the middle of everybody, eating a lot of damage from Surdy's auto attacks. He goes into resurrection here from the Guardian Angel as Tempered Fate does not find a target. Thanatos coming back to life, and C9's making sure to keep him protected. Now Lions and Kryra both getting away off to the left. So DSG, they do lose a man, but they do not suffer an entire team wipe. Nice look there from C9, but there's nothing that they get to take as a reward.
Yeah, trade of some summoners as well as the GA off Thanatos. Thanatos did send it with the flash stun onto Surdy after that initial kill, but no one else was really able to get in range to follow up and put that big pressure onto Surdy. So Surdy just throws his exhaust onto the Renekton, gets a stand united, and that was enough to keep him safe in that moment. But this is the danger. Yes, Sajed is very, very strong, but Blabber with a really nice play. Caught him with a sweeper over the wall and then sees him, and on that shadow, catches him with the Impale. That is very nicely done there by Blabber, and then it's into the binding, into the Ezreal ult.
Look here. I hit 6.
I'm coming. Shenoi.
Yeah, Ziggs dead. Slowly,
Carry
guys.
Vayne.
I can't finish. Stop it.
Yeah.
I have J.
Kite.
Guys, we can win. Guys, wait, watch me.
Yeah, watch you.
I run away. Okay.
Can we
try to play
run 1
this?
HP. We can't run Sully like this. So.
I do believe it was the bleed, the Quake stacks from Skarner that actually finish him off at the very end there. So nicely done from C9. Well detected from Blabber like you're talking about. Baron is back on the rip. 36 minutes into the game. DSG still with a 5,000 gold lead as they'll still also have the Guardian Angel on their jungler. 1/3 of the cooldown has passed on Thanatos' GA for the C9 side. Seraph's Embrace available for Loki on the rise.
There is IE done now for this Vayne. Very rare to see that in-pro play, but he has it completed. He is going to pump if he can get access to some of these squishy targets.
And he goes in, dives after Vulcan and Blabber, who get away with the magical journey. So no final hour available for Surdy, but Tactical, Blabber, and Vulcan all chunked by about half HP. So C9 has to back away, yield control over the topside river to DSG. But there's no Weaver's Wall, there's no final hour on the DSG side. If they try to force a Baron fight, they will not have those tools for the big showdown. As Thanatos does have to be careful yet again, trying to get away from Kryra and Call Me. Thanatos in some serious danger, but the kill onto Lions the other way means a 1-for-1. Now Blabber gets pushed back by the seismic shove. Call Me and Kryra got to be a little bit careful here. They are on the other side of C9 as Sajed tries to step forward, throw out a couple of mines. Mega Inferno Bomb does get Vulcan incredibly low on HP. Tactical trying to survive and fight back against Kryra. It does knock off his Guardian Angel while Loki kills Call Me. Now they're going to camp the body of Kryra. They need a little bit more damage to take him down, and Blabber can't quite find it. Kryra getting away for now. It's 3 dead on the DSG side as Sajed and Call Me, both mages, are now out of the picture. C9 has everybody except for Thanatos. A TP coming in now as they are ready to reposition their Ezreal back into this scrap. Kryra's still hanging around. Blabber and Loki at low HP. Kryra may not be respecting the fact that Tactical can be here, and Tactical looking after him now, but the TP's ready to come in as Lions joins Kryra here with the Stand United. Surdy has also showed up. Tactical trying to get himself away now as Blabber and Loki secure the Baron. True Shot Barrage fired off. Will not hit a target. What an extended scuffle there.
Yeah, and Loki did such a good job in that fight. Was able to get a lot of work done as Kryra got into the backline. Him and Call Me were kind of this 2-man hit squad, but it's so problematic they don't have final hour because Vayne can never really enter the fight. So you have on the bottom side of your screen Kryra and Call Me chasing down, killing off Thanatos at the same time. Lions gets taken out, but look at Surdy. He's down about 30% HP. Surdy can never really enter. So Sajed walks up. You can see Kryra decides he's going to go in and full send it onto this backline. We're going back to live.
Okay. Blabber does get shoved here. Nice moves from Call Me and the rest of DSG. They've already found the kill onto the C9 jungler, but now
Surdy.
Vulcan is just being peppered with bolts by Surdy. He goes forward looking for a little bit more. The shutdown on Surdy comes in from Tactical as Thanatos and Tactical are trying to fight back. DSG scrambling. The Dragon still at full HP. Health bars melting, but they're mostly C9. It's only Tactical and Thanatos left alive. Surdy the only death on DSG, but considering everyone else is so low, DSG did have to peel back, play it a little safe, but it looks like Kryra and Sajed should be able to take the Drake.
Yeah, they should be able to. I don't know why Kryra's not hitting this, though. He's just, oh, he has no smite. He's waiting for smite. He used his smite in the fight, so he's trying to actually delay to make sure he can secure it, that doesn't get stolen over the wall here. And that is exactly what Tactical is going to try to do. He has the True Shot Barrage. The smite is now up, though, and it is secured. So that's Soul for DSG. Surdy got taken down, though, and this IE not really working out for him. All it is taking is one CC, and he just dies. He looked like he was in a position where I was honestly thinking, is this like a penta angle? He got 2 early kills, and then he gets hit by the Rune Prison, and Loki and Tactical just murder him. He gets deleted, and you have to wonder, okay, there's the QSS now coming through. You know, if that had just been a Merc instead of the IE, you know, is it a very different game? Obviously, Infinity Edge, you're going to get a lot more damage, but at the same time, all of C9's eyes are on the Vayne. And if you could just get one shot in one CC, it is very difficult to play. So now that problem is solved, but he has no flash, and there's flash on Renekton, there's flash on Discarner as well, and they're going to be having their eyes on him, and there's also a flash on Loki.
Ooh, Sajed staying alive there. The Tempered Fate looking for him.
Cloud Soul move speed.
The Ziggs yet again. Yeah, and that Cloud Soul move speed. I mean, we talked about how, oh, Renekton loves getting this. Vayne with Cloud Soul is a war crime in multiple countries across the globe. That character is just inescapable.
Yep.
Final hour plus Cloud Soul. So Surdy has the opportunity to do so much work here. A perfectly played team fight from Surdy. I don't think Cloud9 has anything they can say about it.
Yep. I will say, though, sometimes Cloud Soul gets the better of people, and it turns into a little drunk driving, and they get a little bit too far forward.
I could go faster.
Exactly. And still, as fast as you are, if you get hit by the CC, you can still die. He has the QSS to help keep him safe, which is going to be massive. But that being said, there are multiple forms of CC. If you get hit by the Renekton stun and then you immediately cleanse that into Ishtal's impact, into Impale, anything like that, you will still die ridiculously fast.
All right, DSG. 3,000 gold lead. Dragon Soul in pocket. C9 coming around, seeing if there's an angle to make a move here. As you're going to have Sajed TPing in to join up with the rest of the DSG squad. Surdy level 20 on the Vayne. 5,000 individual gold lead, and the tier 2 turret falls top.
I mean, level 20 is a lot, but it's crazier to me to see Vulcan level 17.
Yeah,
supports almost maxed out on levels is wild. That is not something that you see very often. Of course, you're not really scaling incredibly well with levels as Bard, but you're going to be a lot tankier than you would otherwise suspect. And he is going to be looking to make those plays. We can see that the Knight's Vow has been picked up here by Lions, and you have to assume that it is going to be on Surdy, and it is in fact on Surdy.
Okay.
He is the one to protect. He is the one to play around.
All right, that's the plan for DSG. You must enable the Vayne. You must revolve around the Vayne. Vayne is the sun. You are but planets in Vayne's galaxy. Make sure the sun shines bright, and you'll find yourself your first game win of Summer Split. 1.5 minutes until Baron spawns. 3 minutes until the Elder Dragon shows up. It's going to be one of those types of games. Isaiah, we were talking in game number 1 about how crazy it is that it ended in 23 minutes, that it ended as quickly as it did. But now here in game number 2, it's just about 43 minutes on the clock, and we are not done yet.
And the other thing to remember is Surdy, you know, he's not playing Legend Bloodline. He is playing Legend of Alacrity, so he has very little lifesteal. He does have a popped right now, so he does have that Elixir of Wrath, which is, you know, going to give him, you know, some lifesteal there. But Surdy, if he gets tagged by any poke, it is actually really problematic because it's not like he's sitting on a BT. It's not like he has really anything as far as that sustain is concerned. So as powerful as he is, every Mystic shot matters. You have got to be dodging. And Tactical is on a true 7 items. Again, a bit of a rarity here, but this game has gone on for a long time.
Yeah.
Sajed still with some room to grow. I mean, Surdy's up 4.8k, but Tactical's up 5k. And he is ridiculously strong at this point in the game. Thanatos has his GA ready. Their Zhonya's ready. So there's a lot of tools here. This next fight is going to be so explosive.
I always laugh so much at Shojin Endless Hunger Ezreal. Hold on now. Blabber gets hit with a shove yet again. Kryra diving in after Tactical has to shift out of the way of the Mega Inferno Bomb as Blabber barely survives with 200 HP left. Now Lions could be soaking some damage as Loki's nearly killed off by Surdy. One more bolt in the air, finds him. Surdy's got the kill. Tactical goes over the wall and stays alive for now as Kryra wants to chase, but he won't quite be able to finish the job. Thanatos and Vulcan trying to scatter and get themselves away as DSG looks for even more. Surdy might be dead, but he's traded for Loki. Can't believe that is only a 1-for-1 after everything settles. Vulcan's still trying to get away. He's got the dead man's plate. Lions wants to stop him, gets the taunt. Vulcan immediately ready with the self Mikhails, just walks away from it. All right, not enough of a convincing result one way or the other for either side to head to Baron, and everybody goes back to their corners.
I low-key wonder if Surdy's QSS was on the wrong keybind, because his QSS was very late. And it came in very late there. And he just dies, and Tactical with some heroics takes him out with that final Q here and survive with all his lifesteal. Tactical is just playing insane.
Well, now he's got to do it again. Thanatos nearly killed off here in the Baron Pit, is hit with the satchel, forced into the resurrection here with Guardian Angel. No real value here at the Cosmic Binding just yet. Lions in the middle of everybody. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top, and Sajed's got the first kill. Kryra nearly falls. He at least loses Guardian Angel. But now C9's backing away again. Blabber gonna get shot down again. DSG are doing it. The front line of C9 is gone, and the Baron belongs to Disguise. They're gonna take their reset and head straight to the Elder.
Exactly. The Baron is not the problem. The Elder is the issue here with so much damage this late in the game. That is gonna be very, very tough, and Tactical is getting about as much done as you could possibly ask. Proxid GA, he's kiting out. He is playing like a madman in these fights, but Blabber and Thanatos do fall down. It's a 5v3, and C9, I feel like they just got to try to back it up and delay as much as they possibly can. Hope that you can live through this double super buff, maybe somehow, some way go for the wave clear, but they do not have the best wave clear, and
No.
DSG has everything they need to finally go for their first game win.
This is looking good for Disguise, but it's got to be quick, it's got to be clean, it's got to be precise. You've got 2 minutes of having both super buffs active at the same time. You need to end the game now as C9 has to dig in and prepare to defend. You can see Loki and Tactical making their recalls. Now's the time to buy elixirs. Now's the time to spend your money. It's all going to come down to can DSG end it right here. First inhibitor going to fall right down there in bottom lane. Mid inhibitor's already exposed from earlier. Remember that. Mega Inferno Bomb flying out. It's dodged, but Kryra already gets the kill. That's the fed Ezreal. Thanatos in the middle of everyone, trying to put the pressure on, but Sajed's still going to stay alive as Loki is executed by the Elder Dragon. Blabber gets flipped back again, and DSG, it might have took 3 weeks, but they are going to find their first game win against C9 and take us to game 3.
Nicely done by DSG. Getting across the finish line was not an easy game, was not smooth sailing. Felt like C9 had taken back control, but DSG showing up when it mattered most, and they get their first game win. Lounge, break it down.
We always get 3 games in these C9 series, but this was a story of Surdy and DSG here with the Vayne pick. I mean, a little bit disrespectful having Renekton with Vayne not being banned, but all hail the Toast Vayne.
The Toast. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe I should give this one some like a crossbow color.
Not gonna lie, when you initially did that, I thought you were drawing a butt.
What? You have no faith in me?
I was looking over and I was like, what?
I mean, Toast is really
What is going on?
I mean, let's look at Surdy though. It was from the early game that he started taking over here on Vayne. 2 early kills, started 3-0, was nearly full build this entire time.
Yes. And the story of Surdy has always been linked to his high solo queue win rate. I remember on Twitter talking about like plus 70+% win rate on Vayne. Like, he's been the range top lane guy, and he was able to get a huge lead, and it was now just a game of playing around him.
Yeah, and I mean, they set up for some of these dives, that one in particular, really nicely. It seemed like they knew that their job was, okay, you know, this Vayne, we're picking it into the counter matchup. You already covered, Jat, about how it was a bit disrespectful to line the Renekton without banning Vayne on 4-5.
Yeah.
And then making space for him in these fights to pop off. He looks very, very chill. I don't know when they pulled that camera, but yeah, like the damage per minute here, the 11, 3, and 8.
Yeah, no surprise. Player of the game is also going to be Surdy.
He did 50, almost 51K.
I mean, really just a lot of damage from the team, though. When I look at this breakdown, 50K from Surdy, 42K for Kryra, 48K for Sajed. Tactical actually the highest damage in the game on Ezreal, doing everything he could. 4 total Barons fell in this game. 7 Drakes plus an Elder, so 8 total Drakes.
There we go. Surdy getting the vote from the crowd. He was also our player of the game. I wonder if it was unanimous. I don't know. It was unanimous between us. 5 for 5. Casters also voted him.
But then the lead change at the 25-minute mark in which Cloud9 got control again, and then it went back into DSG's side. It's just, and I know the conversation has been about how DSG is a Chihuahua on the tier list of the dog tier list. Chihuahuas are fighters.
Look, my dog has only been attacked by 1 dog, and it was Chihuahua. Let's take a look at, I mean, there are a lot of like late game team fights. This was kind of the more decisive one that turned around. This game goes on for another like 20
really
plus
close
minutes.
goal at the start of this. Only 1 Drake on the side of DSG, but once they're able to get the ball rolling and really have a fed vein, it makes it really difficult for C9 to approach.
Yeah, and this was really important because they ended up picking up the Drake off the back half of that, which then eventually led to the point where they were able to lock in the Cloud Soul as well. Raz, you had a stat that you really wanted pulled.
I got an old Crepo quote. Are you gonna?
Oh God.
We had seen 8 Loki Rise losses.
Yeah.
We've now C9.
Oh my
C9.
That's a good one. That's a +1. We'll take that as
Not
a +1.
quite as smooth as his.
Yeah.
That was the 0-9 NA at Worlds, but
that's a good one. That's a good one. And I think even though people will look at this game and say, that's not his fault, and there was a few fights where he was popping off even still, but you look at that and you're like, damn, when am I going to win a game?
Not this series. It's Fearless Band.
That's true.
Well, Game 3 is up next. Will C9 be able to close it out, or is DSG going to get their first match win of the year?
Let's go!
Of the split.
All hail Toast.
You can look me.
I'm okay.
Don't
Don't
ult.
6.
I can ult. Can you fight here?
Yeah.
I'm ulting. I'm
Rise no
ulting.
flash, rise no flash.
Can you go in?
Rise no flash. Can we get on rise?
You can rise. You can rise. I can W.
Low Renekton, low Renekton, low Renekton, low Renekton. Go bottom, go bottom.
Yeah, go back.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Just finish this and then we can say we win.
Lecton 가죠. Lecton knowing. Go straight.
Renekton no CA. We fight on Renekton first.
Play slow. Play slow. Play slow.
Play slow.
8 seconds by TB. No flash Ezreal. No flash board.
Yeah, Renekton. Renekton dead, Renekton dead. Look, Ezreal, no E.
I have to kite one time. I have to
On
kite.
TB, okay, on TB. I want to chase you.
Ezreal has E.
I have down. Do CA, do bottom, do bottom.
Yeah,
Wait, you're telling me we win our game? We can win games, guys?
So right now you're on your Gromp, right?
Okay.
You just marked your Gromp.
Tell me
and your
where my mouse is. I'll try to TP. Where am I going right now?
You're going down. You didn't go to Wolves. You went like down towards the base.
I think we're cooked.
You're going past mid.
How am I going to mark all the
past
camps?
mid too. You're going into your jungle right now. You're going right still.
Okay.
Okay, go left, left. You're still going right. You're still going right.
What?
This way.
Oh, okay, like that.
You're walking to the bot tier 2 now. You walked somehow through your entire jungle, away from every single camp, through bot tier 1, and now you're currently entering the base. Do you know where left is, Kyra?
Okay, nice.
Captain.
Now I know where I am. So now I should be going up.
Yes, now you're going up. You're in the base. Okay. You're going past mid tier 1 now. Go right. Right.
Boom. Yeah, exactly. I know where I am now.
You're going straight. You're not going right.
Huh?
You're in your topside jungle.
No, they switched my mouse too, I think.
You're walking to top lane.
Bro, you have to be more precise now.
Be more precise. Okay. To this side is Wolves. Now, right? You went left.
Okay.
Now, you're like standing like the entranceway to Gromp, and you just need to click on the Gromp.
I'm smiting.
Okay, no, you're walking back to base. You're not smiting.
No.
Oh, this way. Now, stop. Now, left. Nope, that's up.
What?
You just walked out around the wall outside of the jungle. So bring it down to where you think the middle of your screen is, and then just, good, you got the camp.
Yes! Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I troll myself with Ivan, because you have to click the camps, like all of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. You're seeing a thumbs up there from Surdy, and him and the rest of this guys have got to be feeling good. They got their first game win of Summer Split just right before this past commercial break as they took down C9. It was a long battle. Disguise did manage to have a good early game. They fumbled around the mid game, but then they managed to outfight C9 after they started fighting together with their fed top lane Vayne. They ultimately triumphed. They bring us to a game number 3, and Loki's Rise. I told you, Isaac, at the beginning of last game,
0-9.
We were both right.
We exactly. Congratulations.
And well played to you as well, sir.
I was right currently, but you were Doctor Strange in it. You were pulling from the future.
I was pulling the timeline where that's where it went. But
like,
hey,
brother, he's only played 8 games. How could it be 0-9? And you're just like,
I know. But now this really is Disguised's chance to imagine. We were talking at the end of last game how it's got to feel good and be like a jolt of confidence for these guys to get your first game win against C9 after having opportunities and failing to clutch in the previous 2 weeks. If you actually beat C9 in a best of 3, especially considering the state of how these single round robin best of 3 phases work, where it's the top 6 that go to playoffs, bottom 2 don't, I think most people probably have Dignitas, Disguised, and Shopify in the bottom 3, right? So that means that if you can take down one of these top teams, that's going to give you a marked edge over the other competition that's down there in danger of not making playoffs.
It's absolutely true. And I ran into Surdy in the hallway when I was walking back, and I was like, wow, you got some confidence not flashing in mid lane, you know, dodging the Tempered Fate and the Binding. He's like, yeah, that's why you take the move speed chart. And so he was saying, you know, he was playing.
Wait, Surdy or Sajed?
Excuse me, Sajed. Did I say Surdy? Yeah, Sajed. And so he was saying that, you know, he's taking the extra move speed, and he was crediting that with being able to sidestep it. So definitely have the
how close it was.
It was very close. The Tempered Fate looked like it was touching his character.
Exactly. So if he loses the 3% or whatever move speed is on that shard, maybe you're too close.
Yeah.
Maybe he's unironically cooking right now.
I'm like, respect. If that's legit, what gave you the confidence to not flash and you were correct?
Hey,
respect.
Well played. Well played to you.
All right. Well played.
Our definitive game now, though. C9 have elected last pick. DSG are playing from blue side. Akali, Camille, Ambessa banned out by DSG. They don't want to deal with divers. Over on the C9 side, it's Jace, Nocturne, and Syndra on the ban list, as Victor was the first pick here for Disguise. Going to put that one into the bottom lane most likely. C9's response, power duo bottom lane. Caitlyn Karma, be prepared to be making out with your turret if you're laning against this. You are not getting away away from that thing.
Yeah, it is definitely a difficult duo to lane into. But that being said, once Victor gets some levels, once Victor gets Lost Chapter, he's going to be killing minions. And it's going to make it a lot more difficult for Caitlyn to actually do what Caitlyn does, which is access that tower, farm plates, and accelerate the game. I will also say the blind Cassante here for Surdy is a pretty big step away from, I think, what has gotten success for DSG, even in the games that they were actually creating advantages. I think back to his Abessa, I think to the Vayne this game. So I do find it a little bit surprising that after you take a game where he gets counter pick and he gets range top, you go the polar opposite of blind pick tank. And this Poppy could go both jungle or even top, because it's a pretty good matchup against Cassante as well, because once you hit Pathmaker, you can't cancel Pathmaker. So Poppy presses W, you are getting stunned as you come out of that. It's just happening.
Right, exactly. Pathmaker prevents CC while it's charging. As soon as he dashes, he's no longer...
Exactly.
He's now doing the path, not the maker part.
Exactly.
So,
you're unstoppable while you are making, not while you are pathing.
Not while you are pathing,
Yes.
correct. There's a critical divide here in the middle of the word. But I really do like the Poppy against Rel as well, because Rel's crash down is so slow. If Poppy's got steadfast presence, it's so easy to stop Rel from doing the type of engages that can normally result in a lot of success. So I really love the Poppy pick here from the C9 side. Second half of the draft starting up now, though, as Jin is banned out by C9, and it's Lock removed again by DSG.
Wow. So I wonder if this is going to be a jungle Poppy then, and if that is a matchup that Blabber is just looking to avoid. Kryra did bring out the Nefiri, but Kha'Zix is obviously a little bit further as far as down that tier list. We do see Kha'Zix from time to time, but as far as pro play is concerned, only 2 picks so far this split really globally. So it is not a popular one. Must be something that they are seeing in scrims. Locke as well as Yone going to get banned out. So 2 of these really powerful playmaking mid laners there that are available for Loki. And with this Aatrox, if it does get locked in, we are then 90% chance saying that is going to be a top lane Aatrox, and that would be a jungle Poppy. Though, of course, there is still the possibility they can go both ways, but that is kind of what I would be betting on.
Okay, so we'll see how those two want to shape up. We are expecting, of course, last pick of the draft to be the mid lane here for C9. They want all possible information from the disguised composition before they decide on Loki's pick. You already mentioned back in game number 1's draft how Kai'Sa has become more of a meta staple these days, much more popular pick. Disguised is going to hover that for a while, but they ultimately don't lock it in, instead opting for the Trundle, something like Poppy that has so much resistances. Subjugate feels great for Trundle to use. Plus, since none of Trundle's power budget for his kit is in any sort of mobility or dashing, Poppy doesn't get any value out of the steadfast presence. Final pick for DSG, a Nibby.
There you go. Can't stop my dashes, I'm just going to walk quickly.
Easy.
The name of the game for Trundle.
Ain't skipping leg day.
Exactly.
He's walking.
It's just like he's a speed walker,
Yeah.
He's got the helmet on and everything. He's ready to go.
Yep. Always got to have at least one
foot on the ground.
Firmly planted.
1 foot on the ground at all times.
No cheating the rules. I remember that episode of Malcolm in the Middle. As Silas is the final pick of the draft here for C9. So looking at what he has to steal away, you've got Magnet Storms, you've got Arcane Storms, you've got Glacial Storms, you've got 3 different kinds of storms for Silas to steal out. Plus the Subjugate helps make him a lot more difficult to kill.
Yeah, and I mean, you can Subjugate the Cassante, right? So that is going to be quite nice, is if you can steal that away and then Subjugate onto Surdy before he goes all out. That can be potentially pretty strong.
Or, okay, stay with me here.
Subjugate the subjugated Trundle.
Right. Trundle subjugates Poppy and steals a bunch of Poppy stats. But then you subjugate Trundle and steal Poppy's stats. So now you're stealing from your own teammate, which is all of us have wanted to do at some point or another while playing ladder games. So he's really just living his best League of Legends life.
Yep. So if Blabber comes and takes a cannon or, takes a kill, you're getting it back.
Yeah.
One way or another.
I'm getting that gold.
Exactly. I will be taking that gold from you. That being said, a lot of the other ults kind of suck. For,
the Storm? You're not down with the Storms? Magnet, Glacial,
the Glacial
Arcane?
Storm feels not that good. I think Magnet Storm is okay. Magnet Storm can kind of create some chaos, and, I just feel like Magnet Storm is more about the setup for the Shattering Strike and for the Crash Down and for all these tools than it is about the initial use itself. The Victor ult is always fine, but there's nothing in this game that makes me go, wow, this is a good Sylas game, right? There's no Ahri, there's no Alistar, there's no super powerful tool, I think, that you have to be really, really afraid of on the other side. So It'll be interesting to see how he does. I mean, I don't think they're horrible by any means. They're just like fine AoE ultimates for a team fight. But Subjugate is going to be the interesting one to see if he can get that and get some really good value.
All right. Also want to see how Tactical and Vulcan do with laying on the early oppressive laning here with the Caitlyn and the Karma combo. You and I were talking even after the previous game ended. Tactical was having an awesome individual performance in game number 2, even if C9 does end up ultimately losing the game as a team. So I feel like he's pretty warmed up. He's locked and loaded here for this third one.
He absolutely is.
Ooh, Lions even tries to go in for the crash down, but Tactical's got the confidence just to step back away from it as Lions loses over half his HP walking back from that.
Yeah, that is pretty tough. And Lions, we'll see if he actually completes this recall and goes back to base. He lost his heal there, lost the bot, and now has to recall as well. So that is a really bad start. A lot of times in these matchups as Rel, when you are getting pushed in, what you actually do is you save the crash down to just be able to actually have that HP shield to just Targon's execute minions, right? To just absorb poke. And when you use it aggressively like that and it does not work out, you are going to get pummeled. I mean, Karma and Caitlyn are going to stand between you and the minions at level 1s you can't even approach, and then lost a lot of health there. So Sajed, sure, there's a lot of minions to actually be able to farm up as they push in, but has not really had access to any of them. And not all the minions are going to walk in at perfect health points where you can actually farm them under your tower. You are going to be losing minions here. So this is a bit tough already for DSG.
And you saw on the side of your screen there, Tactical career 11-2 on Caitlyn and has not lost a game with a pick since 2020. Now, granted, most of his time since then has been spent in the Tier 2 ecosystem. You're not going to have the same level of opponents in there, but still, not having lost on a champ for 6 years feels pretty good in this game 3.
Yeah, no kidding. That is very impressive stuff there from Tactical. He has also used both his potions, though. Sajed obviously taking the worst end of these trades, but has been getting some lasers back onto Tactical to try to slowly whittle him down. And Loki has just been going for these aggressive trades, but Calmy is handling this really well.
Yeah, sidestepping the abduct there at the very end, too. Hits him with another Frostbite. But considering Calmy is almost out of mana, even though Flash Frost comes back up now, he doesn't really have a lot of resources to work with, so everything's just going to fizzle out.
Yeah, Calmy has just been kind of anticipating as Loki is dashing in. He's always catching him with the stun, and Surdy actually taking a nice trade here.
Yeah, Surdy's doing a good job against Thanatos. Jumping forward again with another Intofo strike. Thanatos does heal up with the Deathbringer stance. Important to note here as well that Surdy on the tank has gone for the more scaling option with the Doran's Helm, whereas Thanatos wanting the Doran's Shield just for that extra laning power, the extra healing that'll come in from the frequent small trades these two are going to do.
Yeah, exactly. And Xante gets a lot of value out of that Doran's Helm, and so pretty standard stuff from him there. But he's doing really well in this 1v1, and this was, you know, the counter pick that was available for Thanatos, and he is now down 2 full waves. There is still minions to farm, of course, but he is pretty low, so he's not going to be guaranteed to get all of those minions by any means. This matchup does start to get a lot better for the Aatrox. You know, as you get some levels, the Q cooldown goes down, your sustain kind of continues to go up, and it can become very difficult for tanks to actually have enough damage to really threaten you. But that being said, on first reset, plus 8 CS is really nice for Surdy.
Yeah, Surdy's more than happy with this, I would have to feel like. We posed the question a little bit back in the draft of, will this work out considering Surdy's blind picking tank versus going for counter pick and matchup dominance? So far, it looks like he's getting a little bit of both. So as long as the team is playing well around him, if he manages to build a lead again, once more, that was just the huge difference in game number 2. When they were struggling, Surdy wasn't there for the proper setup for the fights. When they were popping off, it's because Surdy was able to play the way he needed to in those bigger engages.
Exactly, and my question is, you know, less about like, oh, can he survive lane or whatever. I mean, he's been great. This Thanatos is considered the best laning top laner in our league, and to be able to blind pick and be winning lane, even if it is just early, is still really, really nice. But yeah, the question is, how will they do in the team fights with Surdy not on a carry? Who's going to be able to actually step up and try to be that difference maker? And in this game, it's going to be up to Calmy and Sajed. Everyone else is just kind of there to defend them, to set them up. So it is really up to these double AP carries here to try to get something done and to be that X factor. So we're going to be looking at Sajed and Calmy to see if they can try to get this one across the finish line in some of these team fights. But that job is, of course, going to be a lot harder when you look at Sajed. He's down 18 CS in that 2v2. Is going to be made a little bit better, but it's a tough start.
Yeah, and that tough start for DSG's bottom side means a good start for the C9 bot lane duo. You could see that with the advantage, with the control they had, it was very easy to just walk up there, join Blabber from another very early first Drake take. Not even 5.5 minutes into the game, and they've got that first neutral objective secured. And Tactical and Vulcan are right back in position, shoving the wave bottom side. Now, Kryra is down here. He does throw the control ward into the tri-brush, sees the Cloud9 vision there, so C9 are aware someone is lurking.
Yeah, and I mean, he was sitting by that tower for a while. I want to actually go back and check on Cloud9 vision if they ever saw him. They did. Yeah, he just completely misjudged it. He was just standing in vision there when he was on the tower. So
they already knew before the war.
Because I saw a ping, and I was thinking, okay, it's possible that they're saying he could be here, but I wanted to see if they actually saw him, and they definitely saw him. So he walked straight into vision there, did get spotted. And of course, as a result, C9 is not going to move forward and expose himself to any sort of Q flash from Lions to set up an engage or anything like that. So a little bit of time spent by Kryra, and you can see as a result, Blabber is ahead as far as the farm is concerned, but not really the biggest deal.
Yeah, Blabber on that Poppy. Still, again, want to see huge value out of the Steadfast Presence and the Keeper's Verdict. That's pretty much, that is the essence of Poppy, right? How many dashes can you stop? How big of an ejection can you get in the middle of the team fight that can skew things your way for a few seconds?
And that being said, I will say, when you complete the Sundered Sky, your first item, you actually do a lot of damage, right? So
bit of a scrapper, yeah.
It is a lot about, as you're talking about those X factors, especially as you get later on into the game. But when you first complete your Sundered Sky, if you flash, stun someone to the wall, and full combo them, they can lose like 70-80% of their health, right? Like just from the Poppy. Yeah. And so any additional damage that comes through, you can get 100-0 play on someone like Sajed, on someone like Call Me, if they are mispositioned very easily.
And that deceptive Poppy damage is one reason why I like seeing the Trundle as the answer to it, because although Poppy can kind of catch a lot of junglers off guard, it's a lot harder to do to Trundle, who kind of just outduels almost everybody because he is a ball of stats. But yeah, level 7 on Blabber, level 6.5 here for Kryra, but still no kills on the board for either side. We do have the Void Grubs spawning here in a couple of seconds. This has been a point of conflict in both of the previous games. Remember that DSG won the Void Grub 3v3 in the previous game with a 2-0 final outcome, but it was C9 who still took the objective because DSG was not able to reset and get a favorable map state in time. This time around, nobody is rushing straight to the Grubs. Instead, we are just going to get Sajed TPing back down into the bottom lane, immediately steps on a trap with a Peacemaker into a headshot to knock off a quarter HP, but he's got that lost chapter. This is what you pointed out back in the draft. Once he's got the chapter, once he's got some levels, he can start clearing out the waves and suffering a little bit less.
He can, but I've also got to be somewhat critical of Lions. I just feel like, I mean, right from the level 1, his crashdown was so bad and cost him a lot, and then right there, he's just strafing. Sajed's not even there, so I don't even think you really have to take position to threaten that you're going to go all in. He's just strafing while they're auto-attacking him. He lost 60% of his health just standing there getting auto-attacked. They're not scared of you jumping on them while Sajed is TPing back in, right? It's not like you're level 6 and you can one-shot the wave. So he just lost so much health for free. And I feel like the level 1 was pretty misplayed, and then watching that, like, yeah, you can't just stand super far back and never be in range of poke because you have to have some threat, take some space for your AP carry, but that just looked rough to me.
Now Blabber with the slam into the wall on Kryra, who flashes away from the potential follow-up there with the abduct. Kryra taking the blast cone, getting himself away as C9 tries to collapse with both solo laners. Loki and Thanatos rotating over to try to help Blabber make the catch. Would guarantee the Grubs if you kill the enemy jungler there. They aren't going to get that kill. Kryra, however, is sent packing. No flash, no ulti. C9 does have one Grub already secured. Blabber moving in, goes for the tackle after Call Me, forces flash out of the DSG mid laner as well.
That is really nicely done there from Blabber. Sets up the aggressive play, is outpacing Kryra a little bit for now. And is able to trade flashes there with the threat of his soul laners coming in, then gets the flash there off of Anivia as well. And heading back down towards bot side to continue farming up. The nice thing, too, for Tactical is not only is he creating this really big advantage in that 2v2, nearly 30 CS up at this point, but he's doing it with a call. So when he gets that cash out, it's going to be even sweeter. Has a nearly 1,000 gold lead at this point, and that call is only a handful of waves away, and then he will be extending that lead that much further. And the Caitlyn definitely getting more done in the 2v2 than I expected. I thought it would look bad in the first handful of levels, but I feel like that disadvantage was made to be a lot worse thanks to what I see as some misplays from Lions.
Well, C9 will still be happy about it, that's for sure. Tactical and Vulcan just continuing to build that lead. Ace in the hole just uses an aggressive trading tool every time they've got the chance. You're saying, okay, Lions is over clearing a ward. He won't be able to block the bullet. We're just going to make sure that we deliver that directly into the health bar of Sajed. We're delivering Dardoch directly back into the LCS tomorrow, so don't miss that. It's not a typo on your screen. Dardoch versus Armeo in the year of our Lord 2026. We're bringing it back, time machine style. But we still have to get there, and we still have plenty of game to play today before we do. Sundered Sky completed. MasterCard power spike there for Blabber's Poppy. You were already talking about this a little bit earlier. All of a sudden, this supportive, facilitatory team player, rah-rah go team type of champion is about to apply hammers to jawline.
Yep, you can get a lot of damage done, and this time it was just that 2-for-1 grub trade. And Blabber, of course, has a cheaper item, so he's going to have that done faster than Kryra will complete his. And he's looking for Call Me, who has no flash.
Yep, the Anivia already had to use the Summoner spell earlier, but since Kryra is here, he's decided he wants to try to take some of this fight. Here's your Crystallize to try to block off Blabber's escape, but they will not get any kills here. So Blabber just going to walk this one away. Loki doing the same. The Keeper's Verdict, yeeting Kryra out of the fight, so DSG could not get a kill.
Exactly. It's a trade of ultimates there for the junglers, and Blabber, haven't touched on it, but he is, of course, playing Storm Raider Surge. Move speed, very powerful against Trundle, who is pretty much entirely reliant on slows. You know, he moves fast, he slows you down with the pillar, with the chomp. And so you go in, you combo, you proc the Storm Raider Surge, and then Poppy is not an auto attacker. You're not doing anything after you spend your spells, so it's time to get out of dodge.
And I think that fits in really well with what you were talking about, the champions, deceptive damage, because when they removed Phase Rush and replaced it with Storm Raiders, and it's essentially the same thing, but now you actually have to do meaningful damage instead of just puking some useless spell on them for 45. Yep. Poppy's one of the champions that can still get pretty much the same effect because you're going to get that initial burst that you're talking about. So Poppy never really lost the rune, whereas a lot of champions feel like, yeah, I can't play this anymore.
Yep, exactly. It's made it a lot more difficult for a ton of those champions. You can see now Tactical cashed out the call, completed his role quest as well, nearly 2,000 gold ahead now in what was just an isolated 2v2. So that is really tough stuff. Sajed, I think was expecting that, he would have been able to keep that matchup a little bit closer. Of course, if you can, somehow slow him down at this point, that's something, but this is definitely a tough look in that 2v2, even though it is a range support versus a melee support. You've got to get some pretty explosive engages here from Lions to kind of make this worthwhile.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure on him. We put that pressure on him in game number 2 as well, but remember that after we did that, he did have a couple really nice taunt engages on his Shen in that second game. He's going to have even better ones here in game 3. He is the primary engage for DSG. In order for Surdy to do it, he's got to have a crazy angle with the all-out. In order for Kryra to do it, I mean, Kryra can't really do it. He just throws the stink pillar at them, right? Blabber, slam into the wall on Call Me here, and there's half the HP from the Anivia as Loki steps forward, and Call Me is just caught in the worst spot. There's no way to get away from this. They're going to get first blood, plus waste the resurrection on the Anivia. C9 are loving that.
We're going to show this replay because that's back-to-back games that Blabber is smurfing with his sweepers. Because he was sitting in that brush outside of River that he has pink. He swept over the wall. The reason he does it is because the blue buff was recently killed by Kryra, and he knows the Anivia is going to come down and grab that blue buff. So he pops the sweeper knowing Anivia is on the way over and spots him over the wall, then repositions into that tri-brush knowing that he is no longer in it, he's not going to be spotted, and then he's waiting there in that tri-brush when the Anivia walks back through, stuns him up, sets him up. So this is just beautiful stuff. He does get spotted on the way over, so they had some inkling, obviously, that he was there. They should have known that he was around, but I think Call Me feels like, okay, I'm pretty safe. Rel moved over, I'm getting covered. All right, he's not here. But because he got swept over the wall while he was on that pink, you can see Call Me even expects that he's still on that pink. He's in that brush. He's like, I just walked through this. But he does not know that he was swept by Blabber, and then Blabber just avoids the vision there, gets in the right spot.
Oh, sorry, I took it. I got scared. I don't know why.
It's all right, Blabber. You're going to be forgiven for that one because I agree wholeheartedly, Azeel. The setup for that, beautiful from Blabber. A game that had no kills until 14 minutes, and the first one feels like it's going a long way.
And we talked about this. Blabber, you steal that from Loki. Loki's going to be getting it back because of the subjugation chain.
The subjugation station. Yes,
exactly.
sir. The train's got to make a couple of stops to get there, so we'll see.
Cryra's going to subjugate Blabber, and then Loki's going to subjugate Cryra, and he's going to take that gold back from Blabber.
Exactly. Loki's getting paid one way or the other. He is invested, as now DSG are investing in this Rift Herald take. The Scuttle Crab is already secured by C9 ahead of time. TP's coming in from the C9 side. Everybody's ready to fight here. Lions in the middle of everyone. Tactical getting locked up. Flashes back over the wall, staying alive for now. Cryra trying to escape. Thanatos ready with a flash. Q3. Cryra's already dead. Lions will follow. Loki takes him out with a stolen all-out. And C9, it's a 2-for-0 fight. They're going to earn themselves the Herald. They've already got 2 Drakes. The third Drake's spawning in 15 seconds. They're 4,000 gold ahead. And DSG's hopes are turned to ash.
Yeah, this game is out of hand at this point. They have the teleport coming in from Aatrox, and look at how Blabber plays this. I mean, great, Lions goes in, but no one can follow up on that. How's anyone supposed to walk in? Loki is between Sajed and the follow-up. The Anivia gets knocked out. The Trundle gets just burst down by the Poppy and the Aatrox, and it was an angle that Lions saw, but it's not one that his teammates could do anything about. And now 4,000 gold lead. We're almost on Soul Point, and it is Hex Tech Soul. Lions gonna go in behind him, but I just don't see the angle.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough. Loki also stealing away the Subjugate, and there's Soul Point secured. Not even 17 minutes into the game. And they're up over 4,000, means
and
that
dead too now.
Yeah, like 5 minutes from now, when you have to answer that fight in neutral territory around the Dragon Soul, if C9's up 5,000 gold at 22 minutes, what do you even do as Disguised?
Probably lose.
Probably
and then
lose.
say, hey, at least we got a game.
Yeah,
We're
at least
on the
you got
board.
a game. At least you're doing all right. At least you're perhaps one step closer to going to the Gas South Arena on October 3rd and 4th in Atlanta for the LCS Finals. Yes, sir. But that is still a long road for them to go to. They're not as blessed as you in the audience. You can scan that QR code and get your tickets right now. The team's got to earn those tickets. They got to earn that spot. And for DSG, it's looking more and more difficult as the clock marches forward here in this third game against C9. I'm trying to look at the scoreboard. You've got one individual lane that is not behind. It's Surdy. He's up 100 gold. But then you look at the other side. Blabber's 1,500 ahead. Tactical 2K up over Sajed on the Victor. It's a straight vertical wall to have to climb.
Yeah, it is pretty brutal, not gonna lie. And Surdy, he was blind picked as well, right? He's blind picked a tank, and he is winning out in that 1v1. It's a slight advantage, but he's played it really well. I mean, he's still up 10 CS at this point. It just doesn't feel like it matters at all. Blabber is miles ahead. Bot lane has been a disaster from the word go. And you just took that first team fight after losing all the objectives. You got destroyed in that team fight. And when you're already that far behind, it kind of feels like you really need to make it work, because Lions wasn't able to contribute anything in the 2v2. And so when you go for that flash engage, like, it's got to be perfect, right? You've got to be able to get something. They're going to look for Loki, but I don't even know if they have the damage.
I don't think they do with only the 2 of them, because of how powerful Kingslayer is with the Vamp, because of the fact that Loki, here in 5 seconds, will also be able to steal Subjugate. Again, I believe the timer will allow him to do it. You could see that Sajed was walking over thinking about maybe reinforcing, but instead he steps back, takes his recall. He does have his second fully completed item with the Leandry, so Sajed double burn, ready to go. Call Me also here in under 2 minutes is going to hit his 10-stack Rod of Age's power spike, so maybe just a glimmer of a glimpse of hope here for DSG, but it's still tough.
Yeah, it is really, really tough. And Blabber, because of all of that gold he has picked up, I mean, he's 40 CS ahead, he's gotten the kill. He already has a Kanik Rookern, right? And it is double AP carries. Sure, there is the Subjugate to make things a little bit easier, but this is still a ridiculously tanky Poppy at this point in the game to deal with. And Tactical has had his Hex Optics for a very long time. Now he has the IE, has a Crit Cloak on top. The Caitlyn is getting towards that 3-item power spike, where I always feel like Caitlyn just becomes a complete menace, and it gets really, really tough to deal with.
Okay, meanwhile, what else is tough to deal with? A Poppy constantly sitting in your jungle. Anytime somebody tries to walk through here, they get slammed into the wall, hit with the Hammer Shock. And now Cryra, he's slammed into the wall, hit with the Hammer Shock.
Minus FHP.
Yep, not feeling great about that one. Vulcan and Tactical stepping forward. Keeper's Verdict for the quick CC. And Cryra's not going anywhere. They can give the kill over to Tactical. Nice and easy. Abscond abduct with Loki stealing away the Magnet Storm. Trying to find something else on the back end of this. Sajed loses a chunk. He loses his flash. He stays alive for now, but it's 20 minutes on the clock. The enemy jungler is dead for 20 seconds. So Baron is alive. C9 is going to secure this topside Scuttle Crab. They aren't going to pressure towards the Baron itself just yet. You know, 2026 Baron, it's not worth a whole lot. It's not worth potentially throwing the game for. So instead, just going to keep pressure on the lanes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could go for Baron, and I think they would probably get it, but it's just not really worth it because you're thinking about how do we lose this game, and it's probably a Baron throw, right?
Yep.
You have Dragon Soul available in 1 minute. You should just be resetting, getting vision around there. You can already see they have 4 or 5 wards in that area in enemy jungle, as well as in the river. And DSG have got to get out there and reclaim some of this space, because if C9 get there with the 6,000 gold lead, set up their trap line, and are there waiting for you to walk in, it is going to be such a long shot to be able to actually make a fight happen, and to even get in and deny this is going to be tough.
Okay, Blabber again with those sweepers, keeping track of who's nearby. Did see the silhouette in that enemy jungle. DSG, they know that they don't have any chance if they're not here first. Surdy's already clearing out some of the control wards. DSG wants to be ready to fight for this, but that's your jungler having to flash over the wall, drop the subjugate defensively. Kryra healing up on the backside of the fight, but now Surdy and Lions are in the middle of everything. Lions has already lost 3/4 of his health as Surdy gets tackled. No collision with the wall means Cassante is still alive for now. Gets back over the wall. Surdy staying alive, but in no condition to fight. And now the Dragon has been aggroed by C9. Loki going to interrupt the recall on Surdy's Cassante. Call Me stepping forward, trying to use the Crystallize to slow down C9. Tactical on the wrong side of the pillar, but he gets right back over with the 90 caliber net. Surdy dealing with Loki off to the side of the fight here at the same time. Kryber steps up. Objective bounty claimed by Sajed. C9 aren't going to get the soul, but DSG have already lost 2. Make it 3. Sajed and Call Me trying to hobble out of the fight, but everybody except for Call Me dies. 4 kills traded for the Dragon. C9 will take that one. Okay, for now, no problem. Make it 5 kills. The egg is wasted yet again. Ace for C9, and now they'll walk it over to Baron.
Yeah, 5 kills for the Dragon, and they're going to get Baron. They are just dominating this game at this point, and it feels like it is all falling apart here for DSG. I was even thinking further back in this replay where Surdy was trying to come around on a flank, and as he hit the Pathmaker, Call Me walled him off, and he just gets the Pathmaker straight into the Anivia wall, and it felt like one of those moments where you're playing ARAM with your friends and they're trolling you with the wall, and that was a tough start to the fight. I mean, he lost most of his health when he was looking for this angle.
Nice, we got it.
Unfortunately, we got the worst objective.
We got the worst objective in the Baron. But no, I know what you're talking about, because for all the old heads out there, there was a video from back in like 2010, 2011 called McLaren Anivia on YouTube. A guy named McLaren just using walls on his own team, then acting confused when they were frustrated. One of the original League of Legends trolls. He's probably out there still somewhere. I have no idea what he's doing, but he's probably building Anivia walls. That is not the ideal way for a team fight to start. It's better than this, though, because Sajed already down here in the mid lane.
He's Sajed.
Sajed. He got hit in the head.
He's got to go to Sabed.
He's got to go to Sabed. His face is all Sared. He's not having a good time. C9.
I could keep going, but I'm resisting. I'm a mature adult.
Okay.
I can stop any time. That time is now.
It's a good thing they didn't pick Sajed to death mark them with the shuriken above their head. Okay, that's a repeat.
We got to stop. We're going to be unemployed,
yeah.
buddy.
So
fired.
Yeah, we won't have any more street cred. But we got look, man,
this is not even a good joke.
It's a 10,000 gold lead. They've got Baron. This game is going nowhere. It's a 10-0. I'm trying to think of more Sajed name angles, because there's more of those than there are angles for DSG to come back into this game. Blabber goes for the slam on Surdy as he tries to take the Hex Gate in here, find some sort of an angle against C9. Blabber finds another tackle right back in there. Blabber and Thanatos just whittling away at the health bar on the Cassante, while Vulcan and Tactical keep the waves crashing in bottom lane. Meanwhile, mid lane with the Enchanted Cannon minion does destroy the inhibitor turret first. C9 keeping most of the pressure down here in bottom side. as Loki continues working towards that inhibitor over in mid lane. First target going to be Kryra. Thanatos moving closer towards his allied solo laner as Call Me is shot down. No egg this time trying to protect him. Loki gets the kill onto Sajed. Loki getting away as DSG try to get one back onto the Silas. All out from Surdy. He can't find the damage. They're too far behind. DSG's last stand is just a flicker in the night in the face of C9's 13,000 gold lead. They'll just march it straight on to the Nexus. Not even 26 minutes in, not a single kill for DSG. C9 stomps the third game and takes the series 2-1.
I mean, this was two absolute stomps. It was a 23-minute game and a 25-minute game, and then a super long turbo banger
in the middle,
where DSG won in the middle.
The burger was sweet. It was juicy. The buns were dog crap. We picked them up off the street. They're filthy. And that's what the gameplay was in games 1 and 3 from C9. It was filthy,
in a good
but
way.
in a good way. Exactly. It's a dirty burger. It's greasy, and that's the way that it should be. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, buddy. So read the toss, so let's get out of here.
All right, we're gonna toss here in a minute. I think that when you're looking at this game as a whole, when you're looking at this from the perspective of C9, it's the same story from the first 2 weeks. You're glad that for the highs that you had, you're glad that you got the win here, but still you go back, you look at that second game, you say, what the hell, man?
Yeah, it is tough, right? They are still figuring it out. They are looking up and down, but I will say tactical to me, when I look at the series as a whole, what a bright spot. Even in the loss, I think his Ezreal was incredible, dominated in this game. I think he has been looking very good individually. C9 clearly have some kinks to work out, but they have a high ceiling, that is for sure.
Yeah, Tactical's my player of the game for this one. I would be surprised if he doesn't win player of the series. And now we've got Jat standing by with Loki for an interview. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Tactical. You win? The 2 wins were very decisive with something that happened in the middle. How do you feel overall about the series?
Yeah, I mean, we finished off with a cleaner game than the other ones, but the middle game, yeah, that didn't go that great. We also had like really low engage for Vayne in late game, so it was really hard for us to play. But then third game, they had the same problem as we did the second game. They just don't have the reliable engage, and I'm outranging, and you know, if I'm ahead in gold, it's really hard.
I got a crazy stat. You won a lot of times in a row on Caitlyn on stage. Do you know this?
Oh, no.
Yeah. So the last time you lost on Caitlyn was 2020.
20? That was 6 years ago.
It was Worlds against Machi.
Oh, I remember this game. And it was not my fault.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember that.
It was a bad draft. You're player of the game in this Caitlyn game. So congratulations, another banger for Caitlyn. How are the nerves now that you've played 3 weeks? Because I remember week 1 you said you were kind of nervous and you've been working on that.
Yeah, I think week 1 and 2 I was a bit nervous, but today I'm really chill. So I'm feeling it. So it's good.
What's the limit for the C9 roster at the end of the year?
Well, hopefully none, but the limit will probably be my limit.
All right, a lot of confidence, Tactical. It's good to see you. Good to see you back on the LCS stage. Hope to see more of you. We're going to send it back to the lounge.
It's coming nuts now. Hello, thank you.
Welcome back. We're joined by Surdy, so thank you for taking the time. I guess we just kind of wanted to check in because obviously the season hasn't gone necessarily as you guys wanted it to. So moving forward, what can you guys take from your series thus far to try to improve?
I think we've taken a lot already. It doesn't look like it, but in the past 2 weeks, I think the team has made, well, they told me, at least before I joined, they said it felt like there was a big period of time from Split 1 all the way up until about when I joined where there was just no improvement. They felt like the reason why the games got harder for them was because the other teams were improving, but they weren't able to. And there are things that we have started to do better in these recent few weeks. Like, I mean, you might remember our game versus Shopify in game 1 where we lost because we threw on the Baron Siege.
Yeah.
That was a repeated thing that would happen on the team for like 6 months straight. And we've finally stopped inting on Barons, so that's something, you know? Yeah. But I don't know, I think from this series, it's kind of hard to say without looking at the games. I know that in the Olaf game, for me personally, I shouldn't chase past the banana bush. I should stay in the river on the third dragon fight.
Yeah.
That was the big one, like the big takeaway for me within this series at least. because I think that was the one team fight I really griefed. But I think as a team, we'll kind of just look at it in review. We've fixed the Baron sequences, which is nice. And we are taking a lot of games off good teams in scrims now, but we just need to convert it to stage.
Yeah, because at least from what we've seen on stage, game 1 last week looked really good. You guys had like a 3K goal lead and had Baron and all that. And you guys were like pretty primed winning that one, if you remember that one. And then you guys ended up winning game 2 this one with your Vayne performance. Do you have any takeaways off the Vayne game in mind?
I mean, the Vayne game, it's hard to say. I think we should have been able to progress the game a lot faster. With our comp, we went to play through side lanes.
Yeah.
But we weren't doing the best job at doing that. Like, for example, when I die under top tier 1, they shouldn't be able to go there and do that. And it's an issue on my part as well, where I need to properly call for the resources that my champion needs when I'm playing something that's really vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I should really be dictating that game. So it's a bit of a failure on my part for not doing that well enough. But I don't know.
All right, well, thank you so much for just taking the time to chat with us, because we did want to check in with you, especially after the Vayne game, obviously, right?
Hell yeah.
So, but now we are going to go to a break, and Sentinels versus Shopify is going to be on the other side of that. So we'll see you then.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tunnel walks up fight, okay? Yeah, her.
Fighting
Another
front
Q. I'll ward it.
I'm looking.
Tunnel, guys, look, tunnel, tunnel. Tunnel wants to die.
Oh,
got it.
No,
Yeah.
no, he's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, still
I
fight.
got something.
Look at Nivea, look at Nivea.
Yeah, I'm going.
No, we should go Baron, guys. Let's go Baron. Yeah, you kill him then. Oh,
Shouldn't
okay.
do.
Let's go.
I
choked that mechanically.
I got Nivea, guys. Go measure.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah, I can, don't worry.
Flash. Tunnel flash for sure.
True.
Yoing. Let's go.
Not a single kill for DSG. C9 stomps the third game and takes the series 2-1.
Welcome back to the LCS and our second match of the day, Sentinels versus Shopify. Hi!
Hi! You were just ignoring him for the past 5 seconds.
Look, I gotta inform the people.
I know, right?
I know. I'm a terrible friend. From last game, just so you guys are aware, player of the game was Tactical.
Caitlyn, who was up 10 million gold.
Yeah, on his Caitlyn. Me and Raz did vote Blabber.
I was
he
debating.
set up. Yeah, I
it
thought
was
he
a tough
set up
one.
a lot of the early plays.
Yeah, I will say though that I was thinking about voting Lions after that level 1 as well.
Yeah, right. Moving on, the people voted Loki. So good Silas game from him. Honestly.
People are a wild card.
A pretty big stomp coming out of C9 in that third game. But this series is a big series for both Shopify and Sentinels, I think, who are really trying to jockey in position. This is, you can see that Kangas, once again, the only person who is putting Shopify slightly above, but this is not as egregious as his. Oh, wait, you.
Because for me, I looked at everyone, I was like, okay, everyone had them as like solidly 5th and 6th. Wait a minute. Someone had them last. That was me! Shopify is last.
What do you have to say for yourself, Raz?
I stand by it for now.
Do you?
No, I
But
don't.
hesitantly? It's like you're standing by it as though it's a friend, but they're doing some questionable things.
Yeah.
So you're slowly inching away.
I'm distancing.
You're like,
every
whoa,
week.
he did what?
Every week I'm distancing.
I don't really know him that well. I mean,
after the last series, I'm distancing myself from PSG.
Talking to these two teams, I think basically, if you are one of these two teams, your goal is, well, all the teams, your goal is to make the Worlds, right?
Yeah.
And step 1 is getting upper bracket in playoffs, which means you have to get top 4. And these are two teams that I think most people will look at as very close in the standings. I think there is no world in which both of them get to top 4, honestly. Yeah. So I think that it is almost a must-win for either of these teams to have a realistic shot of a path to top 4 and having double elimination playoffs. Because 5th, 6th, you're starting in lower bracket, your chances are a lot more slim.
Yeah, I got the sense from talking to Huhi and Pros this past week as well that this is a big match for the reasons you said. I see that because I think this is a lot closer than seeing the bar come up and having it just be like, all Sentinels, right? Because like both of these teams have their very messy moments or uncoordinated moments, and then other times we see them put together some really nice runs of play.
I just need to see Shopify consistently win games. Whereas with their opponents, I think Sentinels constantly will win out series. The question is whether they'll drop a game.
You know what I need to see? I need to see who the special guest is that the casters have for game 1.
How special are they?
Pretty special.
Pretty special, Raz. It's myself, Kangas with Jat, and the one, the only Cloud9 jungler, Blabber, joining us on the cast. For crazy enough, you said this is your first time ever casting, right?
This is my first cast ever, yeah. I'm
That's
looking forward
to it. Man, I can't believe that's shame on us. That's like in our face for not getting you on earlier, because that's awesome that we at least get you on now to get your thoughts ahead of this match and also during the games. How are you feeling? Do you want to try play-by-play at any point, or are you just going to stick to Colorcaster?
Oh, I'm good on the play-by-play.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think you got that, Kangas.
All right.
I believe in you.
I'll try my best. I said this earlier, it can't be worse than Jad, so no pressure.
That's true.
At all, yeah. We got Shopify Rebellion versus Sentinels. Blabber, I'm going to start with your opinion on the match, because it was all Sentinels predictions from the desk. Do you concur? Do you feel like they are the favorites coming into this best of 3?
I definitely think that Sentinels are the favorites going into this match. I don't think we haven't played against Sentinels too much in practice, so I don't have too much information on them, but I feel like both teams like to fight a lot. They're both like really scrappy teams, and when they see an angle, they go for it. At least from my experience, like they'll drop waves, they'll do one play together, and they're not the most, I would say, macro-intensive teams, but they really like to play for fights.
Well, that actually echoes the sentiment I caught Revan, coach of Shopify Rebellion, backstage before the match, and he said it's going to be bloody either way. There's going to be a lot of kills. Either we're going to get them or they're going to get them. So, Jad, what are your expectations coming into this, especially looking at the early drafts here?
It's definitely the battle for 5th, and I see another really early Ezreal lock-in. I've been seeing more of that from the teams that don't necessarily want to play mages, but now we're seeing Ziggs. Tactical, what's your opinion? I feel like ever since Riot announced that they're going to be nerfing mages even just a little bit, a lot of teams dropped them. Did that have any impact on the meta, or do you feel like it's more teams just playing more what they're good at?
I mean, right now ADCs are kind of making a comeback.
Exactly.
In LCK, and I think Ezreal has a lot of high prow because right now there's a lot of like diving champs. Like you can see Ziggs, Camille, Vi, Nocturne, and Ezreal is very safe and also just generally one of the best ADCs you can play against mages. Has a dash, has a long range spell. If you play something like I don't know Kai'Sa against Ziggs, you get hit by 1Q at some point, you probably lose like 40% of your HP. But Kai'Sa's like a good pick against Ziggs as well. But I think Ezreal's just strong because, yeah, there's just a lot of dive, and it's good against mages.
Yep, and you're going to pair it with the Leona to kind of answer that Camille. We've seen these, either Shen or Leona, be the prime counters to that support Camille. Although, if you watched LEC, apparently Camille can be played top lane, Chad. I learned that earlier, yeah.
Did they win that game?
I don't think... Did
Okay,
they?
I didn't see the end of it.
I
I didn't see the end of it.
I know MKOI got 2-0. That's all I remember. And I think they're the ones with Oscarina. Or sorry, not Giants, the ones with Oscarina.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, it was a comeback a little bit there. But either way, expecting the Camille support with then Jace as a bit of a flex pick here as well. We've seen Jace all over the place, Chad.
Yeah, we really have. I think in any comp that you have a Ziggs bot lane, Jace top, if you can play it, is like the best in slot pick just because it's a bunch of poke that's stacked with Ziggs, not to mention just having high physical damage to go with what's likely going to be double AP from mid-bot, assuming they don't flex things around.
We did see last week, though, Shopify opt for the Jace in the jungle with Fudge on the Vayne top lane. We talked about that one a lot because of Fudge getting picked at the very end of the game when he was the one with all the gold. Blabber, as a jungler yourself, are you the one that's like, yeah, I'll sack the Jace jungle pick so we can get a counter pick top lane? Or do you think that he's kind of a fake jungler right now?
I think Jace definitely has its place in the jungle. I think this game, it's very unlikely it's going to go jungle because I feel like you're a very easy target against Lee Sin Leona. If you play Jace Camille into Lee Sin Leona, it's very hard to honestly contest very much. So I would expect it to go top lane, but they are holding the flex. Obviously, you can see Sentinels ban Vayne because they played that last week. But yeah, I think it's going to go top lane.
So, Blabber, you're really good at this. Like, I feel like I don't have to be here. Like, I feel like your instincts and what you need to say. So, if you're down, like, just keep going anytime Kanga stops talking. If you can point to me if you need me, but I feel like you're a natural at this.
This can become the Blabber podcast, the Blabber educational
Just talk
corner.
us through the draft, right?
Okay.
Like, what do you think the next, how's this draft going to end?
Well, I think that blue side, they're blue side, right? Yeah. I think Sentinels will pick some fighting champ with the Lee Sin, probably like Rise or something, because they banned Cassio, and it's one of Darkwing's best champs. And Impact is going to pick Cassante to Jace because he's hovering it.
Yeah. Well, wait, that's a fun lesson, actually. He probably will lock it in because it is Impact and it is against Jace. But we're taught in Caster Academy to never talk about hovers because they can always change.
I talk about hovers all the time.
I know, but we're not supposed to,
Blabber's right.
technically. And there it is. Okay. All right. Not
They're
punished for
buying
first
time.
move.
The reason you didn't lock in is they're buying time. They're talking about their
They're talking about their
true.
mid laner.
Yeah, do they go Rise or
There's the
Victor?
known one, the unknown one
Hui.
now.
Hui? Okay,
wrong.
why the Hui?
I don't actually know why he wants Hui, but I'm assuming because they have a lot of frontline. They already have Cassante and Leona that he wants maybe some more consistent DPS, something that's good against the Neferi. Against Neferi, because Neferi goes before the dogs, he can always fear him when he's flying. It makes him less vulnerable to Neferi. And maybe it's a bit better versus Camille as well. When you play Rise against Camille Ziggs, there's not really counterplay, but maybe when you play Hui, you just drop all your spells when they go on you and...
I didn't know about the dog tech there.
Yeah, so when you play like Bard against Neferi, for example, you just, or if you have a Bard, you just stand with your Bard. He just Qs Neferi and hits the dogs every single time. Like the dog will not tank for Neferi, so any champ that has like a line, I guess, CC, is good against Neferi.
I see a lot of Zinni Galio as well. What do you feel like?
It's one of his favorite champs. Last split, he was one of the first people to start going Mandate when it got buffed. I don't know if he played it on stage, but we played against him in scrims, and he was one of the first people to start this trend that I saw. Obviously, maybe someone solo queue did it, but he was the first one, and yeah, they have Camille Gala.
We had APA on one of our desks during playoffs, and he was telling us how Zinni was doing the like jack of all trades rush. So he was doing, I think it was like upgraded Sorks into Mandate.
Oh, really?
And like Abyssal Mask, and he was hitting 10 jack of all trade stacks immediately. I don't think he'd necessarily min-max it as much now because a lot of times you want to go tank boots on that Galio anyway.
Yeah.
But that's what he was doing then.
I'm trying to check right now the match history of Shopify Rebellion because I have a hunch here. They played it last week, I know, the Galio plus Camille, and yes, both of their series so far, game ones, have been Galio Camille. So I call this the Heroes Ultimatum, the Heroes entrance plus the Hextech Ultimatum. It's a tried and true classic, but this is now 3 for 3 in series that Shopify start off with this combo. Let's see if it gets them a win this time around. They have 1 series win against DSG, 1 loss against Lion, and now up against Sentinels in a crucial match. Jet, you called this the battle for 5th place, and I have to concur. Shopify at the start of the split, we're talking about their goals of improvement. They got 6th place last split. They beat the 2 teams below them. And now if they want an opportunity to push a little bit higher, they have to make sure that they're able to actually push in to the that next era, which is the Sentinels roster, right? Like if they want 5th place, they got to take down the 5th place team.
I know it's crazy they made playoffs last split. They beat DSG and Dig and lost to everybody else.
Yeah.
And they made playoffs, but they want to go higher. They want to go higher. They want to beat Sentinels as well. But Blabber, Lee Sin, Nefiri with these team comps, which jungler would you rather be?
I think in this game I would rather be the Lee Sin. Generally, in the Leona Camille matchup, the champ or the team that has the Leona will have the stronger 2v2, unless there's maybe a Trundle in the game or something like that. But for Lee's perspective, it's very hard to get put too far behind or be worried about going places. It's one of the better champs against Camille in my opinion, and in any skirmish, 2v2, 3v3, the Lee Sin Leona should be favored. So I think at least for early game, I'd rather be the Lee Sin in this game.
He's passing towards that bottom side as well, so we're going to be linking up with Huhi potentially here as level 2 hit by Sentinels. Getting some priority in that 2v2 in the bottom lane already early. Fudge getting a nice push in on the top side, and actually an early reset here from Hambach. What are your thoughts on the kind of 3-camp reset for Lee Sin?
I mean, this is the most common path. Pretty much every Lee Sin does this because you can clear the 3 camps really fast. You can make it back to Crab without even using 2 smites. You can save your second smite, get a base off, get a longsword, and still make it a Crab. So it's just really efficient. And yeah, having an extra longsword, you will be able to fight pretty much every jungler.
Can he still hit level 4 for Crab spawn, or does he go to Crab at level 3?
No, you'll be level 4. You can hit the full clear. Okay. I mean, you'll see Hambach do this game because I think he's clearing at a pretty good speed. But I'm pretty sure he's going to finish these camps before the... Well, it might be right when Crab spawns, but he'll be able to save his smite.
In an average pro jungle game, what would you say is the delta in clear speed? Do you find that you're always within 5 seconds at the same time in clears, or does something ever happen outside of a support roaming or a jungler invading or something like that, where you're ooh, it actually kind of put me behind a little bit?
I mean, if you're just clearing and nothing's this game is 5 seconds fast. He's extremely fast this game.
Yeah.
But normally...
Oh, no, no, right as we pointed out.
Crab's got feet.
But yeah, normally I would say 5 seconds is the difference. And you can just watch some VODs. It's really easy to kind of figure out how to clear. You just watch someone who clears faster than you, and then you can just copy them.
So you're saying if I wanted to learn, I should tune into twitch.tv/blabber and check out the clear speed.
Exactly.
Okay,
yes.
I'll give that a check.
Insane.
Do you have any VOD saved? Anything up that I could maybe check out right now?
I don't have any VOD saved, but I might be live soon and you'll be able to watch me.
All right, I'll keep an eye out. Contract's going for an invade onto Hambach right now, trying to slow down some of that jungle clear speed. The Q will land onto one of the little dogs. Contracts will hit the W, get away. Darkwings is there, so Contracts has to back away, and Hambach will defend his Raptors. And he gets some chunk onto Darkwings, but it's just going to be a health bar trade for the jungle camp. Hambach does get them.
Play for jungle. Darkwings lost half his HP to secure the chicken camp, so he understands that it's important to play for jungle.
He needed to do that. I mean, Contracts had the 1 longsword advantage because he did a full clear, then base, then went for
Justice Punch. That's the shield of Durin. Gets flash out of Darkwings.
Do you think that's a result of him playing for jungle? Having to burn his flash there? Or
no, I think that's a result of him missing his E. He didn't, he tried to EQ, if you saw it, and then Zinni E'd it and hit him, but that will never happen to him if he just saves his E or doesn't miss it. So I think it's a result of him missing his ability.
Darkwing's gap.
And Hui's now in the mid lane here, helping out Darkwings. Get that wave shoved in. Just pushing back Zinni, who's trying to catch the wave himself right now. So no early kills, 4.5 minutes into the game. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Blabber, if you are Hambach here on the Lee Sin, you've had a very fast clear so far. Are you prioritizing Dragons with this type of team composition?
I think if he can, I think it's going to be kind of hard for him to get the Drake this game. His Miller doesn't really have sums, so they'll need to spend a timer, I think, to help connect him to the fight. But I think if they actually get into a fight, Leona's really strong and Galio's really strong, so I don't think it'll be the freest Drake for either team, but we'll see what happens because Contracts is popping up. So if he doesn't come down for this Drake, then it'll be free for Lee Sin. Like,
Yeah.
we'll see what Contracts
It's a
does
bit of a
after
bluff
these
because
rolls.
they didn't see Contracts leave, and he's going to be heading back now.
So he's actually coming. This is, if there's no fight here, this is going to be good for Hanbok always because Contracts is skipping his Gromp. They're obviously coming for the fight, but we'll see. I mean, they're going to fight. They're going to
Contract
fight.
spots it. Zazel's coming in as well. Same with B-Boy. Contracts goes over the wall into the Dragon Pit. Locked down so far by Huki. Damage focused onto Contracts, but now Hanbok's out of the pit. Resonating Strike might get him back in. Darkwing's coming from the flank. Contracts is low, about half health. B-Boy as well, hit by the ultimate. Now focus onto Darkwing. Shopify Rebellion try and blow up the mid laner. They'll get the Dragon. They will not get the kill, but objective secured there, as the kills will go the way of Sentinels.
Wow, 3 kills for Sentinels. Blabber, what do you feel like was the key in that fight?
I mean, I feel like I really don't like the way Contracts played this fight. I felt like they were actually in a pretty decent spot. If he just waits for B-Boy right now, Gallagher's going to be able to connect with ult. Camille might be able to go in first, but he kind of just zones himself off from the team. And Ziggs also flashed and missed his E, it looks like. I felt like if he just stayed with his Ziggs and Camille and waited for, you know, someone else to start for him, or wait for them to go on him, the fight would look a lot better. But they kind of just zoned themselves, I felt like. They like split from each other, and I felt like it made the fight hard.
Gave a lot of time for Darkwings to actually connect, and then he still got all the spells off, even if he didn't have, like, no flash. Trying to walk into river can be really hard. That's a big win for Sentinels.
Yeah, 3 kills, a lot of gold. The Dragon is the only thing that Shopify pick up off of that, but now catching up to live, that's a 2-kill lead for Rahel over B-Boy. 790 gold already at 7 minutes into the game. Pretty substantial, I would say, as now top lane here. Zazel roamed up, Huki as well, so these roaming supports, time to get out of the bot lane and elsewhere onto the Rift. 50 seconds until that grub spawn, and that's going to be a gold lead for Sentinels if there's a fight for them.
What's Contracts looking to do
Come for it,
here?
mid.
Level 6. Nah, nothing doing. Blabber, with the increased roaming, how has that kind of changed the way you need to approach jungle in the mid game?
I mean, in the mid game, you really need to think about supports. Honestly, at all points, you need to think about supports in the early game. I think in this game, for example, Camille could have chosen to fight Lee Sin level 1 at the chickens if he really wanted to. And I think at all points, you kind of just need to think about the support, call your support to come to you. Just make sure that your team is more cognizant of like which camps are spawning, if they have a timer to invade or not, and you just got to be very aware. Because supports are everywhere these days. They're at camps, they're at crabs, they're diving you.
Yeah.
They just XP is just weak this patch.
Everywhere except bot lane. Just everywhere else on the map.
I mean, who is almost level 6, so he's put bot lane a good amount. It looks like he's getting a lot of XP. He's up a whole level on Zazel. It looks like.
Yeah.
So he'll have an early level 6, which means when he gets 6, he'll have a big gap.
And this is, of course, the catch-up XP will slingshot Zazel back up there, but the advantage is that if you have level 6 for fights like this, he's not quite there yet, as now the engage from Zazel, hookshot onto Huki, taking up a lot of the damage impact coming in as well. Not a lot of damage onto the key damage dealers. Huki's the only one chunked down, as the Dragon's Rage will knock back Shopify Rebellion, but they're just going for the grubs. 1 taken by Sentinel, Shopify will get 2. Does not look like there'll be much more afterwards, but there's the satchel on the Darkwings. Sentinel's about to lose their mid laner, but not enough damage. That'll get ult out of contract. Shopify will pick up the kill.
I mean, this was a good fight for Shopify because B-Boy was first, as you can see, and Rahel was... Honestly, Rahel didn't even get anything from this. He based at the same... Or not the same time. He based after B-Boy, so he wasn't even falling to really punish anything. As you can see, from Rahel's point of view, he's just literally not here.
Resetting right now.
He's resetting right now. I think he probably should have just stayed and hit the bot tower. But yeah, they didn't really get anything from this, and I think Darkwings walked the wrong path afterwards and got himself caught.
Yeah, could have just given up the grubs. Then Zinni's still able to connect on the E here.
Yeah,
great satchel.
But did B-Boy give up a wave for this? Like,
I mean,
was there a wave under his tower that he gave up?
I feel like him deploying bot lane, then running mid late.
He must have given waves, right?
Hell, B-Boy must have lost a wave.
Because if they just didn't fight here, then it wouldn't have been that insane for them. B-Boy's giving waves and the waves bouncing back.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 68
Look at his CS now, yeah.
So pretty good chance.
And Rahel's up 1.1 thousand gold individually. So even though he wasn't there, he still has the gold lead over Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, B-Boy actually he was chunked. He had to reset anyway, so he was going to lose a wave regardless, and then he just decided to run mid.
Did he give a whole cannon wave?
And then lost a whole cannon. Wow.
Yeah, he gave a whole cannon wave, it looks like.
And this is another wave being lost bot
he
again
gives the next wave too, by the way, because it's slow pushing back to Ezreal. So this was very expensive by Ziggs, and Darkwings did not have to die here. It would have been extremely bad for Shopify.
And again, another cannon wave under that bottom turret being lost. There's 3 members of Shopify topside, but with Huhi roaming up there and Impact, they can't really get a lot of damage down on this turret. So interesting rotations from Shopify Rebellion.
What year is it? So I learned the other day, Blabber, that when Dardoch joined the league in 2016, he was the second youngest player.
Really?
You know who the youngest player was when Dardoch joined the league?
Was Armal?
It was Grig.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
So yes, it was. It was Armal. Before the
So they're
name
like
change.
OG rivals.
They really are.
Yeah,
There's still
that was
6
even
players.
a little before your time, right?
Yeah, it was
I'm
before
trying to
me.
think
It was
when
2
you
years,
joined the
2 years
league.
before me.
2017 or 2018?
I joined in 2018, Summer Split. I was in academy at the time, but I played half the LCS games in Summer Split. The regular season, I played, I think, 9 of the 18 games.
I'm sure you'll be watching the return of Dardoch closely as well as Fudge spots Hambach, walks away. Yeah, are you excited to have him back in? I know it's not about this game, but since we have a jungler on, I'm curious if you excited to have a player like Dardoch back in the league?
I think it's super cool. Dardoch was one of the players that I thought was really good when I was in that 2016 time. This is when I was first playing jungle, and I hit challenger. Dardoch was one of the players that I thought was really good at that time. So it's cool seeing him 10 years later.
Well, let's see if these junglers go for a contest. His contracts will spot the dragon being taken and does not go over the wall. Hambach secures it. So first dragon to Sentinels, stopping the stacking from Shopify Rebellion.
Levi wasn't going to drop another wave in that one,
Yeah,
but it was
he's
pretty
not giving
difficult
waves.
to contest. He's 88 CS at 11:30. Did you do you watch Breaking Point at the time of its release?
I did not watch it at the time it was released, but
Okay.
I have seen like the first half of Breaking Point. Yeah.
Only the first half.
Only the first half.
Oh,
well,
you
I
got
mean, I might have
some
seen all of it,
research
but
in there.
I only remember the first half of it.
Got it.
Like, I can only remember the first half.
Man, you and Raz both a little behind on the.
No, for such an LCS historian, Blabber knows so many LCS facts, but I guess that was a little outside the LCS.
Yeah.
That's just the LCS drama.
True.
Well, excited to have more junglers coming back into the league, of course. Current game state right now. Oh, nice little backstop there from Rahel. 1.6K gold lead for Sentinels. As the next objective spawning is only going to be in 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Blabber, I'm going to put you in the shoes now of Shopify Rebellion. Imagine your contracts, you're on the Nefiri. What are you calling for the team as like kind of the game plan from this position?
I think right now it's really hard to play from Shopify's point of view. I would basically be calling to defend all my camps. If they come for your camps, you can't win. Like, you can't give all camps pretty much in any game. So you have to defend your camps at this point, because I think before Contracts has Mercs, which I don't even know he's going to buy, but they can't really contest anything. It's like Sunday's unkillable. The only way you can kill Hui is if he ints. So I feel like it's really hard for them to fight. Ezreal's on a really big spike right now too. I would just be playing to defend my camps and, defending vision, our side of the map, and yeah, hoping something good happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think having your support with you is also going to be one of those primary steps. You already talked about the importance of just calling your support. Zazel now is level 6, Contracts and Zazel looking under this bottom turret. Impact's all alone here, but Tanky Kasante clearing the wave. He's fine. Just going to be a couple plate gold to Shopify Rebellion. Now it's 1:35 until that Herald spawns. So this is when you start to see teams go for their resets if they want their item buys before these objectives. Already a lot of vision placed down on Sentinel's side. That top river is pretty lit up.
Yeah, so we also know, Blabber, your all-time head-to-head against Dardoch is 12-1.
12-1?
We
Which
had
game
our
did
stats guy just pull this. That's a good follow-up. Which game did you lose?
Do you remember?
I don't remember, no. I remember my first game against him. I was playing a Lease against his Rengar, and I was getting completely shit on. But I won that game. But I personally was getting shit on.
Looks like Hambach's trying to give that business to Contracts right now. The team's behind him trying to invade. Zazel's just able to hookshot away.
Nice bait.
The Tri-Brush, yeah. But Sentinels are doing just what you mentioned, Blabber. They're invading. They're trying to put the pressure on and take away camps and Contracts. Contracts, meanwhile, keeping Zazel in his back pocket, saying, no, get me these camps. I need to make sure I don't fall behind.
Blabber, he beat you in 2020 Spring.
2020
That was your
Spring?
only
What?
loss.
Oh, was it TSM? TSM?
You were 17-1.
Oh, I remember that game. Oh my god, we gave Bjergsen Zillion, so we lost.
Oh my god, that would have
I
been the
remember that
perfect
game.
split if you win that.
Bjergsen got Zillion, we couldn't win. They were playing Jarvan, Zillion, MF, and they just like wombo comboed us over and over again. It was unplayable.
I like how this this game has quickly turned into just an interview Blabber about his
the history.
matchups versus Dardoch podcast here. Oh, nice resonating strike onto Zenny with the Dragon's Rage kick. Back towards Darkwings, but he's able to escape. with the hero's entrance, Huhi trying to block the escape path, will land the Zenith Blade, and that's enough. Sentinels get the kill on Zinni in the side lane, despite his team's best efforts to get him out of there.
I mean, Sentinels just have so much time to make these plays. Like that gank, they don't even layer the CC perfectly. He's able to ult out, but they can just continue to chase through. They have push in mid, they have push in top. The only lane they don't have push on is the like 160 armor Cassante, who's sitting bot lane against the Jace, 170 armor Cassante against the Jace. So they're very comfortable here.
Yeah, this is feeling like, if I'm Sentinels, I'm feeling like this is a free win right now. I didn't, it was a while back, but I really didn't like the play that Contrix and Zeyzal did on bottom. Like 2 minutes ago, they went to hit the bot tower for like one plate, and that was the reason that Sentinels had an opportunity to invade the blue and the Gromp. They had left those camps up for like maybe a minute straight, and Zeyzal luckily lived, but I think it was a miracle that they lived in that situation and got the camps. So
yeah.
I feel like their priorities are not defending the camps and fighting the camps. It seems like they're trying to make their own plays, and I'm not sure that's the game plan that will help them right now.
I mean, they have that bot turret down to 1 plate, so maybe they'd be able to cash in some
eventually,
turret gold
yeah.
at some point.
But it's just going to be so hard to hit it when impact is constantly there. Like, Cassante is just such a brick wall, hard to get through. But a reminder that we will see Shopify Rebellion at the LCS home grounds, hosted by Lion in Week 6. It's going to be C9, so Blabber, you'll be there.
I'll be there.
You excited for a little road trip?
I am. I really like the road shows. I think it'll be super fun, and it's going to be nice to play in front of a crowd.
Yeah. It's going to be tough schedules, though, with C9 Lion and Team Liquid all present. The Rift Herald dropped mid lane now by Sentinels, getting some more plate gold for themselves. Looking at B-Boy, get flash out of him with the Solar Flare. So Huhi not quite able to lock down the enemy bot laner, but the Herald will get a lot of gold to Sentinels regardless. Top turret's taken by Shopify in the meantime. Bot lane turret traded as Impact pushed that one in.
I think this was a very good play by Sentinels. They just traded towers, and now Cassante defending top. I'm not sure about this TP, though. They might fight. It looks like
Cassante TP top to defend the wave. Now he's walking down to join.
He just TP'd and he's just running here, so I'm not sure that he wanted to TP there.
Oh, but a massive chunk on a Zeyzal from the Fog of War. He just has to flash Hextech Ultimatum in onto Huhi, but the Dragon's already down, and now Sentinels can unleash in the fight. Hambach on a killing spree. Dragon's Rage getting big damage onto Fudge there. Shopify a little rattled, have to back up.
I guess the TP and then roam was eventually the right call.
I feel like Shopify did not realize what was happening, because when he TP top, I'm assuming they were calling, oh, it's going to be 4v5, I'm first on the Jace, we can fight. But they didn't realize that Cassante was literally just not pushing the wave. Like, you can look at the top wave, but it's pushing out now for them, so he probably gave like a wave and a half and wasted his TP, because he could have just been there. But it was no way.
Oh!
No way. No way.
Oh, Rahel, I got to be watching for those ones.
That was a bounty, too.
Yeah, that was a big kill.
Yeah. Oofta.
There's nothing to even tap out to.
Because he hit him with the center.
Yeah, he was like, that guy was like window shopping or something. Like,
oh, hey, a little gold in the B-Boy's pocket. Not too bad for Shopify Rebellion. They're going to need more than just that to come back in this game, though. It is still a 2.7k gold lead. But more time on this bottom turret does feel nice for Fudge. Meanwhile, it's a dive top lane. He gets the kill credit on the B-Boy, who was all alone under that top turret.
I didn't see what happened, because I guess it wasn't fully positioned. Why is Ziggs top and Galio mid? Like, how did this even happen?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Jack can go back and take a look at the game state to figure out what's going on. But meanwhile,
Ziggs got the kill on Rahel. Zinni just took over mid and stayed there.
Oh, I think he should just run top now. Like, after the mid wave, he should run top. He should go defend the tower wave, and then the wave coming at the tier 1, that's Ziggs' wave, and they play on that one.
Yeah.
Because Ziggs is actually pretty strong now. He has 2 items. I feel like he can actually play the game now.
And these are moments watching Shopify Rebellion games. Jad, I don't know if you can think of any other ones, but it doesn't surprise me seeing these miscoordinations with the team. It feels like kind of the flavor of Shopify. Individual talent is shown, but they don't have that same team cohesion.
Yeah, I mean, we see a little bit of the behind the scenes from Shopify with the documentary they released in between splits, and to me, they had a really hard time communicating. This was with Seos. Zeyzal has helped a little bit of that, but I think even in game, like Zinni and B-Boy and Fudge, even coordinating about who should take which wave does seem like it's sometimes it should be second nature, but sometimes you need to be able to just make quick comms about it, and it was a bit of a failure there. Blabber, you've worked with a lot of mid laners who have had various levels of English language proficiency. What are some of the struggles you feel like in the mid game with those types of players?
I mean, I think a lot of times because I'm someone who likes to say like, I want to look here, or like, you know, I think it's just like a normal call, like look here if they do this. Sometimes they'll like not really understand and feel like I want to all in, or like I'll really want to fight if the wrong conditions are there. Like some information ends up getting missed, you know, like you'll say if they don't show here, like we fight here, but then you know they're showing that they're grouped together and then we still fight. Sometimes miscommunication like that can happen because if you say,
Rahel just used
Okay.
his E aggressively, gets a huge chunk onto him, but now the re-engage from Sentinels onto Fudge, who stepped up confidently, taking down who he's on a killing spree, and Rahel still gets the snipe onto Zeyzal, no problem from Sentinels bot lane as the team will push in and get that outer mid turret.
As you said, Blabber, just a rage bait.
That guy was rage baiting.
Yeah.
He had flash the whole time and he didn't use it because he knew, I guess, that he would not die. And he just completely rage baited the enemy team.
Fudge burns flash, dies, Zeyzal dies a second time. No real objectives up to fight for, so that was, I mean, if you get some kills on the mid wave, I guess worth.
It's nice. I mean, now that Fudge is dead, they'll probably get tempo on side like they're doing right now, and which means they'll get control, and probably this third Drake is gone. I mean, I don't know how they can fight it.
Minute until that Drake comes up, and it is a 5,000 gold lead currently for Sentinels. A lot of that being on the bottom side. Huhi is 3-0-6 on Leona. Making Leona look like the broken support instead of Camille right now on a killing spree here. 1.6k ahead of Zeyzal. But currently Sentinels are actually set up on the top half. They'll go for the Zenith Blade in on 2 contracts. Get some of the cooldowns out from the Nefiri. Zeyzal jumps away from Hambach as they push the wave in. And we see some pings on the Baron. That would be very surprising if they went for one this early. Dragging up in 30.
I think that's SR's best hope. I would be praying that Sentinels hit Baron right now. That would be the best fight.
Give us a 6v5.
Yeah, hopefully they hit Baron. Is it the strong Baron? Is it the Baron that does a lot of damage, or is it a weak Baron?
This the Hunter Baron.
Yeah, it is.
Hunter Baron.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
So if they hit this Baron, there's a, I think it would be Shopify's best chance.
Gondrak's really playing with fire right here, toying with Huki and Rahel. Dragging up in 5 seconds, and currently there's no deep wards for Shopify Rebellion, as that's flash out from B-Boy in the mid lane. Hambach looked for an angle there. Doesn't land the resonating strike, but still, message sent and received. B-Boy no flash. If there's a contested dragon, which I do not expect, Sentinels have so much vision control, Hambach's just going to take it himself.
Hambach can just take this for free. I'm pretty impressed, Blabber, with Sentinels' control so far this game, like playing with the lead. A little bit funny business with Rahel in mid lane, dying to the Zigzalt, and then almost dying a second time, but everything else about this game has felt really controlled.
Yeah, I like the way that they're always sending Cassandra to the weak side. Even now, like Darkwing's, he probably hasn't been farming for the last minute, but I think it's good for their map. You know, they had Cassandra push out bot, then instead of having Darkwings go top because he might get dove, when the Drake's up, he just stays mid, just doesn't farm, and Cassandra just catches on weak side. But because the game is a free win, they don't need to really play, you know, make too many special plays. If they just play together, I think, and don't get caught, they'll probably win. Yeah.
Sorry, just laughing because I saw Contract spend about 30 seconds trying to clear that control ward and throws up the angry cat, walks away like, all right, fine. You guys keep the control ward in the line brush. Nothing else to really fight for right now, save for that Baron. And yes, you say Shopify, like that's their best chance, is if Sentinels just choose to start up the Baron because it does a lot of damage, gives a lot of those debuffs. Maybe Shopify can make something happen. But so far, Sentinels, they've been playing pretty reserved outside of, like you had mentioned, Jet, Rahel having that one little oopsie in the mid lane. They're not giving these like crazy angles for Shopify to really pounce on them. When I see Camille and Galio, I think side laners gotta be scared because immediately you can just get snap engaged on. Nobody from Sentinel so far has been like too far pushed up, save for maybe a Cassante. I say that now as Cassante's going
16.
in. Level 16, going for the fight, has Hambach behind him. Solo mission for right now, but they turn onto Hambach. The Mega Bomb will not land. He's able to jump away. Zinni tries to get in onto the Lee Sin, but he's all alone. Flash back towards his team. Solar Flare will not land, as Sentinels still have their top laner buying space for them, as Shopify Rebellion don't find any kill. Neither can be said for Sentinels.
Looks like they had already pushed the ball wave all the way in before Darkwing's TP'd. So they're denying some waves here, I guess, but it's really good that they got Galio and Camille flash now. That's kind of their only way to really get an engage on Darkwings or Rahel. And now that they don't have any sums on the CC carries, I think that the carries of Sentinels can play much more aggressive, and I think they're going to pressure really hard on this timer.
Yeah, Rahel's gonna have. I think his exhaust is up as well.
Hitting
So
Baron?
just
Yeah, they are.
Oh,
hitting Baron.
Yeah, Zinni
Well,
just
now's your
teleported
chance.
bot lane.
Yeah,
And
but
immediately,
now,
just like
I don't know about the
Impact,
chance
has to
now.
run back.
I don't know about the chance now because they don't have Camille Galio ults and no flashes, so I feel like at this point, Ezreal and Hui might just create space 2v5.
The crucial ults are down. Meanwhile, look at Sentinels. They still have 3 available. Solar Flare's coming off
Sending it.
cooldown. Contracts is jumping in. Zazel as well, looking at Impact. Big health bar, big tank to get through. They're trying their best as Rahel's taking damage from the Baron. Zazel will fall, but Darkwings is out of the fight too. Sentinels are losing the members at the Baron. Shopify's best shot was the Baron fight. Hambach does secure the big purple worm, but Shopify Rebellion make it pricey. That's a shutdown to 2 members, as Fudge and Contracts will both get those. Who he tried to escape underneath the tier 2 top turret. Zenith played back in, but a 3rd shutdown for Shopify Rebellion.
That's
Fudge even
crazy.
gets out of there. 1 member will walk out with the Baron ball from Sentinels. Shopify Rebellion get a 4 for 0.
It's a 2,000 gold game now. I mean, the bounty from Lee Sin and Leona is gone. Blabber, the hunting Baron.
I told you, I told you. This is, if you're sorry, you gotta pray that they hit the Baron, but I didn't see how, but Rahel lost all his HP. Is Ziggs that broken? Like, what happened to him?
He sits in a Galio queue
Oh,
and gets hit by
oh my God.
Jace EQ.
He's getting hit from like Narnia.
And then the Baron too.
But also here, I was very surprised Contracts eat over the Baron. Does he not want the Baron? He just, why did
He's
he
chasing a kill.
It's all I'm hearing
That is
from
surprising.
producers. At the time, he did not have Smite either.
Oh, he didn't have
so
Smite. Oh,
no Smite available
that makes
for
sense.
the steal.
That makes sense why he did it then.
Good catch there.
You'd expect him to. Oh, there we go. Winnable. Okay, Blabber, you're back into it.
Yeah.
You just got a bunch of bounties. How do they play this? They can't give up Soul. They
I mean,
can't give up
I think now they're actually quite strong. I mean, you can't see Jace items right now, but you're about to see Jace. He has 3.5 items. He's actually really strong right now. If he's able to land poke, I guess Ezreal has some lifesteal, but even hitting Lee Sin or Hui definitely will deal some damage, and they have a lot more cash now to actually play.
Oh, Contracts is on 3 items too. Would you ever just full send on the Nefiri with the Galio and Camille and just try and one-shot the Ezreal?
If they can get on Ezreal, they should for sure send on Ezreal, but I'm not sure that they will get an angle. Yeah, like I think if Camille can get a flank angle, for example, and actually get an ability to E on the Ezreal and send it, I think it'll be really good, but he, I think, will not position himself, and now he's doing it.
Now they're looking straight at Rahel, yeah, right as you're mentioning. But Zazel wasn't quite confident enough to go for it. They would have had the Mega Inferno Bomb plus the Hero's Entrance, but that was it. Contracts was on the bottom side here with Fudge. Impact's pushing them off. No turret to fall back on, so Shopify Rebellion have to go all the way back to the tier 2.
Zinni got kind of chunked in mid-wave there and hadn't had time to base, so he's basing now with no TP. Give Sentinel some time to start Drake.
This Drake looks gone.
Yeah.
Hopefully Contracts maybe still. I think it's very hard for Contracts to make any space this game because he doesn't have Mercs, which means that he can't walk up to Leona. It's just a QR and he's dead.
Bucks pushing him off. Tree Shot Barrage will not land, so Contracts is still relatively healthy right now, and Sentinels are not pushing their pressure onto the Dragon. Now the Hextech Ultimatum onto Hambach. Here's Entrance as well, trying to get onto the Lee Sin. Can they chuck him down? So close! They finally get him! Trade of support for Jungler, as now the fight's still going Sentinel's way. They get one more kill as Contracts will fall. They give up Impact though, so it is a 2-for-2 trade at the end of the day. 3 members from both teams stand.
Honestly, I feel like that was a pretty good result. Now thinking maybe 50-50 this Drake. I felt like they had...
He's able to get onto B-Voy. Rahel's trying to get in as well, but B-Voy got the satchel in time.
Yeah, making time. Zinni made it to base. He's on his way back. They're going to have to reset.
I felt like SR were in a really bad spot as we rewatched the fight here, but I felt like SR were in a really bad spot where they can't really walk in, and Zazel doesn't really have flash, so he can't really get in the gauge unless they give it to him like this, the way Hambach does.
Yeah, and then I saw Rahel kind of free hitting, but they were able to trade 2-for-2 in the fight, so it ended up being completely fine.
I guess they're going to fight Drake again. But yeah, I felt like Sentinels had full position there. They just went too far away from their zone and got engaged on.
Also, as the next Dragon setup is coming in, a reminder, you can scan the QR code on screen right now because the LCS Championship is headed to Gas South Arena in the greater Atlanta area from October 3rd to 4th. Get your tickets now. Who knows, maybe you'll be seeing one of these teams there that weekend.
All right, round 2, Blabber. What does Sentinels have to do to secure this one?
Drop Rush and land onto 2 members right there. Good chunk already. The Sentinels are controlling the access point. Contracts going to have to try and get into this Dragon pit. As right now, the Ziggs Jace comp is actually losing the poke war. Rahel is just hitting Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot. That's 3 in a row onto Zinni, who now has to walk away. Has the teleport available, has the Hero's Entrance available. Contracts is in the pit, but everybody just turns back in onto the Nefiri, jumps out of there, says my life is not worth the attempt. And that is Dragon's Soul. Now flash out from B-Boy, but Impact straight on top of him. Sentinels have taken down the carry of Shopify Rebellion, and they got the Dragon's Soul. No, it's not over yet. Zazel's still looking over the wall. He's jumping onto Hambach right now. As nice interrupt from Impact with the Q3 and Tofo strike. The Hero's Entrance comes in, but it's into a slaughterhouse. The blender is whirling as Sentinels get the ace.
I felt like they couldn't really fight that because Zazel didn't have ult that whole time. It just came up, but without Camille ult and Galio ult to combo on Ezreal or Hui, they just make too much space. I think they played it slow, they poked them down, and eventually got it, which I kind of wanted them to do in the last raid.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the slip up at Baron, this was a really nice win by Sentinels. Kind of a start to finish victory for Sentinels.
17-8, 4 Dragons to 1. Sentinels step up in game number 1 and will take the first game of this series.
Okay, Blabber, final thoughts on the game, and then final thoughts on your first cast.
Final thoughts on the game, let's think. I think it was pretty easy for Sentinels. I think that they kind of had control. I felt like for most of the game, once they got that triple kill at Drake, was it? Or Grubs? It was at Grubs?
Yeah. Well, no, the kills at Drake.
The Drake, yeah, okay. Once they got the triple kill, I felt like it was pretty easy for them to control. Wherever Leona and Lee Sin went, they were just stronger. They were able to hold vision, and Shopify weren't able to find any plays.
Yeah? Well, hey, real quick, player of the game, who do you give it to?
Oof. Maybe Huhi?
Huhi? Hey, support.
I'll give it to Huhi.
I like it. I like it. Shout out to the support. Shout out to you, Blabber. Thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us. That's it from us
Appreciate
at the desk. Let's hear from the lounge and what they have to think about game 1.
Yeah, well, we disagree with you there, Blabber.
Yeah.
We're all
yeah, I figured he was going to give it to Hambach.
Yeah.
It was like jungler, who's
Jungle envy.
talking him up. Jungle envy.
Yeah, exactly. He's jealous of the Bach. You can't give it to him. I want to talk a little bit about how they got Rahel rich in this game, though, with our Samsung Rift Vision breakdown. So we're going to go back about 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. The goal between the bot laners is basically dead even. And we're just going to run through this really, really quickly. So it's not really important exactly how this fight goes, but the fight obviously goes very heavily in Sentinel's favor. They get a couple kills on the Ezreal. Rahel immediately goes bot, pushes that out. And then over the next couple of minutes, they really prioritize his farm, bouncing him around the map time and time again. So now he goes bot again, is able to actually catch this wave as B-Boy is pushing it in. He's able to, again, push this in. He chunks out B-Boy, so he's able to get a plate there, pushes in, again, one more wave. Now, as you can see, Ziggs is actually heading out on the map here to look for this fight, right? So Ziggs is going to be going over towards the Herald. You can see Ezreal is first going bot, but then decides to just head towards mid to actually catch the wave. So again, just kind of prioritizing farm. So while Ziggs is looking for the scrap, Rahel comes mid, catches a wave that was stacked and pushing towards him, then back towards bot. That wave that he had pushed out, still not entirely dead. So he's able to catch that wave that he'd already set up bot. After catching the mid wave, then back out towards top again for another wave that is going to be arriving here. He pushes that out, goes mid to catch another wave that is perfectly set up for him. Then again, you can see at this point, he's going to push in one more time. And now you look at the gold lead, he's already up, over 1,200 gold. Went from basically 60 gold to 1,200 gold lead in just about, 6 minutes of gameplay. And obviously there is a cost to this because you are taking those waves from your team.
Like me taking your chair.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But concentrating gold on one carry is so much stronger than having it spread across the team because of item completions and how much more valuable they are than the components. And I just really liked that they prioritized his gold. He was able to walk around the map. They were playing for the Ezreal. They know the Ezreal is going to be really hard to deal with in team fights.
Yeah.
And he was able to catch up every single wave and just hoovering farm and create this huge advantage for himself in the mid game.
Yeah, and he was able to repay it in team fights, right? Like Ezreal is our most picked traditional AD carry. He's kind of been running rampant through every region. The player of the game, however, yes, we have the fans will have a solution because we currently have a tie between the aforementioned Hambach and Huhi.
You guys can break the tie.
And the people are voting for Rahel.
0% for Hambach?
Yeah, what?
That's actually crazy.
Come on, people.
Come on.
My man
At least
Impact
give
is
him a
down 17,000 gold and got 20%
at least
of the vote.
give him a point.
What about the Bach?
Is this solved? Is this? It's not moving, so I guess
Looks like it's
two.
solved. Congratulations,
Congratulations,
What have you guys
Ruby.
done?
What?
All right, that's
How did Hombach
do
get
to
no
chat?
votes? I don't know.
He must have been in chat flaming them.
Maybe they ran into him in solo queue and he just destroyed them.
Or hinted them. Even worse.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, it would be crazy.
Damn.
Can't
Wow.
believe he ran down every single member of Twitch chat.
I've seen him in my game running it down, so you know what? That's understandable. Yeah.
I won't stand for this Hombach slander, but what you should stand for is don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. We will be back on the other side with Game 2 of Shopify versus Sentinels.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Oh.
Q. My mouse?
I don't know where your mouse is. No, don't go. You're no. Down. Yeah, right, down. No, you hit. You're hitting now. Smite. You move.
Smite.
In the middle. Okay, left. Go left. Okay, yeah, auto attack. Nice. Nice Q. Hold the Q, hold your mouse there. QW whenever you can. Smite. Try to use smite. Nice. Down.
Wolf.
Okay. Start walking right.
Okay.
Walk right.
Right
Yeah.
there? Right there?
You're not walking. Okay, yeah. Just keep going right. Auto attack. Stop moving. Yeah. QW. Raptors.
Raptor
right now.
Yeah.
You're hitting Raptor.
I'm in bush.
No, you're outside of bush. You're in front of Raptors. Use your skills. Use your skills. E. Where's your E? You don't go E? Yeah. Down. Now go red. Down. Auto him. No. Down. Right. Up. Okay, now you're in the hole. Yeah. Auto attack. Down. Golems. Last camp. Yeah. Auto. No. Up. Stop moving. Left. Auto him. Yeah. Attack. Nice. Skill. Smite. Nice. QW. You don't understand right, left, down, up?
No, I understand.
No, you don't understand.
My mouse is not my mouse.
Oh, yeah, no.
Hello and welcome back to game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Sentinels. And Jat, after that last missing ping segment, I can confidently say that is a jungle support synergy that's got to be matched for number 1 of the LCS right now. Surely, right?
Ooh, especially in missing ping.
Especially in missing ping.
Important evidence for Emily's take.
If we disregard last week when he clearly said, let's play safe and not go in, and Hambach immediately went in. Just throw that one out the window. You know?
Is only one data point.
Yeah.
There were many more data points in that video. The funny thing is about that missing ping, which we've now seen the complete video throughout the LCS day, it's also on the LCS YouTube channel, that was not even close to the other teams. Like, that was so far beyond how well everybody else performed. It was an absolute Hambach Huhi gap in that piece of content, because his monitor was completely off. So I don't even know how Huhi was
That's
able
some muscle
to direct
memory.
him around so
He said it wasn't even his normal mouse, so impressive from Hambach. Also impressive series so far from Hambach. We had Blabber with us last game to talk about the Lee Sin, play style and kind of what he should be focused on. And it felt like Hambach was checking all the boxes Blabber was talking about. Invade, keep pressure up, look for these plays. And outside of that one kind of Baron mess up, Sentinels had a very, very solid game number 1.
They really did. I got to start tracking these Barons, man. I've had this feeling for a while that it is more often not good for you to take. But in that game, it proved it true. So it's another notch for my theory, where if they just don't touch Baron, complete soul, and kind of win the game without it,
you know how
that's better.
Dom
it's so risky, and it doesn't actually give you that much.
I know. You know how Dom asked broadcast, hey, can we get like the stats of the teams that have lost with Dragon Soul? We should also get a stat of people that have won without a Baron. Is it necessary to end games? Or do you have a higher win rate when you don't get the Baron? I'm going to imagine no, but,
It's kind of too hard to check, because I feel like teams will have like a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead and then just feel like they need to take the Baron, and that's when the volatility gets introduced to the game. So
True. They give that 6-man in the team fight. But we'll see if Shopify can bounce back here. They have not been looking cohesive as a unit, and there was a lot of evidence of that in that last game. They banned out the Orianna, Caitlyn, Poppy. Nocturne, Lucian, Vi banned out from Sentinel side. And Shopify on blue side with first pick will lock in J4.
Will we see more mage bot lanes? Rahel had the early pick Ezreal to avoid that, ended up having a very effective game with the Ezreal Leona, but now the first pick Cassio can still be a flex pick. Darkwings is a really good Cassiopeia, but it's also a very powerful bot lane. I think I was talking with Emily earlier, Cassio, Ziggs are the two that I want to see the most if you're going to play mage bot lane, and Victor. Those are the 3. Outside of that, I'm a little worried about it.
So we have an update on my stat request.
What was your stat request?
It was, I believe the exact words I said were teams that have won without Baron.
Okay.
Or win rate when you don't get Baron, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Do you want to read what Leo, the
The
stats
answer
guy
says
said?
I hate Kangas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stat guy, Leo.
Good. Gonna reach out to HR later.
I think
on the
Cassio
record.
Shen
I'm
is the
happy.
bot lane because you taunt them into the Petrifying Gaze.
Ooh. True.
Technically, it works with the mid lane Cassio as well. You would still taunt them into the Petrifying Gaze, but it's better when they hang up more.
Yeah, exactly. When they're holding hands in lane. Yeah. Also, just one of the premier roaming supports at this point. Camille's gone. Leona's gone. Go for the Shen for Huhi. And Shopify Rebellion answer with the Anivia and the Gnar. Now, chances of this being a bot lane Anivia, very low. I would say this is one of the champs that Shopify have leaned on for Zinni a lot.
Yep.
Galio and Anivia are up there in his kind of most played so far in the LCS.
I think it's one of his best picks, but I also feel like it's something he would normally pick into Cassio.
Yeah.
But Cassio is going to go bot lane, we think.
He played it in week 1 against DSG in a Rise matchup, but he did not play it in week 2.
Varus could still be top into the Gnar. I don't know what's happening here.
Ooh.
It's a Shen pick for Impact as well, so you never know where he's going entirely.
True, it could be jungle
There's
Shen.
a lot of, every single one of these picks can be somewhere else for Sentinels.
I'm liking the draft ambiguity from Sentinels so far. Also, yeah, when I think of Darkwings, Cassiopeia is one of the champions that I kind of associate with him especially last year when he first came into the league. It was one of the ones he looked most comfortable on. Maybe the bans will give us some insight, as it's Corki banned next here for Sentinels. I'd say for Shopify, much more straightforward. We're expecting it's going to be Gnar top, J4 in the jungle, maybe the Anivia moves around, but I'm also anticipating that to just be mid lane for Zinni, which means that they have bot lane as their next pick. Sentinels will get the last pick here, so they will get to kind of like hold their cards close.
I like the Kiana ban. That is something that Hambach really popped off on the last time he got his hands on it.
Skarner ban next, maybe, if you're just trying to pinch all of Hambach's pool.
Yeah, what's going on with Hambach's Skarner? I feel like it's fell away.
Well,
it was like the only pick he was winning on, and now he's not playing it that much.
We talked about it so much, maybe he's just got a chip on his shoulder. You know, he's got to prove he can play other things. Or it's like the break in case of emergency, and they just haven't needed to do it yet.
I mean, he played it once, lost. It's not even banned against him that often anymore. So you never know.
Team composition also can dictate if you want to go for it, if you have enough damage, or if you need the engage. Right now, they have a lot of damage. I actually could see it fitting this current composition. But it's not going to be the Skarner ban, it's going to be the Wukong ban, meaning that Sentinels could lock that in if they want to. They ban away the Lulu on their side, and they will have the next pick here. I would love a jungle pick because then you're still holding the flex of the Varus cast.
You want to hold
and
your
the
flexibility as long as possible. I think jungle is exactly what you walk in here. Looking at the bans, I mean, Poppy's banned for everyone except for Blabber. And they're just going to go super stock standard here. Xin into Jarvan, just trade the Sundered Sky 8 junglers.
Why not? Cataclysm, yeah, he can go in the Cataclysm, but then you have your ultimate as Xin Zhao to just knock away the J4, and also Anivia, much less, scary when you're walking through the ultimate, but you have yours up. Let's see what Shopify Rebellion lock in. Again, their bot lane has yet to pick their champions. So AD carry and support are the expected picks here, unless they want to go for more AP damage. They do have an AD top laner and AD jungle, so they could go for another mage bot for B-Boy. But I've always liked B-Boy more on the AD carries, and he is going to go for the Misfortune.
I just feel like this is... Yeah, MF Nautilus would be the combo. I feel like they should just move the Cassio bot, the Varus top, and pick their mid laner into Anivia now.
Yeah.
Something mobile, if they really want to be flexible. But then you're going against so many different things. Like Rahel doesn't really like playing mages. Impact has said he wants to play range toss, but the team has been putting him on tanks pretty much this entire split. And yeah, if they lock in the Olaf, then everything is where Shopify thought it was going to be. No flexibility, Cassio mid, Olaf top, Varus AD carry, and it's a standard draft.
Yeah, if it wasn't Sentinels, I would have put a lot more stock in the Varus top. But then you think of Impact's champion and what he's been playing lately, I think the Olaf fits much more the style. That means Rahel versus B-Boy will be AD carry versus AD carry. Kind of leaning away from that mage meta currently dominating around the world. But even like LCK, they've been pivoting away from it. Maybe it was overblown. Maybe the pros are like, nah, AD carries, that's the future of bot lane.
I mean, I have many theories about this. I guess just one theory. AD carries don't like doing it. And when Riot says that they're going to nerf it anyway, they're like, well, why would I even try?
Yeah.
I just want to play AD
What's the
carry.
point of learning? What, it's just one win in regular season
it's
on a
because
broken mage bot?
if it is actually good and everyone does it, then it's just going to get nerfed.
Yeah.
So what's the point? It's a very defeatist but smart. Like it's a catch-22. Do you put the time into the mages?
I think it depends on if they like playing mages anyway, because sometimes there's AD carries I talk to them, they're like, oh, I like playing the AP champions. But you're right, if the AD carry only likes playing AD carries and you know it's going to get nerfed, yeah, why put the time onto it?
They're giving power to the mage players, though. So now players like Viper, who actually love playing mages, are just going to be able to do it whenever they want, because it's not going to get nerfed as much as it needs to if you're a master of bot lane mages.
So you're saying for NA to win Worlds, we have to play the stuff that's broken, so it gets nerfed. And we can go back to the things we're good at.
I don't think people just look at what Korea does. So if we want to spam mages, that's not going to influence the meta.
Okay.
Yeah. Everyone's asleep right now in those parts of the world. They're not paying attention to LCS. That's how we surprise them at MSI anyway.
True. They didn't watch the games.
So I would say we need to
we
just need to practice mages either in secret or out in the open because it'll still be in secret to many.
Okay.
And I think we'll be fine.
I think we need to find the perfect counter to Camille support. Find something that nobody else is doing, because that's the one that's going to terrify me as we get back into international competition. Speaking of international, Zinni and Hambach coming in from KT Challengers, ex-teammates with each other, now finding themselves rivals on the Rift. Always fun to see reunions in the LCS.
It's so cool that these guys are now able to play against each other. And Zinni taking a lot of damage. Has Egg. He does have Egg against Darkwings early on.
In this trying time, an egg sometimes is exactly what you need.
CL Enjoyers, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, saw them catching up, chatting with each other backstage before the match, so clearly they're staying in touch and staying positive right now. Sentinel's got to be feeling very positive, as that was a pretty strong showing in that game number 1. What do you think Shopify needs to do in this game 2, Jat, to make sure they bounce back? Because this composition, I would argue, is not the easiest to execute. Yes, they do have some wombo combos, but getting to the spot where you can actually pull them off is kind of where Shopify has struggled.
Yeah, I mean, I really like having Blabber on the cast last game because he was just all about, like, why is this person on this wave? So they need to play the mid-game waves better and be together on the objectives, because there were some moments where Zinni was taking over at the wrong time or B-Boy was in the wrong spot. And that's the stuff that actually ended up costing them. And then when you're in the fights, you still need to perform, but I feel like that's not necessarily the problem for Shopify. It's just about team cohesion in the mid-game.
Yeah, being at the right place at the right time. Oftentimes, when you look at like the super young roster, I might have to get back to Zinni again, burning down. Is it Egg? Not time for Egg.
Yeah, Darkwing's trying to keep enough mana that if he did egg him, he'd be able to get a chunk off, but now try and just take this recall under turret.
Scary for Zinni to stick around. I mean, yes, your passive means that you're probably not going to die, but that means that if that passive is down, suddenly Hambach can be looking at mid lane thinking that's a juicy gank attempt from this point. So let's see if Darkwings is able to land a Noxus Blast.
Yeah, I mean,
1 Q into E would
got
probably
500
be enough.
gold right now, and Olivia doesn't want to take this early base. Nice Qs from Darkwing so far.
Yeah.
And he has Contrast kind of in his back pocket over at Raptors, just in case Jarvan did come over.
That's it. That should be enough burn. Yep, there we go. Okay, so Zinni just accepted the egg for him, and he's still down 2 full waves over Darkwings. Now in the top side, Contract's going in for the gank onto Fudge. As Huhi was there first, the support and the top lane are winning the 2v2. Huhi picks up first blood, looking for a second one. Flash from Zeyzal to follow up, will equalize a 1-for-1 trade. Impact limps away.
Just Olaf things right there. Impact winning the extended trade, but Zeyzal arrives at the end with a flash heal to make it a 1-for-1. Hambach was actually just in base right there, so at the end it's the numbers advantage that gives it to him. Impact still hasn't base. This seems odd.
Another dredge line onto Hambach, plus the wave there, and in goes the top lane, but Fudge is down! Impact will fall to Zeyzal, who's got the minions behind him. The range damage, not enough to kill Hambach. Very close margins right there. What was that?
It's a game of League of Legends, Kangas. This is LCS action right here. Impact just staying at 10 health?
No sums.
So Impact...
No regard for his own life either.
Impact has 35 health. I'm watching this back, like why he stuck around. And it's just because Hambach wanted to fight. But we're going to watch the initial fight one more time. Who he wraps around Vision, not seen by Fudge. And then when Fudge walks up, they just land the taunt. Impact misses that axe, I believe. And then just Impact with his W on and a full stack Conqueror is just too much sustain to deal with until the hook comes in at the end to kill Ruby.
And also, we saw Contracts kind of kite away from the minions as opposed to back into them. Had to flash the way back. I'm imagining he's thinking, I'm just going to throw 1 Q. Like if Hambach preps the Q knockup on a Fudge.
Yeah.
But Fudge just goes in first.
Yeah, I mean, he presses his W for the shield there. They burn through it. He thought maybe with his Berserker's Rage to have enough attack speed and life steal he'd be able to do it. Golden Glue knows this is just a mess up there. This is just the top laner experience.
Hey, Revan said it was going to be a bloody game, no matter which team won. And at least game 2 is now delivering on that. Game 1 was a little slower in the early game, but now already with the Roam's top side, that's going to be a kill for Fudge. plus about a wave advantage for him over Impact. Mid lane is still not looking great for his old Zinni. Sentinels and Darkwings have a 22 CS lead in the mid lane, giving them an overall 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, so...
And bot as well has
That's
a big
good
lead
for Sentinels.
Too. Yeah.
I said, you know, you do also have to lane. Laning wasn't the problem last game, but this game, it is the problem.
Unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion, his Petrifying Gaze will not land a stun, but the flash forward from Darkwings, he fancies himself an outplay and gets a solo kill. Darkwings stepping up.
Completely off tempo too. His team is taking Drake, so he just moves back towards them. And
Zazel trying to punish. They will go for one. That is Darkwings down, but it's going to be a trade of kills right on back. Sentinels happy to take that one. Darkwings did his job in the 1v1. Now the team backs him up for 2 more in a 3-for-1 trade in the extended play.
Oh, it's looking good for Sentinels right there. Darkwings with the initial outplay. Zinni is just in a world of pain. 35 CS. Just a Health and Sapphire Crystal. Should give the proper names. Ruby and Sapphire.
Ruby and there we go.
Yeah, has yet to be able to combine them into the same crystal. But Zazel hooking in there, I get it. He wanted the kill, but it's a 2v4.
I just got what you did there. That took me a moment, but
nice.
I caught up. Yeah. I was like, but it's called Catalyst. Yeah. Okay, no, you're doing a whole bit. Okay, cool. That was good.
Combine the two into the same.
Combine the two into the same. Hambach on a bit of a tear right now in the jungle as B-Boy will throw out the bullet time bot side. Contract's going for an invade with the backup of Zinni and Zazel.
Huh.
The double Z's.
Okay, who's not level 6 yet won't be able to get level 6 either, so they just have the numbers advantage. They should be safe here.
And now Fudge trying to join up with the rest of his team. Hambach goes in, chunks out some of the Mini-Nar's health, but will back off, so Sentinels were wise to it. Rahel's trying to get a wave as B-Boy's trying to punish him for it. Instant cleanse on the Chains of Corruption, and Rahel will just lose the 1v1. B-Boy showing signs of life for Shopify.
It's a trap! It was a fake recall, so B-Boy uses his MF ultimate and then fakes his recall in the bush. Rahel is just tired of waiting.
This is the real recall, but I don't know if he's going to get it off. Will flash away from the Noxus Blast. I believe that's still landed.
And Darkwings can see him.
No, he's actually sidestepping. So B-Boy's not taking the damage yet. Darkwings is just walking around. Will land the miasma.
He hasn't hit him yet, so he's still got a
Are there any TPs? Can Fudge come in and help? I mean, somebody surely has to help B-Boy. He just got the solo kill. Back up, your AD carry. Darkwings will get flash out of Zazel. Has Hambach coming in. B-Boy's going to get collapsed on, and Hambach on a killing spree. Darkwings survive. Shopify do not get the hero of the moment out of there. And Sentinels are up 1,000 gold.
Darkwings, ring around the rosy champion. He was not going to get outsmarted by the wall. He knew exactly. Honestly, MVP of that was the control ward in the river. Because if he ever was to wrap around, Darkwings would have vision of him. Oh, that was goofy.
Oh, man. And again, right after B-Boy gets the solo kill. Like, he shows that Shopify at least have somewhere on the map that's not completely falling apart. And then still gold over to Sentinels. Now Hambach up 3 kills and an assist, plus a camp over contracts right now. And Hambach has been having a fantastic split so far. Very, very impressed with Hambach as a player. And I feel like when it comes to Sentinels and hyping up this squad, Hambach is a pretty easy one to put our focus on with what he's been able to do to the other junglers in the league.
Yeah, and this was just week 1. Week 2 wasn't that good, but
fair.
They were up against Team Liquid, who's performing like the best team in the league, and when he's had a lead, he's really been able to run with it. That was on. The most impressive games like Nefiri, Kiana.
Round 2. Flash out from Rahel, throws out the Chains of Corruption. No cleanse that time around. And the Stand United will make it a not fair fight. And Hambach perfectly times the audacious charge to get out of the Cataclysm.
It's a 2v4.
Has Impact behind him, but the rest of Shopify Rebellion will get the shutdown. Finally, Hambach taking off the Rift.
I really thought Impact was just going to run in there and start throwing down. With the fights that we've seen so far in this game, it feels like the teams are just playing a little loose. I mean, just look what's been happening. Bot lane, B-Boy and Rahel just trying to kill each other. The game around the wall that Darkwings and B-Boy played, and now
Dredge line from Fog of War in the brush. That's Ragnarok out of Impact. You got a problem with how I say the word brush? Ooh, Meganar into the wall, stun, chain CC, and that's a kill. Fudge gets the kill out of Impact.
Nice hook there by Zazel, and Fudge is sneakily 1,000 gold ahead after all of that chaos. That's going to be the angle for Shopify to win this game. And My goodness, the gold is almost even now.
Yeah.
The
This is
Hambach bounty
incredible.
was a pretty big deal into the kill onto Fudge. That's a lot of swinginess.
Yeah. Hambach had a lot of shutdown gold on him. And even though Darkwings individually is ahead, Rahel individually is ahead, that's kind of been answered now by Fudge in the top lane. Hambach will still get that first item completion, our MasterCard Power Spike with the Sundered Sky, and Rahel as well with one item completed. And then it's funnily enough Zazel, the only member other than Contracts who just finished one that had his first item. He's gotten a lot of kill participation, 5 out of 6.
And the Protoplasm Harness. Whew, that's a tanky Nautilus. Dragon up in 3 seconds. Teleport for Fudge as well. So if Sentinel starts this, Contracts could opt to fight. They don't have all of their ultimates, but I feel like this would be a good thing to contest if they're willing to bring the Gnar.
Yeah, Fudge does not have his ultimate, but he is Mega now. Could look to TP, but no. Shopify Rebellion will not pull the trigger on that endeavor. The Dragon will be secured here by Sentinels. That is 2 in a row now as they continue the Dragon stacking.
All right, keep maximizing gold. We got ourselves a game. I was a little worried we were going to have a 2-0 with the way this started and Hambach getting ahead. But now, Fudge is going to have an opportunity to have a very big game on this Gnar. Staying top lane, holding his TP advantage, playing a little selfishly for now, but they didn't have a good approach. They didn't want to throw the game away at that moment, and I respect it, and let's see if Fudge can carry this one.
Not a lot of deeper flanking wards that he could have gone for without the Gnar ultimate again.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
going to go in for that big engage. And those are the moments where we've seen a lot of teams in the LCS. Actually, I might have to get back to it. Nope, Zazel's fine. Where a lot of teams will just contest and fight on an objective when you can look critically and say, you didn't have the items, you didn't have the cooldowns, you didn't have the setup. Like, why are you going for this? I'm actually really happy to see a team like Shopify, who I've been very critical of their team cohesion, actually say, no, we're not going to fight for that one when we don't have ideal conditions.
Yep, still in the early game, though. Zinni hasn't completed role quest. We haven't seen the swap into AD support being mid and mid laners playing on side. That has been more where Shopify has struggled.
Yeah, and right now, still trying to get a gold lead for themselves. It's dead even. Reminder as well, October 3rd to 4th, the LCS Championship is headed to the Gas South Arena in the greater Atlanta area. Tickets are on sale. Scan the QR code if you're gassed up for LCS Finals.
I'm gassed up.
You're gassed up?
Yeah, for LCS Finals.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
It's a good distinction, because otherwise you might want to talk to your doctor.
Raz is gassed up because he had a latte today. We could say it at this point. He's made
poor
it
Emily
public.
and
I'm
his
not
ale.
just flaming him.
Yeah. No, I at this point, yeah, flame Raz for it every time. I feel bad for the analysts that have to sit next to him at this point.
Take the lactose pill. You're intolerant.
Do it. Bring it with you.
Yep.
We know he has them.
All right.
Well, right now, Shopify Rebellion have 1 minute 30 seconds before the Herald spawns, 3 minutes before the Dragon. So expecting more action on the top half of the map. We see a lot of fights around the Herald these days. Who would you favor right now, Jat? It's a dead even gold game, so is there anybody who's more advantaged as they approach this next potential objective?
I mean, I feel like if you're the Anivia team and you can get to be first on the objective, I'm going to always favor them. But I just feel like Zinni is so far behind the curve of the game right now that they can't actually be first on the objective, and Darkwings is holding their push bot. So I would favor SR, which is why they're going for
Aggressive
this
teleport
flank
in
play.
from Fudge
Mega,
right now. They're going to
Mega.
go for their engage. Answer of a teleport.
Mini now.
Zinni doesn't have the team with him right now. Shopify Rebellion immediately back off as Fudge is no longer Mega, but the bolt time over the wall onto Ruhi. CC immune goes the top lane. Impact's trying his best. Flashes out of the Cataclysm. Darkwings will not land the Petrifying Gaze onto anybody. The Crystallized Wall will knock him up. Flashes away from the flag and drag. A Stand Unite from Hui keeps him safe. No kills on either side. But tight margins there as a couple low health bars mean that Shopify Rebellion can walk this wave in and start hitting this bot turret.
Bit weird there. They teleported in with Mininar, but it was still a good fight for them, and they get some crucial cooldowns out of Sentinels. Impact just hasn't been able to find a good angle to run in on this roll-off, and I believe this is going to buy a lot of time for Zinni to just start getting to his items, as Fudge is then now getting solo plate gold, so he's going to get further and further ahead on this Gnar.
Yeah, that's 4 plates down on the bottom turret. No first turret taken yet, but I feel like it could go down here. No, Fudge will not stick around. Darkwings is there, and Hambach's actually hovering nearby. Goes for the Crescent Guard. Not going to land the knockback onto Fudge, though. Went a little early on it. Does land the third knockup from the Q. Just going to dive under the turret straight up onto Fudge. Has the damage from Dark Wings, but Hambach will trade his life for it. Fudge about to go mega! Fudge with the outplay. Contracts with the kill credit. Shopify Rebellion keep their top laner alive.
That might just be Fudge breaking this game. He avoids the Zinsec. I think he had a little stutter back to stop himself from getting hit back. I hope so. And then being able to hit Mega, keep himself alive. I mean, shutting down Hambach and Darkwings there, with the time they invested in that play, is just going to swing the gold so far in Shopify's favor.
They get the turret afterwards, so much gold in Shopify's pocket. 2,000 individual lead for Fudge. Let's get another look at the
was this a
replay.
misplay or an outplay? We're going to find out. So Hambach's just trying to R him backwards into Darkwings.
Oh, he steps into the Fog of War.
It's like a little bit sideways. I think Hambach probably messed that one up. Then flashes to try and get it. They feel like they're going to do enough damage under turret, but they just don't have the damage. And Fudge moves up to avoid the Darkwings crew rather than falling backwards. And then Contracts arrives with the flash EQ, and they pick up the second kill.
It's one of those moments, yes, we see the reaction from Coach Golden Glue there. You go into the Fog of War, I'm sure that Hambach's thinking, oh, he's just going to try and hop over my head from Fog of War, so I'm just going to preemptively throw out the Crescent Guard. But no, Fudge holds the cooldown, waits for it. And now that's 2 turrets to Shopify Rebellion. The Dragon's up, Dredge Line will not land, but Shopify currently have the inside track to the river. Sentinels will walk from the bottom side, though. So Shopify taking their position on the top. B-Voy will make sure mid lane is shoving in. Sentinels are losing a wave for this Dragon contest. It's only their third of the game. Shopify Rebellion yet to pick up 1. B-Voy's a little separated from the rest of the team here as Darkwings will push him away, hits the Blast Cone. Sentinels do not have control of the Banana Brush, and the Dredge Line will land onto Huhi. But Darkwing's just going all in. The Petrifying Gaze not landing onto anybody, and he's taken out of the fight. B-Voy flashes away from the Chains of Corruption. Huhi's in the thick of it, but he will go down as well. Fudge looks for the engage onto the AD carry. Impact's doing what he can, but he's stuck in the Cataclysm. Shut down for Rahel on Fudge, but there's only 2 members of Sentinels up. They're going to try and teleport away. Oh, Rahel's TP is stopped by the Crystalline Growth. Oh, the Anivia wall knocking him up and displacing him. So Rahel's going to go down as well. Shopify Rebellion picking up multiple kills and going for the Dragon as well. That is one traded back. Rahel does take out Zinni at the very end there, but Shopify Rebellion fight back.
B-Boy, please, at the very end. But 2 really nice walls by Zinni in that fight. The first one, as Darkwings is trying the very ambitious flank around the side, cut him off from being able to retreat, and then the second wall stops the teleport from Rahel. So watching this right here, you see Darkwings on a control ward. They think they can get a nice combo off here, even though, I mean, Impact is way outside of the fight. Don't love this look. Wall knocks him down, and now, just now, Impact is arriving so late into the fight. Nice flash there by Rahel. They do end up getting the shutdown for a little bit of extra gold onto a Lethality. Varus thinks he's going to teleport out, and maybe there's someone in here.
Oh.
There is. It's a Varus. I don't even know if they realized they didn't have to teleport, but they did, which is a nice benefit before chasing down that kill.
Yeah. Able to get some of the wave, able to get 1 kill afterwards, but that is now 3.6 thousand gold lead for Shopify Rebellion, and they stop the Dragon stacking, getting their first of the game.
3,000 assists.
Ooh.
Contracted LCS career, 15th all-time, man.
He's not quite on the mountain yet.
He's not on Vulcan.
We were showing the mountain earlier.
Well,
Vulcan's close to number 1.
Assist mountain. He's currently the leader. We're thinking Vulcan might pass him next week.
It's Fudge Mountain right now as he's just chasing down Impact. The Dredge Line will come in from Zeyzal, but that will just get the ultimate out from Impact. So Ragnarok used. B-Boy's back into the mid lane here to catch this wave, and that top turret's not long for this world. Shopify Rebellion will take this one down and continue their gold lead forward, now up to 4.1K.
Yeah, we love our mountains here in the LCS. I actually remember about 4 years ago, we were doing Mount Fudge, where he was just ranking himself amongst other top laners, and then 4 years later, we're like, well, Assist Mountain. Just fun visualizing people being above other people.
You know, we got the Rockies not too far away. We should do like a whole road trip, you know? Just go get like a photo of Vulcan on the top of the Rockies. What's the tallest peak in the Rockies? I actually don't know.
Jeez.
I don't remember the name of it.
I mean, I'm from where the Rocky Mountains are as well, but it's not.
You should know this, Chad.
I don't know.
Joshua?
I know the tallest peak. I should know the tallest peak in Cranbrook, where I grew up, but I don't even remember that now.
Well, I'm hearing from producers
pressure.
it's Mount Albert, which does not sound real. I do not believe them.
Albert's the tallest
And I
mountain
feel
of
like
the
they're
whole
just,
Rockies?
Giving us baloney information right now. Also, a reminder, we showed it right there briefly. What year is it? We do have Dardoch back in the league, so a reminder to tune in for the first series tomorrow as Dignitas with their brand new jungler. Never before seen. Engage from Zazel here onto Rahel. Impacts nearby. The wall goes up. It does not trap Rahel, but now Fudge is able to get onto the AD carry, and this time around, there's no flash. That means Rahel down. Fudge almost falls back to Impact, who flash over the Baron Pit wall to follow him up. Ragnarok Drain Tank is a lot, but not enough, as the Cataclysm follow-up from Contracts will seal the fate of Sentinel's top laner. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Shopify.
Yep, another small win for the side of Shopify, looking to make this a 3-game series. I feel like Zinni's recovered from the really disastrous early game with the Malignants and the Rod of Ages. He's going to be in a completely fine spot right now.
Yeah, I can blue trinket.
I said we're fighting on top.
Full fight, full
Not
fight,
bad,
full fight, full fight.
Not bad, not bad.
I'm coming.
We're out. This is
Shen,
just
ulti.
hit.
It's full
I
fight,
can
guys.
live, I can live.
I'm just fighting, guys. I'm just fighting.
Looking
Follow
Shen.
me, follow me, follow me.
Yeah, I appeal for you. You're fine.
Shen, no flash.
No flash. We'll kill him
We can
after.
Nash after this.
No flash.
Do we have damage to Nash?
No, I don't have them.
I do like that. I'll peel. I'll peel the Olaf that's ulting you.
He
You're
said,
fine.
I have heal.
Oh, I have heal. Oh, okay.
He did, in fact, have heal, but it was, in fact, not fine. But it's still a good play. The 2-for-1. Okay, Mount Elbert. E-L-B-E-R-T, 14,400 feet.
That sounds less real.
That sounds like about where Aframu is on Assist Mountain right now.
14,400?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's towards the top for sure. Actually, at the top. Vulcan didn't quite catch up to him this weekend, but maybe next weekend. Maybe Contracts will get into the top 10 conversation soon, as Shopify Rebellion in a fantastic position game 2. They struggled with cohesion, but so far their team fights have looked good. That was the thing that I wanted to kind of keep a critical lens on. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, wow.
Shout out Leo. We actually got the stab from earlier.
3 Barons, guaranteed win.
Wow.
Can't lose. 1 Baron, 84% is the same as 2 Barons, 84%. I feel like that's odd.
That is odd.
Could just be, you know,
and
stats
only
being stats.
8% win rate at 0 Barons. That's actually very low.
Well, yeah, because a lot of times if you lose, you have 0 Barons. I imagine he pulled
true.
all the games.
True.
Good
Shout
job,
out,
Leo.
That was awesome.
Fisher Peak is the tallest mountain in Cranbrook.
In Cranbrook?
Yeah, it's
Where is
9,000
Cranbrook?
feet. It's in British Columbia.
Ah.
It's a real place.
Yep. Forgot that the mountains went up that high.
They do. They continue on.
They just keep going? They don't stop at the border?
North America. Yeah, they don't
Interesting.
actually stop at the Canada-U.S. border.
Good to know. I was never great at geography. Darkwing's going to take top outer turret here, get some more gold in his pocket, but it is still a 4.4k gold lead overall for Shopify Rebellion as they're on their second Drake of the game. No contest from Sentinels. Not interested in fighting at this point with their gold deficit. Darkwing's the only individual member that still has a gold lead for Sentinels.
Wow. And he needs to really be able to get a lot of damage off in these team fights. This is a really big moment for Shopify. They feel like they have wrestled control away in this game, but one big mistake could lead to them getting swept. And we talked about this being a really important match for them in trying to climb in the standings. It's pretty much everyone has Sentinels 5, Shopify 6. So being able to take them down.
Raz, he has Shopify 8.
Okay.
That will be
Bold
remembered.
Raz.
That will be remembered.
Bold Raz. But, I mean, I can see Fudge just yapping like crazy on comms right now. He's the strongest member. He's the one that kind of needs to call where this game goes and be vocal about what he needs.
But that's one of the concerns I was going to bring up next, is we saw them in a similar-ish position last week. Fudge had the lead. Fudge was on the carry. Yes, it was Vayne, very different circumstances, but he wasn't able to clutch up. There were a couple of moments, I remember Zale talking about this in the moment, on the cast, also on the dive, he highlighted it, moments where he could have flashed forward aggressively, looked for a big, finishing blow, or flashed defensively to get away from a charm, and he wasn't able to do it. So eyes will be on Fudge. Yes, you have the lead currently, but when it matters most, will you have the reaction time to make the play happen?
Yeah, game 1 against Lion last week.
We can stop gassing up Leo this much. It's going to go to his head.
Leo the GOAT. Where is Dardoch? He's in the Dignitas house playing tomorrow.
Yeah, somewhere in California, for sure. Most likely near Santa Monica, I would guess.
West LA.
Oh, okay.
I know where it is, but I'm not going to say.
You're not going to dox them?
Yeah.
Okay. That's probably wise. I imagine as right now Shopify Rebellion establishing control over the top jungle here. Sentinels have a Death Brush set up with Hambach and Huhi, but I mean, who would die in there? Right now, Shopify Rebellion have such a gold lead. They should be favored really anywhere they go on the Rift. They're going to start hitting this tier 2 turret. The Anivia wave clear is just so oppressive. The waves will never leave this line. Shopify Rebellion are doing what Blabber mentioned last time. If you have a lead, you don't have to run to the Baron. You don't have to try and siege turrets. You can just invade and take jungle camps. That's exactly what Contracts is doing, taking away the Krugs. Raptors are spawning. He's not going to go for those ones, though.
He is not. We also don't have Hunting Baron, so a little bit less damage from Baron this game, and we're pretty far from the Soul, so I do expect Shopify to continue to play this one pretty slowly. Let B-Boy continue stacking up items. I feel like the Fudge's lead will just continue to extend because he gets to be first on all of these side waves. You can see Sentinels really trapped to playing 2 waves, where Shopify's like sneaking all 3 waves subtly, so slowly extending this gold lead.
When you look at compositions like this, which one are you favoring the later into the game we go? Because I'm seeing 2 mid laners that like to scale, but not a strong opinion on my end either way as to which one of them's happier in the late game.
I just like the snap engage that Shopify has, and then just also the fact that they have a gold lead. I think they can start each fight with a bit of a one-shot if they get a good wall and section off the fight properly.
Sure.
Not to mention, I just really think that the fact that Fudge wins side lane, no matter who he's up against, is really always just making them first to objectives, which is then what you need with Anivia.
Well, I imagine he's not going to be laning against Fudge, but I like where your head's at. Yeah.
That's true.
There we go. See, we can both make jokes over here.
can.
Darkwings does have 3 items completed. If there's a moment where Sentinels could look to fight, right now it's actually Hambach getting engaged on by Shopify Rebellion. The Xin Zhao is quite tanky, though, and that might have been a bad move from Contracts. Has to flag and drag away. Bullet time straight onto Huhi, but Zazel's the first to fall. Shut down gold over to Darkwings, and a disaster for Shopify Rebellion. Sentinels play around their Cassiopeia, and they get a kill.
Zinni not even there, kind of slowly autoing the turret on Anivia, and now they might need to try and make a 4v5 Baron defense. They see him, and Hambach's got an angle. No turret for him to run to either.
Crescent Guard is available. He can look for the Zinsec play. This time around, he lands it, and Zinni's sectioned off from the rest of the team. Will go into the stasis. Fudge is there. B-Boy goes down to Impact on the flank. And
it's
again, disaster for Shopify Rebellion. They lose their mid laner. They lose their AD carry right when it looked like the Rebels had a chance. Sentinels close that door shut, and look at the Baron.
They must be so disappointed in themselves right now, but they have to focus to not make it any worse than it already is. Nobody else go in. This Baron is toast. So essentially, Hambach saw an angle, thought they could get a quick kill, but Anivia was not there, so they lose that 4v5. Then they get eyes on Anivia, and as Shopify is trying to save that play, Impact has insanely good instincts and finds B-Boy in transition, so they end up getting 3 kills and the Baron off of this.
Contracts is trying to stop some of these backs. We'll actually go to the flag and drag onto Rahel. Cataclysm use. Fudge coming in here. Flashes forward with the autos. Rahel flashes back to safety. Hui's trying to keep his AD carry alive, and they do. Darkwings has now joined in on the fight. Shopify Rebellion will take down Hui, but they lose their jungler and their top laner for it. Trying to capture some semblance of hope after the Baron, and again, that hope is dashed.
Trying to make up for the mistakes they have just made leads them to more mistakes. So, yeah, Contracts Fudge dead. This will be Soul Point going over to Sentinels as they're back in the game.
Yeah, Baron was picked up, but Shopify still had about a 2,500 gold lead. That's now down to 1.5K. So off of this play, you have to imagine Sentinels will go on to Dragon Point and have the gold lead back in their favor. A disastrous series of plays for the Rebellion as they were right on the precipice. Jet, we're talking about mountains. They were climbing this one.
They slipped.
And now they've slipped.
They slipped. They tumbled down a couple thousand feet. They went from the peak of Elbert to the peak of Fisher Peak. It's about 4,000 feet difference for those of you who are catching up on the cast.
They're still at a peak.
Yeah, they're still doing well. They might still win, but it's a tough situation now as so much of this lead gets given away. So this is after the 4v5 they took in mid lane, and the Hex Gate from Impact straight into B-Boy, who then also flashes away from his own jungler. A kind of just panicked play from everyone in that sequence. even the Anivia trying to run home rather than just TPing after killing the turret to set up that play in the first place. You can see the disappointment on everyone's faces.
Yeah, the cohesion. And I feel like we've said this about 5 times already, but Shopify being in the wrong place at the wrong time. We saw this happen in game 1. Blabber pointed it out that, Zinni, or rather B-Boy got punished top lane because Zinni should have been there. B-Boy should have been mid. This time around, Zinni's top lane probably should have been with the team, or at least, like you said, TP out of there instead. Gold's dead even. Dragon Soul point to Sentinels. As it's still anyone's game, but it's moments like that that just remind you Shopify have a lot of work to do as a team.
Yeah, we're likely in a bit of a standstill until the next Drake spawns, unless someone sees a remarkable angle.
Zinni's just going to walk into Fog of War. Goes into the
potentially an
stasis.
angle.
Crescent Guard from Hambach, but the damage is there, and Zinni is still down. Stand Unite from Huhi as Cataclysm comes back in from Contract. Chain of Corruption not going to land. Depth Charge will, but that's just a dead mid laner. I mean, you throw out the stun. Yeah, Flash Frost goes into the brush, but they could still be there.
I need to think what Zinni was thinking here. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that's a bit of a tilted play there by Zinni. They should just be catching waves until they want to move out. There's a control ward in that bush, and he checks with his face. He falls, and now Sentinels are going to be able to pick up some extra gold.
And again, gold was even. It was still an even game state at that position, but back-to-back mistakes from the Rebels has now meant that Sentinels have a 1.4 thousand gold lead. Fudge has hit Mega, has a potential engage here, but probably a one-way ticket when you're that chunked already. You're not going to go for it.
Yeah, there's no Anivia to clear these waves. That's the whole reason that they want to be able to stall the game. Anivia camps under the turret, throws up the ult. If they step up too close, you wall them, you stun them, and you make a play happen. But you leave that zone of safety, some really bad things can happen.
Contracts this time around will be able to walk in, clear that control ward. I was holding my breath, thinking don't let it happen again. But they do actually take some control of their own jungle now. Contracts is back to clearing. Sentinels still with a 1.4 thousand gold lead. A reminder, everybody, that we will have a road show, LCS Week 6. I'm excited for that one. It'll be hosted by Lion in Mexico City.
Yeah.
And Shopify will be there.
They will be playing both days.
See what form they're in.
Every team listed there will be playing both days. So some really high quality LCS being played.
Yeah, 3 of the top dogs being present. Very, very exciting schedule for that weekend.
That's a nice way to put it.
Top dogs.
Right now.
Yeah.
Shopify, they could be that top dog if they just play with more cohesion. They have these good spots in these games. They have these big individual performances. They almost need to come back now. Grouping up a little bit more, getting mid-prio, moving into river contracts, putting down some control wards. Probably going to be able to get that super scuttle crab as well. And they need to avoid getting picked off. So just play on 2 waves with the Anivia and try and have the first setup onto this Drake. Looks like Sentinels is going to be kind of playing around Baron a little bit. I hope Shopify doesn't get sucked into that zone and make sure they avoid Soul Point.
Yeah, Dragon's coming up in 1 minute's time. It looks like Shopify Rebellion are full sending onto Impact. Cataclysm's the only thing that can lock the Olaf into place as the rest of Shopify are now coming in. He jumps away, but now Ragnarok has expired, and that is a shutdown kill to Shopify Rebellion. The gold goes to Fudge.
Still counts. Impact's going to want that one back. Trying to push deep when his entire team is top lane, but they had lost control of River, and everyone on Shopify could just move down. So now he's down for 45 seconds, no TP on a Hex Rift. I mean, Shopify could think about Baron, but we've talked a lot about Barons being too dangerous to start. I almost want them to just set up around Soul here.
30 seconds until that. Shopify Rebellion need to find a way to stop this Dragon Soul from Sentinels. The pick is nice, but Impact will be up with TP as the Dragon spawning.
I like Shopify not going Baron here, because if they go Baron, then they will lose the inside track to Hex Soul. Instead, they're using this time with Impact being dead to push bot, push top, get vision, and set up to deny this Soul Point.
Push these waves in, play around the Anivia, play with cohesion. If anybody gets picked out here.
They need to be on this spawn, though. Zinni's still sitting mid lane clearing this extra wave. I know Contracts is killing it, but the delay, because now Impact, with his TP from his role quest, is able to get on this, and Contracts doesn't have that much damage to kill this by himself, so I think it's going to end up being a trade.
Sentinels are going for the Baron, the Dragon for Shopify Rebellion, but that's only the 3rd Dragon for the Rebels. That is not Soul for them. It just puts them on Soul Point. You got to favor Sentinels in this trade, as they will take a pretty free Baron right there. Yes, it's a trade of Dragon, but all things considered, you're happy for Sentinels.
Well, is this their second Baron of the game or their first?
This would be Baron number 2.
Well, it doesn't matter. 84% win rate either way.
Yeah, true.
According to Leo. Yep. That's how you use stats.
That's a great use of stats right there. And 3 Barons was 100% win rate.
You got to worry about that one.
So that's the big one. Yeah. We could actually see some stats changing if we go another, couple minutes into this game. 5 minutes 30. Although Sentinels have 4 minutes 20 until that next Dragon fight. Nothing to fight over right now. So maybe the game slows down again. I mean, with the
every
wave
time we
clear,
say that, they just fight. They're like,
maybe I'm trying to, egg them
somewhere.
on a little bit here. All right. Currently it's Shopify Rebellion with the push mid, but both side lanes are pushing into them. Sentinels have gotten both of them coming in. Dredge line onto Hambach. He has the Guardian Angel available though, so Shopify Rebellion don't want to full send onto the Xin Zhao. He's about half health here and is still fine for right now.
They got the...
Oh, if they get Huhi, that's pretty big. Heal is used, Flash still available. And we're just fighting for mid control. Again, there's no objectives up on the Rift right now, but these teams look like they want to go for more. Flash forward from Hambach, follow up from Impact. They're just going to try and chase down B-Boy, but the Cataclysm will stop Impact in his tracks. Now the bolt time comes through. Huhi gets the flash taunt on the B-Boy, but he's going to die. Hambach gets onto the carry and will take him out. Fudge, meanwhile, lands the ult into the wall. Shopify Rebellion's top laner steps up in the team fight, and Shopify will win the fight 1-4, trading up in kills.
And that should probably be the game. There's only Hambach alive with his GA on the side of Sentinels, and I just can't see him stalling for the 40 seconds for his carries to be alive.
What was that, Chad? Sentinels in a stable game state with the Baron. Flash, engage, and full send on the B-Boy. And Hambach will not be enough to stop the push. Still has the Baron-powered minions, but that is an ace for the Rebels. And in a crazy end to game number 2, Shopify Rebellion will even out the series. We're going to game 3.
Yes, we are. We're getting another one. Fudge still carried this game. 10 kills on Gnar. Very aggressive play over that mid lane. A few ambitious fights by both teams.
Yeah.
I'd like to know my player of the game is Fudge. The bigger question for the Lounge is what decided that game?
A lot of things.
Everyone's going to have a different answer on this one. It's like a theoretical answer or a literal answer.
It's like there were many times where it felt like the game was decided. In terms of the game-ending fight, I think it was Sentinels choosing to fight when they didn't have to.
It was a team fight.
Yeah.
After dancing around mid for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to just watch back this last team fight right off the rip. We can kind of get into this because it did feel like they weren't really fighting over anything, right? They could have actually just waited for, Soul to spawn. They could have waited for a few different things. I'm even gonna roll it back just a tiny bit more because a lot of this, I think, was somewhat decided by this initial chunk onto Hambach, which I thought was very, very well done here by Shopify. Hambach just kind of brazenly walks in towards mid lane and is gonna get caught here. He's gonna get hit by the Flash Frost, and we're gonna see Huhi realize, all right, he's in some trouble. I'm gonna have to pop the Stand United. So they get that early. And this initial chunk here, they get him to half, and I like that Shopify don't overcommit. They immediately just back up. They just kind of hold this line here. They have eyes on these people on the side, and they get that chunk down onto Hambach. They get the Stand United out. And I feel like from here, Sentinels could just have Hambach go into the jungle, heal back up, and then look to try to get something done, with the Baron buff. Like, you can play multiple lanes, you can look for that style, but they keep kind of walking forward and backward. And it's so difficult to actually close the gap without some sort of a hard engage because of all the slows from Anivia as well as from the MF. So they decide, all right, Hambach is going to actually send it. He preps his Q on that wave. Both the carries are stacked, so it makes it a decent engage. But remember, you're missing Stand United, so you don't have that initial follow-up. Impact goes in, but I love this from Contracts here. Just throws the Cataclysm down onto the Jarvan, onto the Olaf. And he had already flashed, so he flashed in to try to get this engage, and he is just stuck in the Cataclysm, gets hit by this big ult coming over there from B-Boy, chunking him down. And on the other side, yeah, sure, you did get a lot of damage down on these carries. You did end up killing off B-Boy, but Fudge is the one who is super fed in this moment, and Fudge goes completely uncontested, is able to take them down. And it just felt like they didn't need to force that hard. And especially if you are going to use your flash to even get in range on the Olaf like that early like that, then the Cataclysm is going to destroy you, and that's kind of exactly what it did. And I feel like it's just not a play they had to actually push for. They could have just accepted, all right, we're down ult, we're down a little bit here, we're chunked out, reset, look for it again. Because imagine if that fight starts and Hallback is 100% HP and has
they have
Stand
United. Yeah. I think the big thing was blowing those and then still going for the play. This was, though, like, as you can see behind me, the goal difference over time. The game actually did go to Shopify until they kind of kicked it back to Sentinels in that crazy play topside where Impact is able to take the Hex Gate, immediately land onto B-Boy, take him out with the rest of his team collapsing. This is a very back and forth game.
You had Baron.
Yeah.
Like, Sentinels had Baron after that trade for Drake. You can play sides, especially after what you illustrated with Shen getting chunked. It's like, okay, how do you approach that fight? Because to answer Jad's question, like, we were talking about it when the game was like the early portions of the game.
Hard engage.
Yeah, like, they don't have hard engage. You're going up against Anivia. Like, it is theoretically a great comp for Shopify Rebellion, and they got to the point where they skilled. That being said, we should just talk about a major success point for Shopify Rebellion.
A fudge factor, if you will.
Yeah.
It's a big fudge factor. It's a knuckle sandwich. That Fudge has been actually delivering a lot of teams in wins and losses throughout the split thus far.
Yeah, and the important thing is, obviously, Shopify have definitely not had the start to the season that they would have wanted, but it's crucial that Fudge, even in their losses, is still winning lane, right? Like, he's doing so much better, and it's great to see, especially after, again, watching the Shopify documentary, seeing how involved he was in comms, and also seeing how frustrated he was with his own play last split, right?
Yeah.
Because he's like, I know I'm better than this. It was obviously very frustrating for him. So to see him show up and just be a reliable point around which Shopify can play is massive.
I mean, obviously he is playing carries. There is, some sort of kind of credence that has to be given to what the matchup is, but he's won 5 out of 6 lanes. He's giving them a real chance in these fights, and he's showing up in the 5v5s as well. So I'm pretty impressed by Fudge, because I feel like it's not always that easy to be taking over a game as a top laner.
Yeah, I mean,
Fudge.
When there's so much pressure on a team like this, and you've been bottom 3 and you feel like you shouldn't be, you need anything to be an ignition. There it is. And like, he is igniting them in reviews, he's igniting them obviously within the game, and he's been a huge point of pressure. 79.5%, we can bump it up a little bit, just a tiny bit. But the team fights are great, and even though there was a lot of fumbles here and there, I felt like when it mattered most, it was Fudge that was clutching up.
Absolutely agree. Game 3 coming up right after this. Let's see who takes it.
I can like replicate how I play in
I mean, your
scrims
Lee
now.
Sin's
So.
really good, right?
Yeah, where am I?
I need to adjust to your view. Well,
Where
you're
am I?
right in front of the blue buff. And it's.
Where did I click?
Don't click. Don't click. No. Oh, go right click to the left now.
Right click to the left.
To the left of your character. To the left. Where is it in your screen roughly? Do you think? Can you center it at all?
Yeah, let me check real quick.
Okay.
Where am I, man?
You're gone, man. You gotta right click the enemy nexus and die. I think I'm not caught up to live. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, that makes sense.
What is happening here?
Delay.
These are terrible
Okay,
directional
you're currently
advice.
in mid lane right next to Raptors, so we gotta get you to Raptors.
I got this.
Yeah, just click to the right and down. Yeah, that's good. S. Okay, you went too far up, so now your mouse is basically at Raptors, but your character is at red.
I
so
moved
right
my
click.
mouse.
You moved. Now you're going to Krugs. Keep pressing W. See where it takes us. It's looking close. This is a good click. Good click, Swan. Not so good, but it's fine. Just press W again. Commit to this W. We gotta figure out where this mouse is. It's like off the screen, man. It's on the menu. So you're currently still in the exact
same exact goddamn.
We managed to keep you in the same spot, but we can't get you to click on the Krugs.
Yep.
This is too messed up.
I'm gonna just make my mouse go all the way up to the top here.
No,
no,
you're gone, man. You're gone.
I'm walking? I didn't even click anything.
I mean, we got to mercy kill this guy. This guy can't even clear a camp.
It's a mercy kill.
Oh, you're right next to Scuttle.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, you just crossed. Yeah, he's gone. He's in the moving target.
Welcome back to game number 3 of Shopify Rebellion versus Sentinels, an even series at 1-1 Jat, and that was one of the craziest ends to a game of League of Legends that I've casted in the LCS.
One of the games of all time. Sentinels went for the fight in mid lane that cost them the game on Soul Point, thinking that maybe they wouldn't be able to get a better one. Maybe the zone control from the Anivia would be too good late. That's my...
Some would say...
That's my sympathetic read of the situation.
If you want to take a more critical lens of it, some would say they lost their minds in that moment.
No.
They were chunked out. They didn't have their ultimates available. Yeah, I feel like in that moment, you back off, you try and reset the waves. But either way, it brings us to a game number 3.
Yes, it does. And Shopify looks kind of stressed right now. I feel like for a good reason. Seems like draft has fallen out on my PC, so it makes sense that it just disappeared from the
quick
main
reset.
screen there.
They were on the wrong side. They're just hopping across the lobby to get on the right side, so it should be a quick fix. But it gives me time to give you a warning, Jat. I've just entered what I call the danger zone. You know, we were talking about Raz and his gaseousness. I had K-Barbecue last night, and the lunch that they served today was also K-Barbecue. So if at any point you look to your left and you see me profusely sweating with the meat sweats, you might have to step in for a moment and take over some play-by-play.
Sure, I'll do a fight.
Okay. All right, we'll try it out.
I'll give you one fight.
K-Barbecue last night was awesome. I learned a couple of things about one of our associate junior producers, Andrew Grapes-Howe.
Okay.
First off, he was late, so I had to point that out. We were there.
He was probably working on the Dardock presentation.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
which
No,
was
I
in
think
the show today.
I think he blamed the bus.
I see.
But yeah, that's its own thing. But I also learned, man, that brother can eat a lot of meat.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's one way to say it.
What would there be another way?
Yeah, just really enjoys K-Barbecue.
Well, that's a given.
Put down a lot of food.
I feel like I conveyed that information.
You did
as well,
but
with
you
what I
left
said.
it up for interpretation.
Yeah. I'm not following
You
your
didn't
track
catch it?
right now.
Okay, that's
fine. But yeah, shout out Grapes, doing a great job on the show so far. And shout out the teams, they're on the right side of the lobbies. There we go. Back into pick and ban for game number 3, Shopify Rebellion. Banning out Oriana and the Vi. Sentinels with first pick. On the red side, we'll ban away the Poppy Akali and hovering that last ban. I feel like Locke has fallen out of priority. We haven't really seen him. Not a lot of people are playing him now. Yeah,
he got pretty heavily nerfed, so it makes sense that he's fallen.
Too soon. Let me see the best players in the world play him a little longer.
It's kind of like permaband, and then they swung. Because once you're permabanned, you got to swing pretty hard. It was broken in solo queue as well.
Yeah, true. I guess when it's ruining the average player's experience.
Exactly. If we're in our own little esports pocket,
Yeah.
then sure.
We're playing live.
Bounce the game, watch it.
We're a live patch chat.
We are.
That's notable for the LCS. Caitlin's the final ban here from Shopify Rebellion, and Ambessa the final ban from Sentinels. Let's see what their first big priority is.
A little Lucian Melio action, maybe, for Sentinels. Let Rahel try and carry this one. No more lethality Varus for the guy. He was having some fun in the last game.
Yeah.
Him and B-Boy with the MF Varus matchup.
There's a solo kill for B-Boy. Rahel's able to bring it back around and get one final kill before he goes down after the disastrous dragon fight they suffered. And Lucian, a little more mobility than the Varus. Maybe a little more punch in the late game as well if you're able to get a full combo off with all of your chained auto attacks. It's an AD carry that has a lot of ability to kind of carry on its own without the team always setting it up. As Victor and the Wukong are the answer here for Shopify Rebellion. Chances of being a Victor bot lane into the Lucian. What do you think?
It's a real chance, but it doesn't feel like these teams want to do it.
Yeah.
B-Boy has played Ziggs already a couple of times, and Victor is one of the easier mages I feel like for AD carry players to pick up. But that's it. That's all I got.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
Cool.
I mean, Victor traditionally good into Lucian.
Yeah.
Especially against North American AD carries.
B-Boy did play it week 1, I believe, if memory serves correct, in their win versus DSG. And yes, he did. It was Victor with Nautilus support, where they will not have that. Jace top, Zinjao jungle, they will not have that. And then Ibia mid, so they will not have that. It'll have to be a new composition around the Victor this time around.
Yeah, I like it. Just do it again. Victor bot. I played Victor bot in a normal game yesterday, and then my Leona walked the turret, said, have fun with that, and just quit. So we got a remake, and they got banned, but
Really?
I was surprised that it was that against mage bot lanes.
Well, were you
it's
playing
a
on
good
your
mage bot lane.
Were you playing on your main account? Like, did they see Riot Jat?
No, I don't have that account. I never
don't
played
have
on
that
Riot
account?
Jat. Not in like 10 years.
Oh, because I was
Too
going to
much
say,
pressure.
maybe that was the reason why then.
Yeah,
They just didn't
fuck
trust
that.
that you would carry on.
You're washed.
Yeah, this guy. All right, it's Ryze and Melio locked in to pair with that Lucian.
It's Victor bot. They're not even hiding it.
Annie mid, yeah. Not even going to wait for a flex later on. They just say, yeah, we're playing double AP mages. Annie for the setup for Zinni, and Victor for the DPS for B-Boy.
I mean, the risk now is not being able to get enough physical damage because Fudge does need to play AD top, and Bess is gone. Every top laner that's been played already is also gone. Jace, Cassante, Gnar, Olaf. So you can see Fudge thinking through, like, what can I actually play here? Jax is AD. Impact isn't typically the guy who's going to crush you with the counter pick, so it makes it a little bit safer.
Yeah. You could just go for a tank and say Wukong's going to be enough. Maybe you think that. It's I don't know if I would agree,
Yeah.
but like that could be a line of thinking is like, you know, just pick something like Ornn. Like Cassante's already gone.
Yeah,
so
that's
that would
what-
be like the premier one.
I think Impact is going to be the guy that picks something like Ornn or Scion and just runs with it.
True. Support pairing here for Shopify Rebellion is going to be the next priority. They want to give counter pick for Fudge in the top lane and also just give him more time to think about what his options are. So it's Rakan for Zeyzal. They have two big engaged tools now. They have the Rakan going in with the quickness and the great entrance, and then they have Annie with the summon Tibbers, and that's going to be a blind Renekton now for Sentinels.
Would have been nice to have Renekton if you're Fudge right there. Impact probably would have picked Ornn or Scion into it, but at least you would have had the correct profile for your team.
Sure.
Because it's tricky. What's
Aatrox
down into Renekton? Aatrox is okay. He's going to lose lane.
Ooh, it's Renekton and Nocturne as well, so Sentinels can also turn the lights out. And so far, a fairly squishy comp from Shopify Rebellion, so there's a lot of members that are going to have to be very, very careful when that Nocturne Paranoia does come up. I will say not a lot of the traditional pairings with it. Things like, you know, the Orianna is the big one, obviously. That's not going to be available here with the Nocturne. Things like Nico, not going to be available. I guess it'd be like Colleen coming in and maybe flanks, and it's Zehen.
Zehen. It is still a good scaling AD pick. I think he can survive the lane against Renekton. By no means is he going to win it. It'll still fit the profile. Okay, that's actually a fine pick.
Okay.
I was thinking like Jax isn't going to be that good into Renekton. Be okay into Lucian. They got away with it. I like the Shopify draft.
Yeah, and they actually have a pretty decent kind of combination of engage options with primary engage and secondary engage. Typically, I'll think of like Zazel going in to start things off, Contracts and Zinni following up. And then the Zehen, when there's all that CC and everybody's clumped together, he's going to thrive, being able to get his passive stacked up really fast. But then they also have some ranged options with B-Boy coming in here with Victor. So yes, if they get to this front-to-back kind of position, I do like what Shopify Rebellion have drafted from Sentinel's side, though. That Nocturne always adds a wild card to every team fight and to every side lane position. If you're fudging your head and you're pushing a side lane, it can be harder to stack up that passive in a 1v1 or a 1v2 when the Nocturne comes into your lane.
I mean, just the Nocturne plus the Rise, especially if Sentinels can get a little bit ahead in this game, going to make it very difficult for Shopify to play side lanes. Plus, if Rahel Huhi get ahead on the Lucian Melial, they could own mid-prio. So there is a way that this game gets really out of hand and fairly unplayable for Shopify pretty early.
1-1 on the scoreboard. Shopify Rebellion versus Sentinels to determine who's the line right now. You ask all the pundits, you ask the analysts, you ask the coaches, you ask the players. A lot will say we're a top 4 region with the big
top
dog.
3?
Top 3, maybe FlyQuest in there, maybe. Sentinels have been holding that line in 5th place as of spring. Shopify trying to punch up and prove that they can be in that conversation as well.
Geez, Kobe leaves for 1 week and you're suddenly not giving us top 3 credit?
I'm saying top 4.
We're definitely top 3.
You don't think FlyQuest is that you think they're fake?
We 6-0'd the number 4.
Oh, no, top 3 region in the world. I'm saying a region with only top 4 teams in the title,
Oh, is that what you said?
Chance, yeah.
Maybe
I worded it
I got a little
confusing.
Yeah,
no, we're a top 3 region. We're better than EU, 100%.
But this is a battle for 5th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Sentinels holding the line.
And then after you win, then you go for top 4?
Yes.
Okay, understand.
They're climbing the ladder.
They're climbing the ladder.
Yeah.
One step at a time.
One rung at a time, I believe, is what they call it on the ladder. But
we have the same level of synergy that Sentinels displayed in the last game for the team fight.
Yeah.
The same level of synergy that Shopify's mid-game lane assignments have currently.
I do feel like
They're
I'm
working
losing
on
my
it.
mind here as well. Don't even remember half the things I just said right there. Zinni right now getting the wave pushed mid onto the Dark Wings here. Bot lane going in favor of Sentinels and top deadlock as both junglers are starting on the bottom camps and they'll be pathing towards the top side. How do you favor a strong side or strong top lane path for junglers?
The pathing up?
Yeah.
I feel like since they're going to be resetting and probably running bot all the time anyway, that it's fine. I just don't feel like the really old school Renekton was like you're so dominant that you need to path up towards it and then you're like diving on the wave where you hit level 4. But now I don't think it's going to end up doing much. If they actually fight at the Scuttle Crab, it would be huge. But now I'm just watching Nocturne. Nocturne's going for something funny.
Yeah, he's actually going for a potential mid lane play.
Yeah.
No camps to
Hambach
steal.
is gonna
Zinni's
switcheroo.
very far forward. Darkwings can step up. He's going to have to look for the stun early here onto Zinni. Drops down the ward, and Hambach will not find the funny play.
Yeah, burned a lot of time, actually. This is going to give Contracts free prio onto Top Crab, which if you're pathing up into the Renekton, you normally wouldn't actually get.
Ooh. Grand entrance onto Rahel plus the gravity field there.
Oh, Fudge actually trading really well. Doran's shield into the more scaling Helm that Impact took, but he's just going to be able to TP back and reset this lane.
Yeah, wave CS is going to be about dead even here. Fudge is going to have to try and get this in fast. Nocturne is nearby. If Impact can try and keep Fudge locked in place, but now he's backing away. Hey, who in chat said EU better than NA lol?
6-8 LEC.
Yeah, well, yeah, but the first one.
Was it you? Because that's what I was getting the impression of.
No! It wasn't me, Jet. Check the tape. I'm like 60% sure that I said what I think I said.
Looks like Contract's going to get a double crab off of the shenanigans from Hambach.
Really good jungle start here for Contracts, as Hambach's even spotted on the Raptors. So Contracts also seen taking those, but both junglers knowing the information, it's still Contracts with a camp lead.
Yeah, but with the way Hambach is still sticking around, he's just not going to be a pre-6 gank boy right now. He's just going to take Wolves, he's going to take Gromp, and then kind of be back on cycle. So both these guys just really power farming. I mean, I don't even think Contracts took a base after double crab, because they're both really just trying to rush level 6.
Whoever's able to get that first big advantage, usually around the grub timer, 50 seconds until that first dragon right now, as Contracts is going to be passing towards the top camps here. Hambach is Clearing out that Gromp now as we speak. And Rahel just got back into lane with the double longsword. B-Boy TP's back into lane with the Dark Seal and the Amp Tome. Plus refillable potion. So that was a good guy he carried. Look at that. Control ward early on. So maybe worried about some shenanigans coming down into his lane as well.
Absolutely. Trying to play a little bit of lane bully on the Victor. That's what you would like to be able to do in an ideal world on this Victor, especially when the supports leave, if the supports leave is.
Yeah.
But I mean, when they're going up to Lucian Melio, who's not going to be roaming the same way like Leona, Camille, Bard do? They're going to be wanting to stick around 2v2, so.
But also, the Melio's not going to be nearly as threatening in the 2v1 as like a Leona or a Camille would be. So I think that this would favor overall the roaming of Zeyzal. As Hambach roaming up top lane for a gank himself. Spotted out by the ward into Tribrush. Level 6 hit there by Impact, but not able to lock down Fudge. Means that Shopify Rebellion top laner is fine.
Yeah, you can see Hambach 12 CS down right now. Contract's now just taking his first base at 5 minutes and 20 seconds. It's a 6 camp into 2 crabs into 4 more camps. So a 12 camp first clear for Contracts. But that's a small little dream. He's got the upgraded smite already on the Wukong at 5 minutes and 30 seconds and running out with a lot of power.
Don't get much more efficient than that when it comes to
maxed.
power farming early game junglers here. Level 5 now with the phage completed.
Technically, if he did the Raptor start first into Double Crab into the Raptors again, it's like slightly faster, but he's a strong boy right now.
Nothing's perfect. You know, Hambach drops down the control ward. We'll spot out a ward here on Contracts. And that smite from Contracts onto the big Raptor hits level 6, steals away the camp from Hambach.
And it wasn't a fair fight. That was 1,000 damage smite versus 600 damage smite.
Yeah.
Contracts playing well off of this early advantage gain. Just slow playing his own hand here so the Wukong Annie can one-shot the first person they see if they fight at this Drake.
Yeah, Zinni was also there in the back pocket, so Contracts will get the 3rd grub of the game and drops down the Angry Cat emote as he walks through the mid lane here. That Dragon could be the focus at this point in time. Contracts does have that level lead over Hambach, who's going to be looking to hit level 6 off of this next Gromp.
Yeah, really nothing's broken in this game, though. We're talking about the little peanuts that Contracts have been able to steal away from Hambach. Hambach a little bit behind the curve. Is he going to hit level 6 on that Gromp? Yep, he will. So he'll be level 6 soon, and then they'll be able to hold threat. But there's just not even been flashes burned in the early game. It's been a very low volatility game so far.
Now that Hambach has the paranoia, though, I always immediately think, where's the first one going to go? If you don't pull off the first ultimate, it's a pretty long cooldown until you have that first item completed. So it can be tough to kind of bounce back from that position. Not going to go for anyone right now, so it gives us a little time to talk just about the junglers versus each other. I've noticed, Jat, some similarities in play style so far this split between Contracts and Hambach. Both high damage percentage, high gold percentage, and 2 of the only junglers with any solo kills. So we don't see as much of like the hard carry style jungle in the LCS anymore. When I think of it, though, I think of these 2 guys.
It's true, and I think the one that stood out to me was the week 1 Kiana game from Hambach. He's often, I mean, it's strange that this is the game where Contracts killed like 12 camps, no ganks before resetting, because that's normally not the way he plays whatsoever. But both these guys putting up numbers early.
I imagine he will have a pretty high gold percentage, even if he's not going for early ganks and kills here, just with how efficiently he has been clearing. He's got a 200 gold lead over Hambach individually right now, as Zeyzal will go for a visit mid. Gets a knock up onto Dark Wings, and that's about it as who he will come in and try and keep his mid laner topped off. The Grubs have now spawned, and that is where the first action could break out here.
Everybody is here.
There's the Tibbers going down onto the level 5 Melio. No ultimate available, has to flash over the wall. Breath of Life could have been big there for Huhi, but just not quite there. Chaos Storm will come down onto Dark Wings, as now the fight's in the river. Impact's knocked up, and he's about to fall down. The Cyclo for the first blood, but it will be a trade of kills as Hambach pops the Paranoia, and Contracts will go down for Impact.
Well, there's your first Paranoia. Used at the tail end of the fight, gets the flash off of B-Boy's Victor. Contracts does get the first blood, but then he falls, and since Hambach stays on the map,
another stun on the Dark Wings. Is the burn enough? Deathfire Touch does a little bit, but not enough. Oh, close there for Dark Wings.
Very close, but Flash and TP will be able to get him back on the map, no problem. I think Sentinel's going to be quite happy with the outcome of that fight. Kind of gets Hambach back on pace in this game.
He's coming up to the top lane
Nice little
for
heal
a
gank.
2v1 fight, but yeah, there's really no lockdown onto Fudge, who still had the Grim Deliverance. Pretty unwise to go for an all-in there. No one gets the grubs. It's actually just one grub picked up by Sentinels, but no
That's
one
funny.
gets the other two.
Who needs them?
Get the additional buff. Yeah.
That's funny. These Melio ganks are really funny because they're actually really effective. But so this is interesting, right? Zeyzal's level 6, Huhi's level 5. The fact that Sentinels doesn't lose on these spikes here, where there's a level advantage in the jungle and a level advantage for the support, is really good for them. This is definitely a fight that Shopify, if they play more together, I think they're able to win.
Yeah.
But they don't get the clean one-shot onto Huhi. It takes them a little bit of extra time to actually get that first kill. And then they also just lost a lot of tempo after that fight.
It's one of those moments where, like, if B-Boy was a little more connected when they looked for Huhi, they probably killed Emilio. If instead he was partnered with Contracts and Fudge, they probably get the kill earlier on to Impact. But it's a lot of ifs and buts. None of it actually amounted to a play there. As we come back to live, though, Contracts will be getting these 2 grubs. So at least, you know, winning the grub game overall.
Yes, sir. Also, remember, week 6 is going to be our LCS home ground, so there'll be a little bit of a schedule change there. LCS week 5 will be different teams. LCS week 6 will be getting the double C9 days, double Team Liquid days, double Lion days. Going to be a really good time.
Some fantastic League of Legends will be had in Mexico City as the charm lands there onto Rahel. Level 6 is there for Hui, but he did not have the Breath of Life available, so Rahel has to use the barrier and will get away without burning the flash.
And speaking of this being the battle for 5th, sort of thing, pretty aggressive trading in the mid lane. Hambach is actually waiting to see if anyone's going to get too aggressive, but he's going to go back. Speaking of, though, Zeyzal, they can take him to 5th, 6th place.
Yep.
To 5th place. They were the 6th place team. May have felt like they're the 8th place team, but he wants to be able to take him to 6th. Remember, Sentinels kind of seen as the 5th place team.
Yeah.
Zeyzal wants to change that.
Well, Sentinels
this
was
been
the 5th place from spring.
It's been a very close series. I feel like these teams are appropriately ranked.
Yeah. If you want to crack into the top 5 for Shopify Rebellion, you have to be able to beat Sentinels. This is kind of the line holders right now. You looked at the power rankings earlier at the start of the series, and it was basically one long line of red for Sentinels in 5th place. I believe I was the only one to put Shopify in 5th. No bias, of course. It was because of that quote from Zeyzal, actually. You know,
you believe in the beard.
I believe in the beard. As a fellow facial hair
Mustachio.
enthusiast.
Yeah.
Yeah, APA's got some competition in the league now.
Beards are just big mustaches. Really.
I suppose, if you really want to think
really
of it that
break
way.
it down.
Yeah. What's the
Although I
difference?
think he doesn't look like he has much of a mustache.
Zeyzal?
Yeah.
What?
He shaved it up there. That would be a weird look.
No way.
That would be a weird look.
Can we get the cameras back on the supports here? We're on top lane right now. We might cycle through. Okay,
They'll
we're gonna
cycle
through all the way through.
We'll watch for it.
Oh, okay, back.
It's really
No, it's just like
he's
a
got
blonde
light
mustache.
hair. It really blends in with the skin.
Yeah, but it's there.
Okay.
Yeah, can we get a full screen? No, we're good.
I'm
We're
gonna
good on
pay
that.
attention to this next time I interview him. Like,
Let us know in
"Hey,
Twitch
kids, that
chat.
mustache."
Let's get a poll. Poll going to Twitch chat.
I can
Does Zeyzal
understand
have a
shaving
mustache?
the mustache and letting the beard because then it's easier to eat, but
True, but then you lose the flavor saver.
strange.
Chad.
The what?
The flavor saver. Yeah.
I mean, you
Kinda
were talking earlier about
soaks it.
how you'd rather just like take a pill or like have a shake or something than eat food. If you have flavors sitting in your mustache, I think that makes a lot more sense. That's not how the majority of the world eats.
Yeah, true. Well, now I feel like that it deserves some more context for the folks at home
Flavor
listening
saver.
along. What would you rather have? Access to any food you want at any time, or
That's
just
not what a
pill
mustache is going to give you.
that replaces all food?
You're storing
You don't
all
have to
food in
spend
your
the time
mustache?
eating. No, I store the pills in my mustache.
Oh, I
There's
see.
a lot of space in there. Darkwing's coming down here into the bottom lane. Going to get engaged on by Zeyzal, but with Huhi behind him, he should be just fine. Looks like we're in for a bit of a slower ramp in this game. Game number 2 delivered on the bloody expectations for both of these teams, Jap, but this time around, it's a much slower calculated game.
Yeah, got to wait for the big team fights to explode. Rahel, I think he's going to have fun in this game. He's the one with an enchanter. He's playing 80 carry as 80 carry was intended if
As
it was
David
designed by
Freak
80
Turley
carries.
intended it. Yes.
That's exactly what
This
he
is
did.
League of Legends, as Freak intended. Paranoia into the mid lane here, looks at Zinni. Has the flash available, will flash away from the fear as now Contract's going for the re-engage. Cyclone on Hambach, the Nocturne's down. Kill credit over to Zinni. Shopify Rebellion get the play in the mid lane.
Well played right there. You could see the Nocturne pressed his spell shield. Zinni didn't burn his stun. They waited it out, and then everyone just flew onto Hambach afterwards to punish him for that Nocturne vein.
Now, what can they get afterwards? Contracts immediately looked for the Raptors, but Huhi and Rahel pushed him off of that. So I guess we're not actually going to get much. Herald's up in 30 seconds. That means that if Shopify Rebellion want to start it right away, there will be no Paranoia for that and also no flash for Hambach. So even if he does have it, that's kind of a one-way journey. You're going to go in there, get your one spell shield, and then you probably just go down after the fact.
Yeah, Hambach just has that one little baby stack of Ultimate Hunter this game. I feel like that's what he really wanted to get more of.
Yeah.
In that mid-fight, ended up costing him his flash and his ultimate. Well played by Shopify there, but I'm really just waiting for this game to hit late game because it seems like everyone's farming.
Just no Melio yet, same as me.
Does Rise want to bit? Oh, Rise still there.
You wanna
we have no
match
TP.
now, B-boy?
I'm ready on mid.
Mid.
I'm ready.
No W.
On
I think my
Nocturne,
ulti.
Just front
Just
to back,
kill.
front to
Go
back.
flash Nora.
Nice.
I think I'll go ball.
Yeah.
Nice comms. No
Yeah.
W, no W, no W, because no one else would have seen that since it was during the Paranoia, so we had to let them
Exactly.
know that it was safe to fly in. Well calmed by Zinni there.
Now Hambach with the rest of Sentinels hovering around in this top river. Darkwings is walking up from the bottom lane, so it looks like Sentinels are positioning to fight for the Herald.
Definitely want to. Paranoia will be back up, but Contracts is just waiting a couple seconds more for his Cyclone. 7 seconds.
They'll be up for the contest. As now that's a teleport in from Zinni to the mid turret. Teleport in now from Fudge into the Banana Brush. Sentinels will back off from the Herald. Now they got 2 TPs. It looks like that is enough for them currently, as they will let the Herald reset, and now it's Shopify Rebellion that are in the river and on the objective.
Yeah, they just wanted to back up temporarily while Fudge came in with that giant shield.
Now Paranoia into the mid lane here, looking at Zinni. No flash available on the Ann. He's able to proto belt back to safety. Hambach barely lives as Rahel gets the kill credit. Zazel's looking to chase and continue the fight. Now Contracts comes in with a Cyclone, but Rahel is out of there. Back to the safety of the mid lane turret. Darkwings can't quite get out for now, but will, with the help of Impact, tag in the Croc. Look at Contracts. His teammate's going to keep him alive as he's chased all the way to the bottom river. And Sentinels will not find a kill, neither will the Rebels. Zinni's the only one that goes down in the mid lane, but we went from Herald to Dragon, and I guess the Rebels will just start this one up.
That's funny. Nobody had enough damage to finish anybody off in that fight, and Shopify end up picking up their own Drake on the back end of that one. You can see still no first item for B-Boy. Zinni just with the proto belt. They do kill Zinni, who's flashless at the start of this fight, and then narrowly live on a couple of different people. So Hambach takes a bunch of damage, 2 spells burned to burn through the spell shield and get the stun by Hambach. But then Zazel here trying to get the flash engage, getting the charm, but the ultimate comes through from Melio, just allowing Rahel to flash out. And then at the end, like, they just kind of run out of spells to fill Darkwings. And I think this is where it got a little bit silly. Impact was not going to kill anyone at the end there. Stressful fight for Golden Glue. Oh my God.
Never a good sign when the coach puts the hands on the head. Thinking what went wrong right there. The Rebels were down a member, but still get the Dragon. 4 minutes till the next one. No kills at the Herald though. I mean, yes, Zinni goes down on the setup, but the Herald was not where the fight ended up actually culminating. Instead, it chased down bot side as Impact's not able to get onto Fudge right there. Fudge back to the safety of his bottom turret. Multiple members of Sentinels around, though. Looks like they want to continue the play onto the Zehen. The passive is not sacked up. That's a flash forward from Impact. Paranoia under the turret, and it's easy peasy. Hambach with the kill. Sentinels pull off the dive.
Nicely done there. No messing around. Flash into stun. No chance that Fudge would be able to get that passive up.
Also, question for you, Jad, and for everybody in chat. Do you know the 3 states of matter? Solid, Liquid, and the Gas South Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, where the LCS Championship will be headed from October 3rd to 4th. Tickets are on sale right now. Scan the QR code. I'm really happy that the prompter went that direction because I did not read ahead. Whatever was on that prompter, I was going to say with full confidence.
Full trust.
Full trust, and they did not betray me. Shout out to the prompter writers. I'm going to imagine that one was man. Just going to give him credit there. Impact getting chunked out by Zinni. Oh, I heard Grapes in my ear saying you're welcome. We've shouted him out too much on broadcast, though.
Yeah, ego's going to get too
I
large.
know, yeah.
It'll be almost as large as our stats guys.
Leo, Grapes, man. Who are we missing? Shout out Big G.
Big G.
Yeah, Graham. All right, well, Zinni getting chased down by Impact right here, but the team's behind him. Cyclone from Contracts will lock down the Crocodile. Impact almost gets out with the help of Hui. He's healing up a lot, but not enough. Contracts gets the kill.
Yeah, Hui burns everything there. Cozy Campfire, Breath of Life, and his heal cannot save Impact, who just was completely outnumbered. So Shopify had a lot of extra time there to go for a play. Now Realm Warp.
Plus the Realm Warp coming in onto B-Boy. He has the Flash, he has the Arcane Storm, and Sentinels do not have the damage to take down that Victor. B-Boy gets out.
Really clutch gravity field right there. Gets the stun onto Nocturne, and then later the stun onto Darkwings. Just perfectly placed on top of the Realm Warp so he'd be able to fall back into his turret. Cost him his Flash, but I'm sure he'd rather that than be dead.
Interesting, though, on the tail end of the play, even though Impact went down top lane, the top turret goes the way of Sentinels. Rahel and Huki are there, and Rahel actually benefits from that. 1,000 gold up over B-Boy currently. We talked about him playing the AD carry. He's getting engaged on by Zinni, but that's not enough burst damage, and Zinni did not want that fight. Huhi in the back pocket of Rahel will keep his carry alive. Sentinels with the outplay.
Zinni saw more damage in his spells than there was. There was Emilio right behind him, yes, who he had burned heal and ult on Impact, but he still had Cozy Campfire, and Rahel had barrier, so they just blow him up on the return.
Herald goes mid, not even gonna crack that turret for the Rebels, so that's just them losing the mid lane or top lane. Yeah, it's like when you think you're hungrier than you are, you order the extra round of K barbecue and realize you can't finish it. You have to rely on your producer to do it for you.
Just like that.
Just like that.
But he had no one to rely on. He was on his own.
No, he had to pay extra.
He died.
They charge you when you don't finish the full plate.
Yep.
Not the all-you-can-eat places.
Yeah.
You're a fool. Well, Zinni now 1-2-2, and that's just a couple of moments this split, couple of moments this year that we've seen him have moments like that. Shopify still trying to tune up their solo laners to kind of be on the same page as the rest of the team. Moments like that, though, it is just a miscalculation. He was so close.
Yep.
He actually got very close.
Would have been an amazing play. I mean, if he gets that one shot off, you can imagine how much tempo they'd gain on the map, being able to kill the AD carry. And Rahel's like set up to carry this game. He's the reason that Sentinels is comfortable with this being a slow game pace, because they feel like if they get to 4 or 5 item Lucian Melio, they're just going to be able to take over the game.
I like the concept of focus on Rahel. I would like to add a plus, have a couple people there to help you out. If you have Wukong Cyclone, if you have even Zazel going in for an engage as well, he's going to add a little extra damage and crucially some CC, so Rahel can't burn down the Annie afterwards. Currently, Rahel is the main character for Sentinels. 1.6k gold ahead of B-Boy at this point. He just keeps pushing these mid waves. The next dragon has spawned. Sentinels currently with the inside dragon. They will have the paranoia as well as flashes on everybody save Impact for the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Rahel, he's bridged the item gap. I mean, once he gets Infinity Edge especially, he's going to be way ahead of where B-Boy is. Like, one of the many reasons that mages bot have been able to work is they're just faster item power spikes, like Proto Belt, Blackfire Torch is incredibly powerful, but soon Rahel will be on IE.
Like that from
They're not
Rahel,
even
though.
rushing this Drake.
Yeah.
Because if Rahel can actually get to IE, that's when they'd rather fight this, and it's just the second Drake of the game, so they don't want to lose a fight here, knowing they have so much control everywhere else on the map.
Especially with how that last game ended, it was Sentinels getting a little trigger happy in the mid lane. This time around, they're playing a little more back, waiting for the right opportune moment. Shopify will push in this mid wave with 4 members strong and take the turret, cracking that outer mid, while Darkwing's on the Rise's top lane, answering Fudge there. Teleport is available for Fudge. It's not available for Darkwings. So the Rebels actually have a little window here to go for the Dragon.
I think they can just take it. Impact is making time, trying to be annoying, but for the most part, looks like Rahel is just going to be farming until he can get to his Infinity Edge.
Yeah, Unbox all the way on the top half. He's got the Paranoia available. Fudge has not spotted him yet. Maybe the thought was we can make the play onto the Zehen. Either way, it will just be Dragon to Shopify Rebellion. 2 stacked up now.
Yeah, on the way to Chemsoul, but far away from actual Chemsoul. The earliest they'd get it at this point would be about 34 minutes.
Still pretty late, all things considered. So maybe that Baron. Hey, we're still at that 84%. Actually, it went up a little bit.
Yeah,
it's above 84% win rate
Leo
for 2 Barons now.
rerun those numbers to show us that 2 Barons is actually a lower win rate than 1 Baron now?
Well, now what? Oh, wait, no, they lost that. You're right.
They did lose that.
And did Shopify get a Baron at the end?
No.
I'm trying to even remember that.
I think that might even increase the 0 Baron win rate from
All right.
8% to higher than 8%.
A reminder that the LCS stats guy, Leo, said with the first request for the stats, I hate you, Kangas.
But then he
Second
did it
time,
anyway.
Did it.
So
let's see what he does this time around as we requested again. Cyclone mid lane from Contracts onto Rahel, flash out from the Lucian. The main character is kept alive with his support in his back pocket. Half health for the Lucian, but he's fine.
Yeah, still sticking around. Wanted to get one more wave in. Hasn't based for IE yet. He's got 1,800 gold. It's going to cost him both Summoner Spells, the Melio ult, and the heal, but now he'll have the Infinity Edge for the next time he deploys on the map.
And Burn, Flash, and Barrier, so that's 2
Yeah.
Summoner Spells down. I guess those will not be up there. At least the Flash won't be up for the next Dragon fight. 3 minutes, 35
Pretty crucial.
seconds. We'll have to keep that in mind, as if Sentinels want to contest, they got to keep their AD carry safe. They don't have to. It's only the 3rd Dragon for the Rebels.
Yeah, it's true, but Sentinels is going to be really making work of these side lanes now. I mean, the Rise Nocturne is making it so difficult for Shopify to push deep on any of these waves. It's why they're kind of full sending it mid-wave, because that's kind of the only place they feel safe playing, it feels like.
And they get the turret. So now it's an answer of turrets. Sentinels have 3 with that outer turret in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion just picked up their 2nd turret in the top lane. Bottom turret's holding strong as Impact and Fudge find themselves matched up in that bottom lane. Slight gold lead for Impact. Big gold leads for Darkwings and Rahel. We were talking about Rahel being the main character, but Darkwings has also been farming up. He's now 40 CS up over Zinni. Hasn't had as many oopsie plays. Not as many, kills either. He's 0-0-3, but still 3 items on the Rise. This is typically kind of the big break point for him as well.
They have hit their spikes. They got an Actualizer on the Rise. That's like the Rise Infinity Edge. And they have the Infinity Edge on Rahel, which is...
It's like the Actualizer for AD carries.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, there you go.
I was going to say the Infinity Edge of Infinity Edges.
Oh, that would have been...
It's the same type of misdirection.
Yeah, I like it. Either way, I think the point stands. They're strong. They're both pretty strong.
Yeah.
Look at B-Boy and Zinni. They're on 2 items, a couple scraps.
But just look at these side lanes. They just can't move there, because if anyone moves there alone, Nocturne's going to ult on them, or Rise is going to Realm Warp towards them. So it's getting very difficult for Shopify to keep up.
And I think Darkwings will actually just get this turret. The Crystalline Overgrowth, there was 1 plate left. And Darkwings walks up, autos it a couple of times. That's now 4 turrets for Sentinels and a 3.6k gold lead.
He's taking Contracts as camps, too.
Oh. It's disastrous.
Blabber would be furious.
I mean, Contracts is still up. Overall, camp clear to Hambach, but he's the only one with a gold lead for Shopify Rebellion right now. And it's not a big one. It's 435 as it stands. 2.1k for Darkwings, 1.9k for Rahel. Those are the members that Shopify need to focus on. If you're Zinni, if you're Contracts, if you're Zeyzal, look at the carries and hope that you have enough damage to actually kill them through all the Melio heals and shields.
Yeah, it looks like Barrier Heal will be back up soon.
Or look top lane.
A lot
They're
of people.
actually trying to get onto Impact. That's Flash out of the Crocodile, and he is fine.
Couldn't get the stun early enough. Maybe if they led with the W on Annie, they might have been able to get more damage. But either way, they got the Flash.
That means no Flash for the Renekton engages. No Flash for Rahel either. I'm going to keep my eyes on that as these next fights could break out. Paranoia onto the top lane. Yet again, it's Zinni in the side lane. The team is coming in to try and back him up as Dominus is popped by Impact. And this time around, the Rebels are there to back up their mid laner. Darkwings flies in, shut down by B-Boy, and Shopify Rebellion are the ones that get a kill.
It's time to get back to basics on these Rise plays. Like, just use your ultimate very carefully, or don't use it at all. That was a fine play, but you could see the call for Sentinels was to go in. Like, that's why Impact would use his Dominus to move in, but then Darkwings kind of gives one up there, and that's probably going to be sole point for Shopify if they rush. I mean, Teleport is up. Shopify's not really playing around. It just seems too hard for Sentinels to contest.
3 seconds until it spawns. Contracts is going there alone. The rest of Shopify Rebellion are still kind of hovering around mid and bot lane. Zinni's correcting the bottom wave push. B-Boy's going to get this top wave corrected as well. But no contest from Sentinels means that Contracts will get the solo dragon. That is the 3rd dragon for Shopify Rebellion. They are 1 away from the Chemtech Dragon Soul.
Stresses is happening now as Sentinels go for this Baron.
Hambach starting up Rahel, who he TPing Darkwings in as well. Impacted a forward position. Has the Dominus back up and available. Shopify will walk forward. Zazel now spots it with the ward. So the Rebels have an approach. Impact's looking for a flank around the side. Watch B-Boy, watch Zenny. Paranoia comes out as the Baron is stolen!
Contract steal!
Contracts just gets in there and snipes it away. Zenny goes forward into stasis, will fall down. His Impact is traded 1-for-1. Fudge goes in, Grim Deliverance straight onto the back line. Dark Wings is out of there. Fudge looking at the support. That's Flash out of Huhi. Rahel and Hambog limp back to their turrets. Shopify Rebellion get the Baron in the fight.
The Baron Steel Goat. Contracts gets another one inside the Nocturne Paranoia.
Yeah.
Normally, when you're doing these fake out Nocturne ults, it's to secure the Baron, so that's what's happening. So Impact is faking the flank as Hambach ults, and then Contract says it's probably close, and just inside his Wukong W, just presses the button at the right time. That's gotta feel good.
Smile on the face of Juan. What a play from the Wukong pilot. 3 items completed now, 3, 1, and 2. The hero of the moment for the Rebellion. That was looking dire. Sentinels had a good setup around the objective. They had the gold lead. But Shopify just get Dragon Soul point into Baron, into a couple of kills.
They do.
Lining their wallets a little bit more, and now the gold's dead even as B-Boy's looking to take this outer bot turret.
And that's the best Baron to get, because you're not taking the time to kill it. You're just getting the kill.
Yeah.
And then you also get the Baron, and
another Paranoia now into the mid lane this time around. It's not the Fudge, but Grim Deliverance is away and gets out to safety. The rest of the Rebellion, meanwhile, pushing into the tier 2 bottom turret. They have a Baron wave, and Paranoia was just used mid onto the Zehen, so they feel real confident to just keep the siege going.
B-Boy on 3 items now as well. And try and get as much gold off these turret plates as possible, as Impact is still just pushing waves on the bot side.
And Contracts has Guardian Angel available, Hambach does not. Hambach is still building towards that. So even in item completion at this point, you gotta favor the Rebellion along with their cooldown. Still no Paranoia available. It's about half off cooldown as Shopify keep the Baron Powered Wave bot hitting the inhibitor turret. Fudge, meanwhile, will take the tier 2 turret in the mid lane, and things are going up for the Rebels. Jat, they're on the precipice of punching up. This was the team that they needed to beat if they wanted to improve their standings from Spring Split, show that they're not just a team that can eke into playoffs, but instead a team that can make other teams sweat. Contracts with the engage, Cyclone Hambach underneath the inhibitor turret, followed up by the team. B-Boy on a killing spree. Fudge with the Grim Deliverance will force Rahel to flash out of there. In goes Impact, big crocodile, but not enough damage as the inhibitor will fall. That's mid and bot inhib down. Sentinels will live for a little while longer. The Rebels will walk away.
I mean, Shopify gets so much with that Baron, and I feel like Sentinels just got very greedy, so you can see the bot turret getting destroyed there. Impact spent so long pushing that wave in, and I think Sentinels thought that Shopify was going to respond at some point.
Yeah.
But they just stayed there. They just kept fighting. They took 2 inhibitors. They even killed Hambach. And now was a 5,000 gold Baron power play. It's 2 inhibitors down. It's going to make it much more difficult for Sentinels to make it to contest this soul. Because I think all Sentinels really wanted to do with that Baron was just buy time, maximize gold, and then carry the game with Rahel's Lucian. He's still in a good spot. He's a 4-item Lucian Melio that can still carry the game. It's just going to be harder now that they've completely lost control of this mid and bot wave.
Impact pushing that top turret in, does get the turret, but the inhibitor did not go down to the wave. So Shopify have 2 waves with auto priority. Baron's coming up in 2 minutes, but the bigger thing is that Dragon Soul in 45 seconds. Paranoia comes in. Impact found a flank onto the support. Zazel takes a blast cone away. He's alive for right now. Low health bar. That's a teleport in from Fudge as the rest of Shopify Rebellion are actually going to try and fight this. Zinni goes down, but it is Fudge rejoining the fight with the Death's Dance. Zehen can be the carry, but it's going to be a 4v5 fight for Shopify. Would have liked to keep their mid laner alive.
This might mean that Sentinels, they need to get to this Drake. I mean, Rahel's on it. He's running there. They need to push out this mid wave so they don't lose their Nexus, and then get on there because Zinni's dead for 30 seconds.
Impact is going to catch the mid wave. Darkwings is going to back and then catch the supers that are already getting towards those turrets. Contracts is here. It's just going to be, actually, in fact, has now joined in.
Contract steal angle.
3 up from Sentinels. It's going to have to be a steal. But no steal. Drake secured by Sentinels. That is their 3rd Drake of the game, or rather their 2nd there. So still going to be stacking up a little longer.
We're in for a long game.
You think so?
I think so.
Ooh.
I think this just hit the conditions of a long game.
What
The
about
Soul's
1
been
minute
delayed.
till Baron?
Well, as we know, Leo has given us the real numbers. Tier 1 this year. This split, Leo?
I believe it was this split. I
This
think
split.
he said this split in the previous.
1 Baron, 84% win rate. In 219 1 Baron games, 184 of those teams have won. 2 Barons, 82% win rate.
It's
lower.
worse.
It's worse.
You don't want 2 Barons, statistically.
Statistically.
Well, I guess it is still a positive win rate.
That's what science says, is that 2 Barons is worse than 1.
Yeah. It's crazy to think about.
Wow. Never would have known.
Yeah. Has science gone too far?
And then 3 Barons is better again, so make sure you get through the Baron trough.
Okay.
The 2 Baron trough.
Yeah, don't try and end on the 2nd. Wait for the 3rd.
Yeah.
If you get the 1st, maybe.
2, dangerous.
Impact right now, trying to buy some space in Sentinel's top jungle. Because while we're talking about it, it could be a longer game. Shopify Rebellion still have auto priority in mid and bot. The supers that they got from taking those inhibitors have earned them immediate push in those lanes. So all they have to worry about is the top half of the map. They're starting up the Baron already. It is the Hunter Baron, so it will do some damage here, but Contracts and Fudge are the only ones needed on it right now. That's now Teleport coming in from Darkwings. Sentinels look to contest. Paranoia is available for Hambach. They could just hard commit. Shopify actually back off. Very patient play there. They got the teleport out of Darkwings, and again, the supers will just create auto pressure. The top lane's shoving in already. Sentinels are just bleeding waves.
Yep, just keep it slow. No need to rush things. Hope that Hambach flies in too deep. Getting the teleport is good. Darkwings is probably going to have to go deal with that wave later, or maybe send Impact for it. Didn't realize that Darkwings is 3,800 gold ahead. He's been taking a lot of side lane farm.
He is massive. Rahel has fallen a little behind B-Boy because of the kills that B-Boy's picked up, but Darkwings is still the pride of Sentinels right now. Will he soar or will his wings get clipped? 4 items on the rise plus a needlessly large rod. Yeah. He's poised to pump damage, but he's got to find the right angle to let the machine gun fly. Shopify back onto the Baron, starting it up again.
Sentinels have to go pretty fast. There's 3 super minions in the bot wave that they haven't responded to. And Shopify loses the game of chicken. They pull off of it.
But again, if they just keep Sentinels around, that's still 3 super minions in the bot lane. Rahel gets some good chunk onto Zinni right there, as Zazel separated from the rest of the team. Has 2 grand entrance away, as those 3 supers are pounding at an inhibitor. So Shopify Rebellion, with their free pressure, will take another inhibitor. Ooh, Impact actually gets there, and another wave means that maybe the inhibitor stands.
Oh,
Shopify Rebellion spot out 2 members of Sentinels in the brush. They hard engage. Who he's trying to keep them alive. Breath of Life will not be enough for Darkwings. The hero of Sentinels has been cut down, as Shopify Rebellion with that 1 kill have eliminated all of the gold lead that Sentinels had on their side. They're back on the Baron.
Gold lead doesn't matter if you never have a good condition to fight. That is going to be the Baron for sure. I gotta see how much damage has actually been done in this game. Darkwings has also been pumping damage in team fights, so really important that they were able to get him down as the 2nd Baron goes over to Shopify.
Concerning for Shopify picking up their 2nd Baron.
I can keep people even.
Yeah, but just push mid again and then watch for TP.
20 seconds,
They want to fight now, by the way. Just chill.
I have Johnny.
Lucian flash 20
I'm
seconds.
split off here. I'm kind of trolling.
TP in
Come
10
to
seconds.
I'm okay. He's good.
Guys, we just...
Go. This is it.
This is good.
Stay on Rise.
Rigel no flash.
Rise has to
I
die.
will kill Rise.
Yep.
Elijah no flash.
Nice.
work, guys.
No flash.
Nice.
I love it. I love hearing those types of calls where they're on the same page. You can hear them saying, they want to fight us right now. Don't let them. Back off. They got to reset. They got to go for the super minions instead. Now Paranoia back into the mid lane again. Focus on B-Boy, but he is A-OK. Even with Impact trying to get on top of him, they just can't do any damage to the Victor. Contracts goes into the GA. Rahel now getting engaged on by Fudge. Pulls back 2. Fudge onto the back line is unleashed. B-Boy's on a rampage. Impact goes down. Double kill to B-Boy as Shopify Rebellion win the scrap in the mid lane. It'll be a 3-man defense from Sentinels.
They still have a ton of damage alive, though, with Darkwings and Rahel. So Shopify have to be very careful here.
Sentinels maybe want more. The Realm Warp goes out from Dark Wings. He's only hitting the clone right now. His Contracts is able to get away. Fudge now chasing down Rahel. Lands the slow, does not hit the dreaded return. Sidestep by Rahel. B-Boy though, buying Fudge the space he needs. Dark Wings now getting re-engaged on by Zazel and Contracts. He's able to sidestep the knockup from the Rakan, but can he dodge out Fudge? Just chasing him down.
I think that's it.
Dark Wings has been grounded. Shopify Rebellion take the series 2-1.
They win a banger game 2 and 3. And I think this is a very important win for their season. They're not ecstatic because it wasn't clean by any means, but it's a very important win for their future. I mean, remember in spring, their only wins were against DSG and Dignitas, so getting this win over Sentinels is so meaningful.
Much needed win as a team that's trying to climb the standings, trying to show that they are a threat to the rest of the league. Yes, it wasn't the cleanest victory. Yes, it required game 2 Sentinels to just kind of throw their bodies at them. But this time around, despite the fact that Dark Wings was poised to carry, they found the right pick at the right time to get that Baron.
Yeah.
And used their pressure much better than I would have expected this team to if you had asked me week 1, week 2. I think this is a team that's improving. I can't wait to hear what the Lounge has to say about that game.
Wow, all of us picked Sentinels and all of us were wrong.
All of us. Don't tell them when they're walking over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Well-
can't
Bad news, guys. We're all fired.
Oh, no.
So they said it was important for their
They
future.
get to fire
It's
us
actually more
personally.
important for our future.
Come on
Let's
in.
go.
Come on in. Here's a gift that I should not be the one giving. It's not even mine. Here's your crock, buddy.
There you go, you get a little renected.
I really wanted to give this to Impact, bro.
How did you know?
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
So you guys, last split, you only beat, DSG and Dig, I believe, are the 2 series that you guys won. Now you have taken down another team. You've taken down Sentinels. Does it feel like you're seeing some progress? Does it feel like things are moving in the right direction for you guys?
Yeah, we consider ourselves medium dogs now.
You're familiar with the dog tier list.
Yes, we saw the dog tier
You
list.
saw the dog tier list.
We kind of amended it on one of the whiteboards. It's
After
floating
a messy
around
game,
here.
we're like, ooh,
Yes.
are there a lot of Chihuahuas? Are there more
We
medium
kind of
dogs?
dropped you guys down to the Chihuahua
Yeah,
tier
we might
and
all just be
eradicated the
Chihuahuas.
other dog tier.
That's messed up, guys.
Well, Sentinels is there with you.
So since you're familiar with the dog tier list, what is your version of the dog tier list? We need the Shopify official dog tier list.
I mean, yours is pretty accurate, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah?
With like the 2 top dogs.
So
and
we got
then,
Teal and Lion are the big dogs.
Yeah, and then the bottom 2 little Chihuahuas.
And we got
and
the
then,
Chihuahuas with
yeah,
DSG and Dig.
The middle is just all...
Just medium dogs.
Yeah, just medium
a bunch
dogs.
Of
all
medium
a bunch of
dogs.
medium dogs, yeah.
Are you guys medium plus now that you've been like
Maybe
a
Sentinels.
hefty medium dog?
Maybe they just dropped. Maybe they
Yeah,
just
I
dropped.
think they just dropped.
So they're Chihuahua tier?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm gonna have to change it.
So this is obviously pretty important for playoffs. What are your guys' goal for the regular season? Like, are you aiming to, okay, we got to get top 4 to be able to be upper bracket, to have 2 lives? Are you just thinking about doesn't matter, we just got to make it there?
I'm trying to win so that my new manager, David Hahn, doesn't kick me next split. So I'm trying to just win whenever I can.
Yeah, that's true. No, I mean, to be honest, we don't really have like a... It's not like we talk about it. I mean, we have on our whiteboard that we use that playoffs is in like 39 days or 37 days or something like that. So the goal is definitely playoffs, but I think overall we've really never been able to beat like FlyQuest and Sentinels and all those teams. So we kind of just want to solidify ourselves just to try to get into the next tier. So kind of like, the dog tier list here.
The slightly larger medium dog tier.
Pretty much.
One of the really interesting pieces of content that came out that I actually did enjoy watching was the Shopify documentary that you guys released.
Oh, baby.
So yeah, I'm gonna start with you, Fudge.
Big ol' Fudge.
Just because it seemed like, I'm not gonna talk about the other stuff, but it seemed like you were so frustrated with your own play and you've been performing a lot better this split. So like what happened? What do you feel like you have improved personally?
Honestly, I don't think my individual performance is that different, like, on its own. But I do think as a team, we have a lot better direction on how to play the game. I think the coaches have done a really, really good job. I've been saying it in pretty much every interview for the past 2 weeks, it feels like. But I feel like our coaches have done a really good job of just, like, making practice extremely useful and just focusing on the fundamentals. And that's helped me as well in my own, like, gameplay, knowing what to do and knowing where to be. And I think as the team plays better, everyone as individuals also look better. So I think that's helped a lot.
To clarify, the coaches are not off camera with guns.
They are
just saying this.
Yeah.
So is that what you, because the commentary so far this split has you individually have been playing incredibly well. Like the stats look amazing for you, but you feel like that is just mostly on the team. Do you take credit in terms of like how have you changed your mentality coming into this split at all?
I'm definitely trying like my absolute hardest. I kind of always was trying really hard though, to be honest, like the past couple splits. So for me, I guess things are just starting to click a bit more in terms of like matchups and just mechanics, I think. And that's helped a lot because I do think my biggest weakness is my team fighting. And as I've focused a bit more on it, I do think I'm a little bit better at that and can actually carry fights when I'm ahead. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's a huge jump. I actually do think a lot of it is to do with like just team cohesiveness and being on the same page. That makes me look better.
So you stole Baron. You've stolen a lot of Barons in your career.
I passed Xmithy, right?
Okay, let's go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So how does that feel? Like, do you see yourself as like a smiting expert? Do you feel like, it's just kind of like, you know, get a lot of tries or...
It's honestly just pure luck, I won't lie. I know smiting for me in my career has always been very like hit or miss. Either I have phases where I'm really good at smiting or I'm just completely terrible. And yeah, I mean, I guess today I was pretty good at it. Although I mean, I kind of just snuck in and got it. I don't know, it was pretty underwhelming, I won't lie.
If you feel like there's going to be a flip and contracts involved, are you worried? What's going on here?
I mean, I'm always excited for a flip because usually if we're flipping, that means we're not in control of the game. I mean, in that moment when he actually stole it, I was so scared because Renekton had a perfect flank on our carries and we were like clicking forward and like about to fight, and then somehow they didn't like turn, even though Renekton had the best angle of all time. I do think that was a little risky for my carries to click forward there. But he got this Baron and we somehow just got out. I don't know how the hell that happened, but it was good. It was good. It was good for the game. I'm happy.
How has it been playing for you with Zeyzal? Obviously, Zeyzal came in, he's like, I'm retiring, I'm just here to get carried, win a couple games, then get out of here. But it feels like mid-jungle and in particular jungle support this split and this year, I feel like are so important in the meta. Obviously, there's all these roaming supports, you have to really work together. So how has that kind of been in that relationship with you and Zeyzal and how you guys are developing?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to give him some praise here. It's going to hurt to say, but yeah, no, I've known Tristan for however long, like 14, yes sir, like 14 years now. We've known each other since we were 14.
Long life for a medium dog.
Yeah, and so I've had a lot of history with him and just been pretty good friends with him over the years. So him coming in just, oh man,
go.
You're getting glazed right now.
What? He's saying nice things about you.
He's not allowed to hear it. You're not allowed to hear it. Get out of here.
Yeah, really good friends. This guy didn't message me for like 6 years straight.
There's no way, no? That's literally no way.
Our dynamic was, I don't know, it's just something with like all my friends, I just don't have to message them for like a year, and then like you ask us and we're still good friends. It's hilarious.
To be fair, that is the most pro gamer thing
no,
ever.
No, I do that all the time with my friends.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I'll say we're good friends. I mean, I mean, I wouldn't be here otherwise. He's been a good friend to me. Somehow we only talk once a year, but back when we were young, you know, that's when you really build the dynamics.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He just got me engaged in conversation a lot more, and you know, just overall just picks up the team atmosphere a lot. So it just gets me talking. So it's always easy to play with him.
Nice.
Has he been the biggest? Because I mean, Fudge just talked about how team cohesion has been a lot better this split. How has he contributed to that? Because it sounds like a lot.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is that he's just been holding me accountable, to be honest. Because no one else would really want to say it to me in terms of like me taking accountability for things, my mistakes, whatever that may be. So yeah, it's just been super helpful just on a personal level.
How about last week when he was like, if we lose this jungle gap?
Yeah.
Yeah. Too much pressure on me, no pressure on him. Fair enough. Yeah.
How about you for you, Fudge? Because support this meta, as you said, is crazy, and you're just gonna get like support dives top lane now.
Yeah, I mean Tristan loves coming top lane, so I like playing with him. He also just says where he's gonna go and what he's gonna do every time he bases, which I think has been really helpful. Because I do think we did like a bit of a voice on our team, like with Seos. And we just didn't have anyone that's gonna like make the plan immediately. And I think he's doing a really good job of just being really vocal and talking a lot to keep the conversation flowing in comms.
Nice.
Who do you guys think should be player of that game?
That game?
Yeah, it's that last game we had.
That was a complete jungle diff.
It was jungle diff, so I'll say jungle.
Are you guys just looking at the prompter because it's already in there?
I'm looking at the prompter, but at the same time, their jungler just ruined his whole early game for no reason. So. Yeah, it was a complete jungle diff.
Azel gave it to Fudge. Kangas gave it to B-Boy. Just gonna put that out there. Just in case, because he's the one that walked by.
I think I was just farming minions, man.
I thought you had a really good series, Fudge, honestly, overall. Especially, I mean, you're talking about you don't think you were team fighting very well, but I felt like this game, Zehen was looking pretty OP.
Yeah, no,
in
I
the
think
team fights, I'm not
I was
gonna
pretty
lie.
happy about the last team fight, and just general team fights. I feel like I played pretty well this game, so I was pretty happy about that. It's like the most satisfying game, probably.
Do you take more satisfaction from a good team fight or from a good 1v1?
Good 1v1.
I was like, is he about to lie to my face?
I always take a 1v1, bro. I don't care about winning. Just give me the 1v1.
Do you care more about like the individual jungle matchup or?
I mean, jungle is like never 1v1.
Yeah,
It's
of
like,
course,
It's just team gap. So yeah, just team fighting.
Cool.
Question that I have for both of you guys before we even like move on is I think a question that everybody has in their mind is like integrating with Zinni, and how has it been going so far? I would ask you, Contracts, just because like that's a relationship you guys as a mid jungle have to have more frequently. Seems like some of the compositions are like catered to that with him playing Galio and Annie pretty frequently.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot more success with him on more like playmaking champs, just because he's like pretty good at seeing fight angles and just enables, you know, like the kind of like push forward play style of where we want to pick up the pace of the game and just always make plays. And I think that's what he excels in. But no, it's been a good time. I think he's a really smart kid, and excited to keep playing with him.
Nice. This is maybe a bit of a harder question, but I'm curious how you guys see like when you're drafting for like improvement and looking long term versus win now, right? Because you know, Zinni has been playing a lot of these playmaking type champs. He's playing a ton of Galio, that sort of thing, which you know you can see he's good at. But also when you think about long term in playoffs, if you're playing too much of one style, then that can be difficult for a 5-game Fearless.
It's true. So obviously, there's a lot to work on when it comes to like just mages, and I think a lot of it is actually to do with macro. When it comes to mages, I don't think his mechanics on the mages are necessarily bad, but it's just a knowledge gap really of like how to play the game in general with these mages, and I think it's something we have to work on a lot, and it's obviously going to be like for playoffs necessary.
Yeah.
So we are aware of that, but we also know that you know we played scrims and we know what's working. We are going to play what's best for us on stage.
Yeah.
You know.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, congratulations, big win.
Well, thank you. Appreciate
You guys
it.
both play very well. And today's Pogs, let's take a look at who all won player of the games today. It was Loki, Surdy, Tactical for the first series. Did you guys watch that series at all?
Of course.
Yeah.
It was a banger series. Game 3 was a letdown, though.
Yeah, Game 2 was a banger.
Yeah, Game 2 was absolute banger. Game 3, Gigastomp.
Yeah.
Not very
Yeah.
close. And then the players of the game, both of you guys.
Nice.
Couple
Yeah.
player of the games
Yeah.
here. Get that gold star, put it on the fridge or something, you know?
Of course.
Well, congratulations to you both. We have tomorrow some more games coming. The return of Dardoch. We got
Oh,
Dardoch
yeah.
versus Armeo.
That's an absolute
Are you
banger.
going to be sat?
Yeah,
Bucket of popcorn?
We scrimmed versus him, and Dardoch completely 3-0'd us in that second block. So
Okay.
pretty powerful.
Okay, well, it's the return of the Doc. Dardoch versus Armeo should be a lot of fun to see how he does being back in the LCS. And we don't know exactly when Inspired's going back, but he said 2 or 3 weeks. So this could be the last week we see Armeo.
I better see him next
Well,
week.
We'll have to wait and see, but that is going to be it for us here today. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Dig versus Lion. Thank you guys, and we'll see you all then.
Take it
Thank
easy.
you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's time to kick off week 3 here of Summer Split.
Guys, all left the ult now. Any fight is good. Any fight, literally any fight.
Look off.
Yeah.
Looks good.
I drop back row.
Look here.
I'm taking one more. Nice.
No flash.
And then.
Ending.
Nice. Yeah, good job.
Go come lever.
Yeah, thank you. Don't let me die. Please, don't let me die.
Just fine.
I wanted to die.
I don't want to die.
I wanted to die.
I don't want to die.
No, it's fine.
This one could have been an email, but Cloud9 are just slamming disguised in the first game. 21 kills in 23 minutes.
They can long me.
I'm okay. They're looking on 6.
I can ult. Can you fight here?
Yeah.
I'm ulting.
Rise no flash. Rise no flash.
Can you go in?
Rise no flash. Can we get on rise?
You can rise. I can W. Low Renekton. Go bottom.
Yeah, go bottom.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And DSG, it might have took 3 weeks, but they are going to find their first game win against C9 and take us to game 3.
Look, turn left side.
Got it.
No, it's fine. Yeah,
I got something.
Look at Nivea.
Yeah, I'm good.
No, we should go Baron, guys. Yeah, you kill him then.
Sure.
Let's go.
I choke them again. I got any guys. Go measure.
Okay.
Yeah, I can ignore.
Flash. Bundle flash for sure. Yoing. Let's go.
Not a single kill for DSG. C9 stomps the third game and takes the series 2-1.
Yep.
Shinjao 2-3. No flash.
Look at Cassio. Cassio's in. I'm hitting
I have
Cassio.
flash.
Staying on Cassio. She's one. She has Zonia.
No flash.
I have hook in one. Cassio will die, guys.
I will kill Cassio.
Yep.
Shinjao don't flash left.
I'm covering.
Shinjao don't flash
Let's walk
left.
down mid with.
Shopify Rebellion take the series 2-1.